Chapter 43, Chapter 43, Chasing the Maiden Under the Moonlight. Just like in the previous life, while drinking at the izakaya, YK saw the Kumonin spy. The plot hadn't changed. YK hastily swallowed all the meat and left the izakaya, heading straight for the forest of death. He had no resurrection chances left this time around, so he had to be more careful and couldn't act recklessly on his own. If he couldn't win a fight, then he would call for backup. Knowing the plot in advance, how could he be suppressed by a few Kumonin within Konoha village? Entering the Anbu's underground base in the Forest of Death, YK was in luck. Squadron leader Black Gorilla was there. Squadron leader, I discovered a Kumonin spy. I've studied Kumonin sword techniques, and I'm certain that man's arms bear the marks of someone who has rigorously trained in sword techniques for 10 years. Squadron leader Black Gorilla didn't doubt him and summoned his subordinates. The squadron was on rotational rest, and only 3 Anbu members resting after training were in the squadron's locker room. In the Anbu training ground, kunao and shuriken were supplied in unlimited quantities, and there were people specifically assigned to clear the targets and collect weapons. So many Anbu members trained here during their leisure time. If they were lucky, some Anbu would even kindly instruct others, allowing for faster progress. Among them was YK's team member, Purple Cat. Purple Cat, ignoring her fatigue, hurriedly put on her equipment. YK took an extra glance at Purple Cat. Purple Cat was a female ninja with a curvaceous figure. Wearing a mask, her face couldn't be seen, but it was already apparent she was a beauty. The 5 Anbu members, including Black Gorilla and YK, left the Forest of Death. They waited outside the Tsuragitsuo izakaya for half an hour until the Kumonin spy appeared. The Kumonin spy headed towards the northwest part of the village, the direction of the park outside the Senju clan district. Arriving near the park, squadron leader Black Gorilla spotted the Anbu in the park's woods. There are Anbu comrades. Is that the squadron guarding the Uzumaki princess? The Kumonin spies lurking in the new Anbu recruits launched a surprise attack. The guard squadron fell into chaos. Many didn't know if the person next to them was their comrade or a spy, their movements hesitant. YK stopped Black Gorilla, who was about to join the fight, saying, "Squadron leader, look towards the Uzumaki princess's direction." Several Kumonin spies killed a young girl from the Senju clan and kidnapped the Uzumaki princess. Squadron leader Black Gorilla quickly said, "Not good. They're targeting the Uzumaki princess. Let's go rescue the Uzumaki princess first." The team, commanded by squadron leader Black Gorilla, wasn't very fast. YK noticed that after losing his left arm, squadron leader Black Gorilla had become more cautious in his actions, and his pursuit lacked decisiveness. The Kumonin and the Uzumaki princess disappeared into the darkness, and squadron leader Black Gorilla directed the others to flank and investigate the surrounding situation. These countermeasures slowed them down. By the time they reached the base of Konoha's perimeter wall, YK saw a blonde child crawling into the hole in the wall. This time, he was behind Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato crawled out of the hole in the wall and continued following the trail of red hair. The amount of hair in his hand kept increasing. Just pulling out this much hair is heartbreaking. That girl's will to survive is very strong. Soon, Namikaze Minato saw figures ahead. 3 Kumonin, and a tied-up Uzumaki Kushina. One Kumonin noticed Namikaze Minato behind them and turned to hold the rear, buying time for the others. Seeing it was just a half-grown child, the Kumonin felt some disdain. Kumigakure's spy network, operating within Konoha for over a decade, was activated entirely tonight just to capture the Uzumaki princess. He never expected the first one from Konoha to catch up would be just a child. A child, not even graduated from the Ninja Academy, what could he do? Thud. The Kumonin stared in shock at the kunao in his side. The Konoha child's movements were so fast. One dodge, one stab, and he killed me? Not far away, Squadron Leader Black Gorilla also looked at the blonde kid in surprise. A genius, a talent visible to the naked eye. His taijutsu is concise and efficient, his movements swift. More crucially, his will and mindset for killing. Such a young child, killing without the slightest hesitation. A natural-born ninja. Black Gorilla thought that when writing the mission report tonight, he must write well about this genius. A ninja academy student like this deserved the village's serious cultivation. Namikaze Minato carefully watched the enemy before him, wary of their movements. The reason he could instantly kill one Kumonin earlier was that the enemy had underestimated him. He wouldn't get such a good opportunity next time. Namikaze Minato was taken aback. The Kumonin in front of him suddenly turned around and slashed downwards towards the side. From underground on the side below, an Anbu ninja wearing a fox mask emerged. Earth Release? A stealth-type Earth Release. The fox Anbu's movements were extremely agile, closing in directly into the Kumonin's embrace. Their swords stabbed out from behind each other. Except, the Kumonin's back had a sword stained with blood, while the sword behind the fox Anbu was clean. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up. The fox Anbu's reactions were so fast. The Kumonin's blade passed between the fox Anbu's left rib and arm, seemingly dangerous, but actually causing no harm whatsoever. YK pulled out his sword, and the Kumonin fell. Seeing Fox Captain cleanly eliminate an enemy, Purple Cat felt a sense of relief. Everyone in the family said joining the Anbu was extremely dangerous, but if I can follow a capable squad leader like Fox, maybe I can survive. YK didn't know he had gained an admirer behind him. He looked towards Uzumaki Kushina. Chasing the maiden under the moonlight. Could this script be meant for me now? The Kumonin spies aren't that strong, not reaching Jainin level. It's not like I don't have a chance. So what if they are the original CP? As a transmigrator, aside from having weaker strength than Namikaze Minato, a smile not as sunny as Namikaze Minato's, and less potential than Namikaze Minato, where am I worse? If he could form a CP with the Nine Tails Jinkraki, wouldn't the village have to provide for him handsomely? The thought is somewhat exciting. YK charged towards the last Kumonin. He had just engaged the final Kumonin when, looking over the Kumonin's shoulder, he saw Namikaze Minato had already scooped up Uzumaki Kushina in his arms. Hey! Damn it, why is Namikaze Minato so fast? Not even graduated from the Ninja Academy, yet already incredibly strong. Namikaze Minato, holding Uzumaki Kushina, jumped to a high place, distancing himself from the battle on the ground. The large moon shone upon the two of them, their blonde and red hair exceptionally striking under its light. YK's dream of chasing the maiden under the moonlight shattered before it even began. Squadron leader Black Gorilla arrived and, together with YK from left and right, killed the final Kumonin spy. Squadron leader Black Gorilla said to Namikaze Minato, "Come down. We are Konoha Anbu. Put down the Uzumaki princess." Hearing this, Namikaze Minato, holding Uzumaki Kushina, jumped to the ground. "Uzumaki princess, come back to the village with us to see Lord Danzo." Uzumaki Kushina, upon hearing she had to see that Konoha's higher up with the X-shaped scar on his chin, hid behind Namikaze Minato in fear. I don't want to see Danzo. I want to see Uncle Rinoki." Namikaze Minato spoke up to mediate, "Let's go back to the village, Kushina. The most important thing right now is to return to the village first." Black Gorilla was somewhat surprised. This blonde kid quite knew his place, understanding that the priority now was to return to the village, and dissuading the Uzumaki princess immediately. The group returned to the main gate of Konoha village, where a full Anbu battalion had already gathered. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog sighed in relief upon seeing Uzumaki Kushina. Seeing Black Gorilla had brought Uzumaki Kushina back, he said, "Black Gorilla, come with me to the Hokage building." Black Gorilla said, "Battalion Commander, I'd like to bring Fox along." Fox was the first to notice the abnormality. Yellow Dog nodded and said, "All right, Fox comes too." During the battle at Uzushiagakuer, Fox fought from beginning to end, showing good performance both in pre-battle reconnaissance and post-battle cleanup. Fox was a key subordinate that Yellow Dog was cultivating. In Yellow Dog's view, Fox was very reliable and trustworthy. Chapter 44, Chapter 44, Mouths Full of Grand Principles. In the middle of the night, the Hokage building was brightly lit. The door to the Hokage's office opened. Following behind Yellow Dog and Black Gorilla, YK saw the scene inside. The third Hokage was smoking behind his desk. On one sofa sat Danzo and Mito Kato Homura. On the other sofa sat Senju clan head Rinoki. Standing behind Senju Rinoki was Kato Dan. Kato Dan had silver-white long hair and a cold, severe countenance. The three Anbu members entered the office and stood behind Danzo. YK glanced around, the expressions on both sides were grim. It seems they had just finished arguing. Danzo turned his head and said, "Yellow Dog, report on tonight's situation." "Yes, Lord Danzo." Yellow Dog said. "Tonight, all of Kumigakure's spies made their move. Some created disturbances elsewhere to attract the Anbu's attention, while others directly targeted the Uzumaki princess. The Anbu took immediate action. The Uzumaki princess's guard squadron was intercepted by the Kumonin. The Black Gorilla squadron appeared in time and followed the Uzumaki princess. YK thought, "That's not right." Their Black Gorilla squadron's original intention was to chase the Kumonin spy YK had discovered. Described this way by Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, it sounded as if the Anbu had been prepared in advance. Reporting it this way significantly reduced the Anbu's responsibility. Yellow Dog continued. The Kumonin escaped through a hidden hole in Konoha's perimeter wall. They were caught up by the Black Gorilla squadron about 1 kilometer away from Konoha. All the Kumonin spies were eliminated. The Black Gorilla squadron rescued the Uzumaki princess. The third Hokage nodded repeatedly. The Anbu's performance this time was excellent, minimizing the losses in time. Yellow Dog said. The reasons for the Uzumaki princess being kidnapped are as follows. First, the Uzumaki princess was lingering outside the Senju clan district at 11 p.m., and no one came out to bring her back into the Senju clan district. Second, the Kumonin spies were deeply lurking, at least 5 of them, and no traces of them had been discovered previously. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog was not only powerful in strength but also first-rate at shifting blame. He didn't say the Anbu bore no responsibility, only that the Anbu hadn't discovered the 5 Kumonin spies. This wasn't much of an offense. Konoha received visitors daily, with so many mission clients and tourists entering the village. Of course, it was impossible to screen out all spies. The Anbu had problems, but they were neither light nor heavy, perhaps not even warranting accountability. The first reason he mentioned, however, was implicitly pointing fingers. The Uzumaki princess was kidnapped because she was out late at night, not returning home, increasing the risk factor. As for why the Uzumaki princess wasn't returning home, well, the Anbu didn't know that. The third Hokage looked at Senju Rinoki. Senju Rinoki explained. Kushina hasn't adapted to Konoha yet. I told the clan that no matter what Kushina does, let her follow her own heart and don't force her. Her mood hasn't recovered from the clan's destruction yet. She has nightmares and insomnia every day, which is why she is unwilling to go back to her room to sleep. I did this to help her adapt as soon as possible and complete the Nine-Tails sealing promptly. The matter of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki change didn't need to be hidden from anyone in this room. The higher UPS went without saying. The fact that the 3 Anbu could appear here proved they were trustworthy, executors of the village's secrets. Kato Dan was a core figure of the Senju clan. Mastering a forbidden technique, he could exhibit Kage-level combat power under special circumstances. The spirit transformation technique was a forbidden technique for ultra-long-range assassination, with astonishing deterrent power. Danzo then said, "Clan head Rinoki, if you can't manage the Uzumaki princess, you can completely hand her over to the village. The village has better methods to manage the Uzumaki princess. Letting the Uzumaki princess do as she pleases? How did you come up with such a terrible method? Lady Mito has been diligent and responsible for decades. Has the village ever worried about the Nine Tails for a single day? After the older generation of the Senju passed away, the clan has increasingly disappointed the village. The handling of the Jinchuriki change matter by the Senju clan has been too poor. If not for the Anbu's quick reaction tonight, the Uzumaki princess would have been taken to Kumagakure. Intelligence from the border says Kumonin infiltration teams have already reached a location 60 kilometers from Konoha village. If we were just half an hour late, Konoha would have lost the Uzumaki princess forever, lost the next Nine Tails Jinchuriki. I suggest stripping the Senju clan of their status as the Uzumaki princess's guardian and having the village supervise her directly. I think Sarutobi Biwako is an excellent candidate. She is a powerful medical ninja and has raised several children. She is fully capable of taking care of the Uzumaki princess." Senju Rinoki looked at Danzo, then at Mito Kato Homura, and finally fixed his gaze on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe stopped in mid-air, unsure why Senju Rinoki was looking at him like that. Senju Rinoki said slowly, "Big brother Hiruzen, I still remember the scene from when I was a child, meeting you at the clan entrance and taking you to see my father. You were the big brother who patiently taught me ninjutsu back then. I admired you so much. Even though father and Uncle Tobirama treated you better than us, their own nephews, I never held any resentment. When did it start? The conflicts between us grew larger and larger. Became increasingly hard to bear. You became Hokage, and my Senju clan supported you fully. But then, why did you increasingly target my Senju clan? Big brother Hiruzen, how long has it been since you last visited the Senju district, since you last saw your teacher's wife, my mother?" Sarutobi Hiruzen fell silent. Yes, how long had it been since he last saw his teacher's wife, Mito? His wife, Biwako, often visited. Biwako was Uzumaki Mito's personal physician, constantly monitoring Uzumaki Mito's physical condition. It seemed everyone was waiting for Uzumaki Mito's death. The greatest tragedy of old age is being able to see the anticipation of your own death in others' eyes. As if once you died, many problems would simply vanish. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought carefully, it was only because Uzumaki Mito had a broad-minded disposition. How could an ordinary elderly person endure such a situation? When the news of the Uzumaki clan's destruction arrived, Uzumaki Mito must have been heartbroken and distraught, restless every day, just like Uzumaki Kushina. The change of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was extremely urgent. Mito Kato Homura then spoke. "Clan head Rinoki, the village absolutely does not target the Senju clan, nor any shinobi clan. The problem now is that the Uzumaki princess, as a Jinchuriki, should always prioritize the village. Let me be blunt. We are very worried now. The Uzumaki princess is being raised by the Senju clan, instilled with incorrect notions, making her consider the Senju clan in everything. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki is too important. If her growth deviates, serious problems will arise. The Jinchuriki of Iwagakure, the Jinchuriki of Kumagakure, due to grudges with their villages, had their minds taken over by the tailed beasts and created riots within their villages. Jinchuriki are too prone to breeding hatred. The cultivation of a Jinchuriki cannot have the slightest mistake." YK watched with great interest from the back. The arguments among the higher UPS were too entertaining. Each one's mouth was full of grand principles, and no one could convince the other. Senju Rinoki's face was grim. Mito Kato Homura had pinpointed the most difficult issue to bridge between the two sides. The Nine Tails, did it ultimately belong to Konoha village, or to the Senju clan? Chapter 45, Chapter 45, You made several fatal mistakes. Faced with the village higher UPS near laying their cards on the table pressure, Senjurinoki thought for a long time. The higher UPS all stared at Senjurinoki, waiting for his submission and concession. Senjurinoki thought and thought, then said, I will recall Tsunade, have her return from the front lines to participate in Kushina's growth and nurture Kushina. Tsunade was the greatest common divisor between both sides, she was both the third Hokage's prized student and the Senju clan's princess. Tsunade, hey! Sarutobi Hiruzen knew Tsunade best. Tsunade's love for the village was far purer than Senjurinoki's. For the village, Tsunade was willing to do anything. The village was her grandfather's life's work, Tsunade would never let a Jinkriki threaten the village. Seeing Hiruzen's attitude clearly soften, Danzo and Mito Kato Homura didn't say anything more. Kato Dan's face showed joy, he could finally see Tsunade. The third Hokage dismissed the two groups. He finally said, Yellow Dog, get me a detailed report of tonight's events as soon as possible. I will deliver the report to you in 10 minutes. Late at night, the third Hokage carefully read the report. This report contained no embellishments, detailing every detail that Battalion Commander Yellow Dog had seen and done. The turning point of the incident was when squad leader Fox discovered the Kumonin spy. Fox reported to Black Gorilla, who led the team to pursue the Kumonin spy and happened to encounter the Kumonin spies kidnapping the Uzumaki princess. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, so that's how it was. After the Uzumaki clan's destruction, a few outstanding newcomers had emerged in the Anbu, and Fox was one of them. Fox imitated Kumonin sword techniques in battle, his sword skills becoming increasingly refined. His growth in sword technique had a clear trajectory, progressing step by step, he couldn't possibly be a Kumonin spy. Reading further, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows with great interest. Uzumaki Kushina's classmate, Namikaze Minato, killed a Kumonin spy? Black Gorilla's evaluation of Namikaze Minato was extremely high. Fox, who was skilled in sword techniques and had reactions a cut above others, was slightly inferior compared to Namikaze Minato. A 10-year-old child, stronger than an Anbu squad leader? Namikaze Minato entered Sarutobi Hiruzen's field of vision for the first time. This is a promising seedling. He immediately issued an order for the Ninja Academy teachers to focus on and cultivate Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina were likely to become friends because of this incident. Through Namikaze Minato, they could also influence Uzumaki Kushina. Whether in terms of strength or interpersonal relationships, Namikaze Minato had investment value. Time passed in the daily monitoring tasks. Many days later, the full moon was like a silver plate, moonlight like white frost. It was the night of the full moon again. At midnight, after the shift change, YK hid in the tree canopy outside the Senju clan district, observing the district with binoculars. The Senju clan district covered a large area, about 1/10 of the central area of Konoha village was the Senju clan district. This massive shinobi clan was currently at the end of its glory. Within the clan, there were 12 elite Jonin alone, and over 30 Jonin. Both Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina were very safe within the Senju clan district. YK looked towards the outskirts of the Senju clan district and saw a couple in an alley not far away. Among the couple, the female ninja was a Senju ninja, and the male ninja was a civilian ninja from the village. Thanks to Senju Tobirama's policies, the Senju clan was very willing to support civilians. After the Uzumaki clan's destruction, many Senju clan women began considering civilian ninjas from the village. Purple Cat was beside YK. She also watched the couple through binoculars for a while before putting them down. The male ninja's hands were restless, constantly exploring up and down. Senju female ninjas were famously curvaceous. Exploring them involved scaling mountains and fording rivers, quite a journey. Purple Cat, being a woman, felt somewhat embarrassed. She turned her head left and right, only to find her three teammates, the eyeholes of their masks firmly pressed against their binoculars. Ahem! Purple Cat cleared her throat lightly, hinting to the men in the squad not to go too far. Staring so intently at an intimate couple didn't align with the will of fire. Antelope and Black Ox both put down their binoculars in shame. That couple were both Konoha comrades, how could they spy on others' privacy? But YK remained unmoved and instead sternly lectured Purple Cat. Purple Cat, you made several fatal mistakes. If we weren't in the village, your actions could very well get our squad killed. First, you cannot make noise. As Anbu, how can you make sounds during surveillance? This is outside the Senjua clan district. The Senjua clan knows we are gathering intelligence around the Uzumaki princess. Exposure carries no life-threatening danger here. But if we were surveilling in another town, would you be willing to cover the rear alone if exposed? Second, you cannot take things for granted. Because of some adult content, you abandon surveillance? What if that civilian ninja is a spy? What if, the moment you put down your binoculars, that ninja suddenly attacks and kills the Senjua female ninja? Any stranger appearing near the Senjua clan district could threaten the Uzumaki princess. Third, you have no right to command Antelope and Black Ox. Until I give the order, you three must strictly execute my commands. Now, all three of you, pick up your binoculars, watch for me, watch carefully, and don't miss a single detail. Under her mask, Purple Cat's face flushed red, even redder than when she saw the intimate scene earlier. I'm sorry. Fox Squad Leader. I was wrong. Antelope, Black Ox, and Purple Cat quickly picked up their binoculars and continued observing the intimate scene. Antelope and Black Ox both thought their squad leader was so understanding. It's nice to watch, we love watching, and we can stare unblinkingly under the guise of the mission. The couple's actions grew more intense, evolving into involuntary trembling. The poor couple didn't know how closely the Senjua clan was being monitored at this moment. In several nearby large trees, at least 3 squads were watching them. After being intimate for over 10 minutes, the Senjua female ninja, her face flushed red and her legs weak, entered the clan district. Such is the sour smell of love. The male ninja stood in place for a long time without leaving. From between the leaves of the tree canopy next door, squadron leader Black Gorilla made a few hand signals. After YK responded with a few hand signals, he waved for the squad to leave. Purple Cat felt even more guilty. The communication between the squad and the squadron was conducted in complete silence, without any extra noise. This was the norm for the Anbu. Squad leader Fox was really strict, but such a squad leader was more trustworthy. After moving farther away, YK finally said to his 3 subordinates, "Follow that male ninja. Rule out the possibility of him being a spy." The squad followed the male ninja from a distance until he returned home. The target went upstairs, turned off the light, and drew the curtains. Seeing squad leader Fox take no action, Purple Cat waited silently. This wait lasted from midnight until dawn. Only after the male ninja left did YK lead the squad in infiltrating the single-family detached house. YK carefully observed everything inside the house. The more he looked, the more something felt wrong. Purple Cat, check the bedding. Black Ox, check the bathroom. Antelope, check the desktop. Chapter 46, Chapter 46, A Maiden's Blush. The 3 team members reported their findings to YK. Captain Fox, the target's bed is excessively neat. The target did not unroll the bedding last night, only lay on top of it. The indentations on the multiple layers of the mattress show the target did not turn over, seemingly staring at the ceiling the entire time. Captain Fox, the target did not enter the bathroom last night. There is no water residue in the bathroom. YK was puzzled and said. After being intimate with a female ninja with such a good figure last night, normally, wouldn't he do something after returning home? Not using the bathroom, just lying stiffly on his back on the bed, this is too abnormal, highly suspicious. Under the Purple Cat mask, her pretty face blushed again. What did he mean, Do something. Do all men feel compelled to, after being intimate with a woman? Antelope spoke last. Captain, the target used a writing brush last night. YK said, that's even stranger. The target turned off the lights and closed the curtains early last night. Why would he use a writing brush? The squad left the house. Returning to the Anbu, Purple Cat saw the Black Gorilla Squadron leader summon Captain Fox, probably to assign a new task. After a long while, Captain Fox returned and said to Purple Cat, Purple Cat, from now on, you are responsible for observing all the habits of that Senju Kunoichi from last night, especially her behavior when she's with the target male ninja. Understood. Purple Cat was a ninja from the Yamanaka clan, and her abilities were highly valued in the Anbu. For a full week, Team Fox did only one thing: monitor the meetings between the target ninja and the Senju Kunoichi every night. The two of them were by the lake, under the trees, behind houses. Every night they would be intimate for over half an hour. They were at that young, fiery age. Every time they met, they would kiss until breathless, caress until they lost control. Purple Cat went from being embarrassed the first 2 days to becoming completely accustomed to it, learning all of their habits and physical responses. A week later, YK sent Antelope and Black Bull away and said to Purple Cat, Purple Cat, use the mind-body switch technique to take control of the Senju Kunoichi and tell the target a piece of information. On the 5th of next month, the Senju clan will hold a funeral for Uzumaki Mito. Yes. Hey. Purple Cat agreed readily but was immediately stunned. Hold a funeral for Uzumaki Mito? Last night, while monitoring the Senju compound, didn't Lady Uzumaki Mito herself come out to look at the moon for a while? Is Lady Uzumaki Mito going to die? Purple Cat, don't think about things you shouldn't. Execute the mission. Purple Cat nodded with difficulty. The last elder of the village's founding generation, Lady Uzumaki Mito, was approaching the end of her life. That night, Team Fox waited near the Senju compound. The Senju Kunoichi, who had just returned from duty at Konoha Hospital, saw the Anbu member with a fox mask suddenly block her path. Please come with me. The Senju Kunoichi thought it was because the Anbu had injured personnel and needed her to provide secret treatment. She had taken on such missions before. Unfortunately, her boyfriend would have to wait a long time tonight. Anbu missions couldn't be delayed, and she had no time to inform him. Turning into an alley, the Senju Kunoichi saw an Anbu member wearing a purple cat mask. Mind-body switch technique. The Senju Kunoichi froze for a moment. Purple Cat went limp and fell into YK's arms. The Senju Kunoichi's expression changed, her features shifted slightly as Purple Cat began adapting to this body. Go. You must ensure the target absolutely believes it. You know what to do. Purple Cat, controlling the body, arrived at the alley outside the Senju compound. This was a place where she and her boyfriend often met for intimacy. Soon, the target appeared. Suppressing her embarrassment, Purple Cat imitated the Senju Kunoichi and threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around his neck. Her entire body felt awkward, making it difficult to continue. To prevent the target from noticing anything unusual, a thought suddenly arose in Purple Cat's mind. What if she imagined the target as Captain Fox? Wouldn't that make it easier to perform those embarrassing actions? Closing her eyes slightly, Purple Cat imagined the person in front of her as Captain Fox and said, "Darling, I need to get home quickly tonight. We only have about 10 minutes." Their actions became increasingly intimate. Even though it wasn't her personally, and this body wasn't her own, all the sensations from the Senju Kunoichi's skin were clearly transmitted to Purple Cat. The target's hands began roaming over mountains and plains, becoming increasingly unrestrained. To make the target lower his guard, Purple Cat had to pretend her body was trembling. "Darling, no. For the next several days. I won't be able to go out." "What?" the target asked, panting heavily. Why can't you go out? Purple Cat said, Grandmother Mito's funeral is approaching. The clan is suppressing the news, no one knows Grandmother Mito has already passed away. On the 5th of next month, we will hold Grandmother Mito's funeral. As if reminded of the sad matter, the Senju Kunoichi's interest waned. The target's movements also slowed. He said, then you should hurry back to the clan compound. I'll miss you, but important matters come first. After Lady Mito's funeral is over, we can meet again. Okay, I'll miss you too. Purple Cat fled the alley as if escaping, taking small, quick steps towards the Senju compound. After entering the Senju compound, Purple Cat controlled the Kunoichi to leave through a side gate on the other side. YK, supporting Purple Cat's limp body, arrived at the other side of the Senju compound. Purple Cat and the Senju Kunoichi switched back to their own bodies. YK said to the Senju Kunoichi, my apologies. From now until the 5th of next month, you must remain with the Anbu. The Senju Kunoichi, holding her head, struggled not to collapse. Why? Why are you doing this? YK said, Anbu mission. Don't ask why. I'm just following orders. The Senju Kunoichi was very alarmed but didn't dare say more. They brought the Senju Kunoichi back to the Anbu and provided her with comfortable accommodations. Team Fox returned to their squad's locker room. He let his subordinates rest and go home. YK sat on the chair in the middle of the locker room, pondering the Anbu's arrangements. He didn't know why the Anbu was spreading the news about Uzumaki Mito's funeral. It wasn't just his team. Other squads were also secretly disseminating the information in various ways. Could this be a move by the Anbu against the Senju clan? The annihilation of the Uzumaki clan cost Konoha a powerful ally. If the Senju clan were to be annihilated, Konoha would become even weaker. Forget it. He was just an Anbu ninja. Why think so much? He had crossed over here to do only 3 things: survive, survive, and still TMD survive. Turning his head, YK noticed Purple Cat leaning against a locker nearby. Antelope and Black Bull had already left, leaving only Purple Cat. Purple Cat, why are your ears and neck so red? Is it a side effect of the mind-body switch technique? YK couldn't see Purple Cat's face, only her reddened neck. Purple Cat's voice was tearful, I don't like those kinds of embarrassing missions. YK was taken aback and said, sorry, I didn't know you'd react so strongly. Next time, I'll find a male Yamanaka ninja for this kind of mission. No. Purple Cat said quickly, I'm not refusing your order. It's just that I had to imagine that person was you to be able to continue, and that made me. Purple Cat's face turned even redder. She had misspoken. YK was stunned. Had his unintentionally exuded charm, over this past month or more, conquered this girl from the Yamanaka clan? He stepped forward, reached out, and stroked Purple Cat's slender, fair neck tinged with pink, teasing her, I'm right in front of you now. No need to imagine him as me anymore. Feeling Fox's fingertips glide over the skin of her neck, Purple Cat shuddered all over. She let out a soft moan and fell into Fox's arms. Having watched the lovers' intimacy many times, this was the first time Purple Cat was being truly caressed by Fox. She grew more and more excited, more and more proactive. In the secluded locker room, both suppressed their panting. Purple Cat's skin was cold and white as snow. A maiden's blush was intoxicating. The interplay of red and white transformed into a captivating shade of pink. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, The Shinobi Clans Really Deserve to Die. Anbu Base. The Black Gorilla Squadron leader spoke in a dark room, Fox, an urgent mission for your squad. Hunt down 2 rogue ninja. Squadron leader, are they rogue ninja related to the Uzumaki princess? No. They are rogue ninja designated by the Yamanaka clan. They must be killed immediately, swiftly. We cannot wait a single day. YK took the scroll, looking perplexed at the mission details. This was a critical period for monitoring the Uzumaki princess, and Uzumaki Mito's funeral was also imminent. He didn't want to miss this feast. The Nine Tails, Uzumaki Mito, the Senju clan, Uzumaki Kushina, touching any one of them for a lottery draw could yield something good. However, YK couldn't say much more. Anbu assigned missions must be completed. He could only try to finish the task as soon as possible and return to the village to continue monitoring the Uzumaki princess. After carefully reading the scroll twice, YK put it down and went to the locker room to assemble the squad. Team Fox quickly left the village, heading northwest. As he walked, YK pondered the mission. The Yamanaka clan had always been the village's perfect tools, the tasks they handled were crucial and irreplaceable. Gathering intelligence from enemy ninja corpses, framing others using the mind-body switch technique, relaying commands on the battlefield, etc. Back in the capital of the Land of Waves, the guardian ninja Yamanaka Kari had shown YK firsthand how the Yamanaka clan's framing methods left the accused speechless. Controlling the enemy's body meant the enemy couldn't resist at all. This mission, which the Yamanaka clan strongly insisted the Anbu execute, was so urgent that the Anbu diverted resources from monitoring the Uzumaki princess to complete it. It was likely that these two Yamanaka rogue ninjas threatened the clan's fundamental interests. Could it be that they intended to give the Yamanaka secret techniques to an enemy village? The mission document didn't specify what crime the rogue ninja had committed. With little intelligence, it was hard to formulate a strategy. YK glanced at Purple Cat. She was a Yamanaka clan ninja. The Anbu dispatched his squad precisely because of Purple Cat's identity. Purple Cat, the rogue ninja we're hunting are from your Yamanaka clan. Do you have any intelligence on them? Purple Cat hesitated and said. Captain, the intelligence on the rogue ninja isn't special. Their strength isn't high, both are at the Chunin level, so our squad is sufficient to kill them. Why did they defect from the village? Facing Captain Fox's question, Purple Cat again avoided the subject. Captain, their matter involves the Yamanaka clan's reputation. I'm sorry, I cannot elaborate further. Their combat power really isn't strong. Captain can just deploy normal tactics. YK was somewhat confused. Low strength involves the Yamanaka clan's reputation, and the Yamanaka clan demands the Anbu kill the traitors immediately. Then why doesn't the Yamanaka clan send their own ninja? Why must they use the Anbu's hand? Pursuing them to a town about 50 kilometers from Konoha, YK had the squad search carefully. According to Anbu intelligence, the two rogue ninja were likely in this town. The town wasn't large. A brief investigation revealed the situation regarding recent strangers in the town. A couple from out of town had come to the bathhouse these past few days. Observing the bathhouse's layout, YK said. Purple Cat and I will infiltrate the back wall of the bathhouse, make a small hole in the wall, and scout for intelligence on the rogue ninja. Antelope and Black Bull, you two will hide in the treetops behind the bathhouse, ready to support us at any time. Taking Purple Cat to the back wall of the bathhouse, YK used Earth Release Chakra to create a small hole in the wall. Pressing one eye to the hole, YK looked inside the bath. It was a mixed-gender bathhouse with over 10 men and women, but none matched the rogue ninja from the mission. YK didn't have Jiraiya's peeping habits. He moved to another spot and began investigating the private baths of the high-end suites. Luck was with them. After making 3 holes, YK found the targets. Just as he was about to formulate an attack plan, YK looked more closely. Hey? Wrong, it's not 2 rogue ninja. There are 2 more people, 4 in total. He had almost acted rashly. The intelligence was wrong. If there were 4, they needed to be even more careful. Purple Cat urgently whispered, there are 4? Please let me see. YK vacated the hole for Purple Cat to look. Seeing the faces of the 4, Purple Cat felt extremely distressed and said, not only are there the 2 Yamanaka rogue ninja, but also 2 Yamanaka clan ninja who were originally on a mission at the border. I don't know why they are here. You don't know why? YK whispered. Purple Cat, you can't withhold intelligence any longer. We could assault 2 rogue ninja, but with 4, I fear our squad might suffer casualties. Casualties aren't scary in themselves, entire Anbu battalions being wiped out is commonplace. But I, as captain, won't accept casualties due to intelligence issues, especially because the Yamanaka clan actively concealed information. Anbu ninja are always ready to die for the village, but their deaths must have value. Purple Cat breathed uneasily and said, Captain, see for yourself. You'll understand why soon. It's not that the Yamanaka clan is hiding intelligence, it's just too embarrassing to talk about. YK pressed his eye to the hole again and continued looking inside. The Yamanaka clan's combat abilities weren't strong, and they hadn't discovered YK yet. Among the 4, the 2 rogue ninja were in the dominant position, while the 2 young men who had returned from the border listened carefully to the rogue ninja's explanations. The speakers were earnest, the listeners even more so. Then, a scene appeared that left YK dumbfounded. He had thought the craziest sight would be a passionate, debauched foursome in the bath. He never expected this. YK, who in his previous life was well versed in Chinese, foreign, European, American, Japanese, Korean, and bizarre media, felt his brain working exceptionally slowly. What are they doing? A man and a woman, the Yamanaka ninjas paired up, using the mind-body switch technique on each other. The mind-body switch technique allowed Yamanaka clan ninjas to use this jutsu to control an enemy's body. In the private bath, a woman's soul controlled a man's body, and a man's soul controlled a woman's body. And then... what is this? I slept with myself? Wait, let me sort this out. It's a bit confusing. The female Yamanaka ninja's soul enters the male ninja's body, then uses the male ninja's body to engage in battle with her own original female body for hundreds of rounds. An upgraded version of the mind-body switch technique? The mind-body swap hearts technique? The 4 people, in 2 pairs, were developing advanced applications of the mind-body switch technique. Heretics. No wonder the Yamanaka clan wanted these rogue ninja killed immediately. These rogue ninja really deserved to die. At this moment, YK's jealousy towards the shinobi clans reached its peak. Why? Why could the Yamanaka clan ninja, who mastered the Yamanaka secret techniques, enjoy such a novel experience? They really deserved to die. The shinobi clans were too despicable. YK took out an explosive tag from his tool pouch, raised his hand, and signaled to Antelope and Black Bull behind him to attack immediately. Right now. At once. Although explosive tags were expensive, he couldn't care about that now. After forming hand signs, the earth release, fish in earth reflection technique was activated. The wall rippled like water, and YK sank into it. Boom! After an explosion, chaos erupted in the private bath. Thanks to Dunlap Delaney for the support. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Chapter 48, Ideological Work for a Subordinate. The reason the Yamanaka rogue ninja were being hunted by the Anbu wasn't because they leaked the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques, but because they developed a new technique that could lead the entire Yamanaka clan to corruption. The mind-body swap hearts technique, the practice of male-female pairs, the ultimate experience. Which Yamanaka clan ninja could withstand such a temptation? The reason the Yamanaka clan didn't send their own people to execute the rogue ninja was probably fear of being corrupted by them. The fact that the rogue ninja found 2 Yamanaka ninja who had returned from the border showed just how seductive their I sleep with myself technique was. Degenerate. The Yamanaka clan absolutely could not allow the family to fall into depravity, so they had to turn to the Anbu for help. Given the Yamanaka clan's contributions as perfect tools, the Anbu agreed to their request without hesitation. Thus, Team Fox was dispatched. Purple Cat, Yamanaka Ruri, could supervise the death of the rogue ninja from start to finish. With the Anbu's oversight, there was no fear of Yamanaka Ruri succumbing to corruption. Only YK's eyes were injured. His eyes were dirted. Only YK's heart ached. Jealousy caused heart-wrenching pain. YK decided he would learn all the ninjutsu and secret techniques in the entire shinobi world. Having crossed over, he would pursue all novel experiences. After the explosion, steamy mist instantly filled the entire bath. 4 naked bodies panicked. Switch back! Switch back quickly! It's too late! Their bodies were somewhat weakened just after climax, struggling to control themselves, stumbling to respond empty-handed. The one charging at the front was a woman with a man's soul inside. This man's soul was responsible, the first to try and block, but unfortunately, his body was a woman's, and he couldn't utilize much of his combat prowess. In the water mist, YK made a horizontal slash with his sword. The woman with the man's soul grabbed a tray, trying to block the ninjato. However, YK's cloud-style sword technique abruptly changed from a horizontal slash to an upward flick, slicing open the woman's throat. His reaction speed had increased twice, making the cloud-style sword technique, which specialized in mid-fight changes, even more effective. The man behind her suddenly let out a scream. The mind-body swap hearts technique was forcibly terminated. The man endured the pain of the slit throat, the woman endured the death from it. The man's soul returned to his own body, painfully calling the woman's name. They were heretics, a pair of heretics perfectly matched in soul and body. The death of one made life unbearable for the other. Ah! He raised his hands, forming a square frame with his fingers, mind trance. A kunai suddenly shot towards him. The Yamanaka rogue ninja watched in horror as the kunai accurately flew through the square frame formed by his thumbs and index fingers. The kunai lodged in his chest, blood gushing out. Truly Anbu, so powerful. After dealing with 2 enemies, YK looked towards the other areas. Antelope and Black Bull had killed a female Yamanaka rogue ninja. Not far away lay a male Yamanaka ninja, with terrible explosive tag wounds on his body. With that, all 4 Yamanaka rogue ninja were down. YK looked at Purple Cat, about to ask how to handle the bodies. At that moment, Black Bull nearby suddenly raised his kunai and stabbed towards YK's side. Black Bull! What are you doing? Antelope shouted in panic, but it was too late to stop him. YK was holding his ninjato reversed. Instinctively, he thrust backwards. Before Black Bull's kunai could hit his side, YK's ninjato had already pierced Black Bull's throat. No! Purple Cat rushed towards the Yamanaka rogue ninja who had been downed by the explosive tag. That Yamanaka rogue ninja wasn't dead yet. His lower body was blown away, but he stubbornly used one last mind-body switch technique. Purple Cat's kunai pierced the Yamanaka rogue ninja's head. YK pulled out his ninjato, glancing regretfully at Black Bull. What a pity, how could Black Bull just die like that? He went to Purple Cat's side, staring at the kunai in the corpse's head, and said, Purple Cat, you were too irrational. First, after Black Bull died, you were too impulsive. As the squad's functional support ninja, you shouldn't have charged ahead so quickly. Second, the rogue ninja's brain might contain important intelligence. You shouldn't have attacked his head with a kunai, it likely damaged his brain tissue. Sorry, Captain. I lacked experience. I just wanted to make sure he was completely dead. Angry pounding suddenly sounded from outside the bath. The explosive tag had blown off the roof, and the bathhouse owner had brought samurai to question them. YK didn't want to deal with the bathhouse owner. When ninja executed missions, property damage was inevitable. The Anbu had no precedent for compensation. Carry all the bodies, retreat. Including Black Bull, there were now 5 corpses. YK grabbed a bath towel, wrapped up 2 bodies, Antelope carried 2, Purple Cat carried 1, and the 3 quickly retreated. After putting distance between themselves and the town, YK had the squad rest. Purple Cat, feeling uneasy, came before Captain Fox. "Sorry, Captain, because of our Yamanaka clan." Purple Cat: "I don't want to lecture you constantly, but you've made another mistake," YK said. "You must always be mindful of protecting your secrets. The Anbu rarely uses ninjutsu during missions, mostly relying on taijutsu and explosive tags to resolve fights, precisely to protect their intelligence. Anbu members who expose their intelligence easily become primary targets for enemy village spies. Some ordinary-looking uncle you see shopping in the village might be an Anbu squadron leader at night. Unless required by the mission, don't talk about anything related to yourself. The mission comes first. Also, don't carry guilt or blame for a teammate's death. These emotions are meaningless for the Anbu. Black Bull died, gloriously, in the line of duty. He was controlled by a rogue ninja. I killed him without any emotional fluctuation. If I hadn't killed him, I would be dead." YK was initially slightly annoyed by Purple Cat's abundant emotions, but then he reconsidered. Doing ideological work for subordinates was also part of a captain's duties. Ensuring subordinates maintained firm fighting spirit could increase mission success rates and improve his own chances of survival. YK continued patiently guiding her. "This Purple Cat mask of yours used to belong to a former teammate of mine. He died right in front of me. He was an Anbu ninja who worked seamlessly with me. I will die. You will die too. After I die, this fox mask will be given to a new Anbu ninja. Completing the Anbu mission before death is the only requirement for an Anbu ninja." One major reason for the high Anbu death toll was Danzo's command style. When the Anbu was deployed, Danzo would have them probe for intelligence. He himself would either move in last to finish things off or simply turn and leave. Just like in the original story when Danzo took people to the land of rain to kill Yahiko, he sacrificed nearly half of the Anbu elite in one go. Or like before his death, when he encountered Obito and Suzuki, he sent his most capable root subordinates to test Obito while he leisurely observed the intelligence, unwrapping his arm guards. Purple Cat quickly said, "I understand, Captain. I will change my mindset, become a true Anbu ninja." Black Bull's death was also a significant shock to Antelope. In the squad, only someone like YK, who had experienced the brutal battles in the land of whirlpools, understood that death was the norm for Anbu ninja. Returning to the Anbu's Forest of Death base in the early morning, YK found the Black Gorilla squadron leader to report the mission completion. Black Gorilla glanced at the mission report and said, "Killed 2 extra rogue ninja. The Yamanaka clan will be even more satisfied now." "Oh, Black Bull died. I'll apply for another one from route tomorrow." Black Gorilla's tone was as if he were talking about picking up a new kunao. He added, "Your subordinates have been with you for over 2 months now. These 2 have pretty good luck, surviving this long. Lately, most of our squadron's missions have been inside the village. Missions outside the village are what truly test an Anbu ninja's mettle. Make sure Purple Cat and Antelope train hard, no slacking." YK said. "Understood, I'll encourage them to train. Squadron leader, I request to monitor the Uzumaki princess tomorrow. Not seeing her for 2 days, I feel somewhat unaccustomed." "There's such a request? Then you'll have no days off." "I'll grant it, go monitor the Uzumaki princess tomorrow." Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 49, Chapter 50, The Feel Was Wrong. Late on the night of the 4th, a carriage left the Senju compound. Its doors and windows were tightly shut. Inside the carriage were only 2 people, the aged Uzumaki Mito and the young Uzumaki princess, Kushina. Senju Rinoki, Tsunade, and all the jonin of the Senju clan followed in the darkness. Behind the Senju procession were the Konoha Anbu. "So the transfer of the 9 Tails Jinkriki is finally beginning?" YK thought. To prevent the Nine Tails from rampaging and destroying the village, the higher UPS and the Senju clan had decided to perform the crucial sealing transfer on Ashiga Mountain, 10 kilometers northwest of the village. YK looked at the carriage in the middle of the road. If he died by Uzumaki Mito's hand, would he draw some heaven-defying abilities? Uzumaki Sage Body? Uzumaki Sealing Secret Techniques? Or even some of the Nine Tails abilities? The thought was a little exciting. Today was the 4th. The full moon on the 15th was still 11 days away. If he actively sought death now, his next resurrection would require him to survive for 11 days. Given the current tense atmosphere in the Anbu, surviving 11 days wouldn't be easy. If he died on some Anbu mission, that would be bad. Living long was the hard truth, it was best not to take risks. While YK was letting his thoughts wander, the Black Guerrilla Squadron leader retreated from the front of the Anbu column, turned, and gestured to the 3 squads behind him. The Black Guerrilla Squadron left the main force, accelerating towards the due north. YK looked back puzzled at Uzumaki Mito's carriage. What was their squadron going to do? Not just the Black Guerrilla Squadron, 2 other squadrons were also dispatched, disappearing in different directions. After traveling several kilometers, the Black Guerrilla Squadron leader gathered the squad leaders and said, "Your 3 squads were all involved in secretly leaking the intelligence that the Senju clan would hold Uzumaki Mito's funeral tomorrow. According to border intelligence, an extremely powerful force has broken through the Land of Fire's border defenses and penetrated deep into the country. Our squadron's mission is to find that force, identify them, and determine if their target is Uzumaki Mito. White Ram, your squad is the main reconnaissance force. The other 2 squads are responsible for combat." The ninja wearing the White Ram mask was from the Hyga clan, a reconnaissance ninja the Black Guerrilla Squadron leader had worked hard to acquire. The Black Guerrilla Squadron arrived at Ashiga Mountain earlier and began scouting the surrounding area from there. An hour later, White Ram suddenly gave a signal. 4 suspicious individuals spotted at 9 o'clock. Massive chakra levels, moving fast. The Black Guerrilla Squadron hurried to identify the suspicious individuals. When a large ninja force moved, it often deployed many intelligence-gathering ninja to collect information and detect enemies early. Those 4 suspicious individuals were likely the reconnaissance team for the invading main force. The Black Guerrilla Squadron quickly closed in. The White Ram Squad took the rear, the Fox Squad and Leaf Monkey Squad on the flanks, with the Black Guerrilla Squadron leader in the center. White Ram shouted, "The enemy has spotted us. They're changing direction, coming straight for us." Black Guerrilla said, "This is the heart of the Land of Fire. Don't delay, fight with full force, crush them in one go. Purple Cat, get ready. Gather intelligence from their brains after death." The named Purple Cat felt nervous. This was her first encounter with a powerful enemy since joining the Anbu. Enemies capable of breaking through the border defenses and penetrating this deep into the Land of Fire must be strong. They're here. It's Earth Release, Earth and Stone Dragon. An earthen dragon charged forward with great momentum, smashing over a dozen large trees in its path. A terrifying jutsu. This single technique proved that the other side had a jonin. Aside from the jonin directly loyal to the higher UPS, most jonin had personal ambitions and wouldn't remain anonymous in the Anbu for long. Jonin preferred to operate in the open, accumulating mission records and reputation. The Anbu were absolutely loyal, but their number of jonin was not high. Facing a jonin, even Black Guerrilla felt apprehensive. He was a Takubutsu jonin, still some distance from a full jonin. Apprehensive or not, he couldn't retreat. They jumped to either side, dodging the Earth and Stone Dragon charging from a distance. The Black Guerrilla Squadron was split by the Earthen Dragon. North of the dragon were the Black Guerrilla Squadron leader and the Leaf Monkey Squad. South were the Fox Squad and White Ram Squad. Not good. 3 enemies suddenly appeared on the other side of the Earth Dragon, charging towards the Black Guerrilla Squadron leader. A full squadron had strong combat power, but half a squadron fighting a squad led by a Jonin was very dangerous. YK and White Ram simultaneously jumped, leading their respective squads over to the other side of the Earth Dragon. The back of the long Earth Dragon suddenly arched, throwing the Fox and White Ram squads into the air. The ninja of the two squads tumbled through the air. YK and White Ram adjusted their posture mid-air, landing steadily in the end, while the slightly weaker squad members fell to the ground in disarray. White Ram stared at the relaxed standing Iwa Jonin, his gaze resolute as he said, "Fox, your close combat skills are the strongest. All of us will fight to the death to create one opening for you to strike." "Understood." The Black Gorilla Squadron leader and the Leaf Monkey Squad were engaged with the three Iwa on the other side. They had to reunite with the squadron leader, or they would be picked off one by one. Purple Cat and another Anbu member were responsible for long-range kunai throws, while White Ram charged out first. Earth Release, Earth-style Rising Spears. The Iwa Jonin formed hand signs, and 4 stone spears instantly shot up from the ground. Rotation. White Ram was strong, using the Hyga clan's secret technique, rotation. The Earth-style rising spears collided with the chakra hemisphere of the rotation, shattering one after another. The Iwa Jonin became very interested, not expecting to encounter a quite capable Hyga ninja. He kept his hand seals active, sending wave after wave of Earth-style rising spears piercing forth. The ground instantly became like a hedgehog, covered in protruding stone spears or spears waiting to emerge from the ground like bamboo shoots. White Ram quickened his pace, using rotation again, shattering several more Earth-style rising spears. However, a Jonin's jutsu wasn't easy to break. Using rotation twice consecutively had left White Ram panting heavily. Facing the relentless Earth-style rising spears, White Ram mustered his chakra once more, struggling to perform a third rotation. This time, an Earth-style rising spear pierced through the rotation and impaled White Ram's abdomen. "Keep charging." An Anbu squad member stepped on White Ram's shoulder, leaping towards the Iwa Jonin. He hadn't flown far in the air before an Earth-style rising spear pierced his abdomen. YK immediately jumped after him, stepping on the back of the Anbu member's corpse mid-air, continuing his charge towards the Iwa Jonin. Seizing the gap in the Iwa Jonin's jutsu, YK finally closed in on him. He brought his ninjato down in a fierce slash. The Iwa Jonin finally released his hand seals, raising his arm to block the ninjato, a metal vambrace on his forearm. Cloud-style sword technique. At the very last moment of his downward slash, YK's blade abruptly changed to a diagonal cut, aiming for the Iwa Jonin's neck. The essence of the cloud-style sword technique was to change the move late, so late that others simply couldn't predict or react. His eyes shone brightly. The ninjato struck the Iwa Jonin's neck. Long-range kunai interference, White Ram exhausting his chakra, an Anbu member used as a stepping stone. They had finally bought one chance to strike. However, YK immediately experienced what despair felt like. The feel was wrong. Hitting a throat shouldn't give that kind of feedback. The Iwa Jonin suddenly went limp, collapsing into a puddle of mud. Earth Clone. The A-rank substitution technique even the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen favored. The Iwa Jonin's figure abruptly appeared behind YK. YK sharply arched his back, dodging the kunai the Iwa Jonin thrust towards his kidney. That level of reaction ability was already exaggerated. However, YK could dodge the Jonin's first strike, but not the second. An Earth-style rising spear shot up from the ground, piercing through YK's chest. Host death detected. Mochizuki's arc activating. Dying in a peripheral reconnaissance mission, what about the main battlefield? End of chapter. Chapter 50, Chapter 49, Intelligence. Noon at the Tsurugatsuo Izakaya, which had few customers. Kai sat dejectedly behind the counter, idly fiddling with the account book in front of her. Where had he been these past few days? Why hadn't he come to see her? Remembering how his movements had gotten faster and faster the previous few nights, her pretty face suddenly flushed. She had witnessed him grow stronger, both in ninja prowess and in masculine vigor. Perhaps he had taken on some mission and left the village. Two merchants entered the izakaya. "Proprietress, a bottle of sake, please." Kai heard the voice first, and her heart suddenly tightened. That voice! She slowly looked up and saw a girl younger than her. "Little sister?" A flash of shock passed through her eyes. Kai worked as a spy for her village, while her more talented younger sister, Mei, served as a ninja in Uegakuer. All the rewards and payments Uegakuer gave Kai were delivered directly into her sister Mei's hands. Why was her sister here? Could Mei be the contact? Coming to Konoha as the contact? Why would the village do this? Hadn't she already done so much for the village? Kai had just obtained extremely important intelligence. Uzumaki Mito's funeral would be held in 5 days. When the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was alive, he hadn't concealed the identity of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. With Hashirama's power, the Nine Tails was nothing special. There was no need to treat it as the village's highest secret. That Uzumaki Mito was the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was public knowledge. Kai knew the village would value this intelligence highly, but she never expected the village to send Mei to find her. With Mei's appearance, Kai had to go all out, risking her life to verify the intelligence. This was the village's final command to the spy. Either succeed in gathering the intelligence, be recalled to the village, and become a ninja living in the open. Or fail in gathering the intelligence, and die. Along with everything the spy finally held dear, vanish completely. Mei was disguised as a merchant coming to Konoha to commission a task, an identity easily exposed. Coming. Our sake comes in mid-grade, high-grade, and premium. Which price range would you prefer? Premium. Let us taste the good liquor of a major village like Konoha. The code phrase matched. Kai's last shred of hope vanished. Mei hadn't come to Konoha by chance. Selecting a bottle of sake, Kai served it to Mei. Mei was also excited. She hadn't seen her older sister for 3 years. It was a pity they couldn't acknowledge each other and had to pretend to be strangers. Mei picked up the sake cup, scrutinized it, and found the special mark. 2 days later, this sake bottle would appear in a nearby trash can, containing Kai's final confirmed intelligence. The village needed to know the most accurate information about Uzumaki Mito. Kai walked into the backyard, entering her room. She took out all her money, preparing to act within these 2 days to verify the intelligence. While tidying the room, Kai saw a razor. It was his razor. I wonder if he's found some other little vixen. A small portion of the funds for her final operation had come from him. Every time he came, he ordered lots of expensive beef and drank the sake with the least impurities. If she were truly a citizen of Konoha, she might have tried to be with him. Having known him for so long, he had told her a name, but Kai knew it was fake. He said his name was Kage. So perfunctory it was just the name of an ingredient listed on a sake bottle. He had a stable temperament, a great virtue among ninja. Many ninja had mental illnesses. They seemed normal but could be terrifying when they went crazy. Some ninja drank at the izakaya, suddenly remembered something from a mission, and went on a rampage, smashing things. Perhaps they had killed the wrong person, or killed too many people, or been tortured by the enemy, or suspected by the village. Fortunately, this place was close to the Uchiha police force. Uchiha ninja would come to deal with the crazed ninja. Kai went to the largest sake distributor in Konoha. "Boss, business at my izakaya has been slow lately. I'm planning a promotion tomorrow. How much premium sake do you have left? How much premium sake can your single shop handle?" "At least 20 cases of premium sake per day, for 5 days straight." While chatting with the boss, Kai gestured to a salesperson. The salesperson understood Kage's meaning and quickly approached, using the pretext of an important client's arrival to lead the boss away. The boss asked Kage to wait in his office, he would return shortly. That salesperson was one of her recruited subordinates, never very useful until now, when he finally served a purpose. Kage went to the boss's office, closed the door, and took out a key. This was a key she had secretly duplicated long ago. Carefully opening the safe, Kage saw the boss's ledger. The Senju clan had suspended their alcohol purchases. Kage checked the date. Starting yesterday, the Senju clan stopped ordering alcohol. She continued looking and saw the piece of information that excited her the most. The Uchiha clan had placed additional orders for many cases of alcohol. The relationship between the Uchiha and Senju clans was extremely poor, they had always been the biggest rivals within the village. Especially after Uchiha Kageme's death, the Uchiha clan's bridge to the outside was broken. The Senju clan halting their alcohol orders proved they knew something bad might happen to their clan. The Uchiha clan, however, ordering many extra cases of alcohol, proved they believed something good was happening. Cross-referencing this, Kage believed the intelligence from her spy comrades was true, something truly major and bad was about to happen to the Senju clan. That thing could only be the death of the elderly Uzumaki Mito. Leaving the sake distributor, Kage headed to the next location to find other evidence. Within Konoha, Iwagakure spies were running around, secretly investigating. Meanwhile, at the border of the land of grass, a middle-aged man floated in the air. The third Tsuchikage, Noki, looked towards Konoha's direction. Behind him were 5 Iwanin battalions. The 5 Tails Jinkriki, the steam ninja, Han, came to Noki's side. Tsuchikage-sama, the troops are assembled. Han looked at the Tsuchikage and noticed his floating was somewhat unstable, proof that even the Tsuchikage felt somewhat uneasy. Leading elites in a surprise attack on Konoha, taking advantage of the 9 Tails Jinkriki transition, taking advantage of Uzumaki Mito's death, to strike a heavy blow against Konoha, thereby giving Iwagakure an advantage in the Great Shinobi War. It was a gambler's risk. Success promised immense rewards, failure could mean the death of all 300+ elites. Noki said. The more critical the period, the more we must not be hasty. We are massive, hard mountain rocks. We either don't move, or we move like a mudslide, destroying everything below the mountain. Wait for the spies to confirm the intelligence finally, then we will launch a 1,000-mile surprise attack on Konoha. This was the most precious opportunity given to Iwagakure by the heavens. Legend said the 9 Tails had a violent temper, was a collection of hatred, and having been sealed by Uzumaki Mito for so many years, it must utterly despise Uzumaki Mito and Konoha. Using the 9 Tails, they could definitely inflict heavy damage on Konoha. In an alleyway in Konoha, Mei picked a sake bottle out of a trash can. There were several scale lines on the bottle, the code of the Iwagakure spies. The intelligence was true. After confirming the information, Mei quickly left. Disguised as a merchant who had commissioned a task, she was about to leave Konoha. Taking one last look in the direction of Kage's izakaya, Mei thought, sister can finally return to the village. We sisters won't have to be separated anymore. In the land of grass, Noki, having received the intelligence, waved his hand from mid-air. He would personally lead the team to launch a surprise attack on Konoha and deal it a heavy blow. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, A Rank Earth Release, Earth Clone. YK's vision shifted, and he returned to the previous full moon night. He was currently hidden in the canopy of a large tree, monitoring the Senju compound. Damn it, the Anbu was too dangerous. He hadn't even witnessed the 9 Tails sealing transfer scene and had already died in an intelligence reconnaissance mission. He was cautious every month, yet not a single month passed peacefully until the next full moon. Since crossing over, he hadn't actively drawn a lottery prize yet. Mochizuki's arc activated. The host has only one resurrection chance per month. Upon death, they will resurrect on the previous full moon night. Reward: 1 lottery draw opportunity. 1. B-rank Earth Release, Earth Style Rising Spears, Beginner. 2. Constitution, Giant Rock Body, Strength Enhancement. 3. A-rank Earth Release, Earth Clone, Beginner. His primary chakra nature was Earth. He never expected 3 such fitting rewards to appear. A difficult choice. B-rank Earth Release, Earth Style Rising Spears, creating hard stone spikes to attack enemies. YK currently had 1 Earth Release Jutsu for escape, Earth Release, Fish in Earth Reflection Technique. Earth Style Rising Spears was exactly the offensive ninjutsu YK urgently lacked. If he chose this jutsu, he could launch mid-range attacks, enriching his combat system. The second option, Constitution, Giant Rock Body, Strength Enhancement, also seemed good. Many IWAnin were tall and large, with bulging muscles and great strength, clearly indicating regular strength training. If he chose this reward, his physique would improve. The third option, A-rank Earth Release, Earth Clone. Recalling the battle just before he died in the previous timeline. When he jumped towards the IWAnin Jonin, the Jonin was still maintaining the dense barrage of Earth-style rising spears. It was definitely his real body, not a clone. His ninjato swung towards the IWAnin Jonin, who raised his arm, blocking with the armor on his forearm. The IWAnin Jonin had used the Earth clone silently and undetectably. It felt somewhat mystical and unpredictable. After slight hesitation, YK chose the third option. Staying alive enables output, defense is the best offense. Improving his survivability was more crucial. Up to now, YK had always died before the full moon. He really wanted to die on the 14th, to decide his own manner of death. If he safely passed a whole month, he could proactively provoke a target on the 14th to draw a reward. The Senju clan head, the Uchiha clan head, the third Hokage, which one couldn't yield a powerful ability. Unfortunately, he died on missions every time. YK was very cautious. After dying each month, he would become even more careful, avoiding dangers, patiently waiting for the full moon. A-rank Earth Release, Earth Clone was a top-tier substitution technique among substitution jutsu. After selecting this technique, YK's eyelids grew heavy. Information about the Earth Clone entered his mind. Wow, hit the jackpot! A massive win! The Earth Clone was actually this powerful. Earth Clone, send chakra into the ground beneath your feet. When encountering danger, swap places with the earth beneath you to evade damage and avoid attacks. Among the substitution techniques, the Earth Clone was indeed a top-tier technique. The D-rank substitution technique required using the transformation technique on a log to make it look like oneself when the enemy wasn't paying attention, while the real body hid in the shadows. The key to the D-rank substitution technique was utilizing the brief window when the enemy lost sight of you. The Earth Clone, however, required no complicated preparation. It was like flipping over, you could instantly swap positions with the soil beneath your feet at any time. It only required half of the boar seal with one hand to perform the Earth Clone. Concealed, fast, hard to predict, and low chakra consumption. Paired with the Earth Release, Fish in Earth Reflection technique, it would allow YK to easily execute a full set of lure-lurk flank tactics. As in the previous timeline, in the following days, Team Fox used the Senju Kunoichi to leak the intelligence about Uzumaki Mito's funeral date. Purple Cat had already developed secret feelings for YK. YK once again appreciated the maidenly shyness of Purple Cat, her face flushing pink. Men were always so fickle. YK lingered over Purple Cat's innocence these past few days and rarely went to the Tsuragitsuo Izakaya to find the proprietress, Kai. Team Fox was still dispatched to hunt down the Yamanaka rogue ninja. This time, YK didn't use expensive explosive tags. After infiltrating with Earth Release, he killed the 4 naked Yamanaka ninja. This time, YK was prepared in advance. Black Bull did not die. Being able to relieve once a month was quite good, the survival rate of teammates would also increase. On the night of the 4th, Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina left in a carriage late at night. The Black Guerrilla Squadron was dispatched for reconnaissance. The difference was, this time, YK knew many things in advance. The Earth and Stone Dragon charged forth, splitting the Black Guerrilla Squadron. The Fox Squad and White Ram Squad were isolated on one side, the Black Guerrilla Squadron leader and Leaf Monkey Squad on the other. White Ram exhausted himself with 3 rotations, plus the life of one squad member, finally buying Fox one chance to strike. YK still used the cloud-style sword technique, striking the Iwa Ninjonan's throat. The Iwa Ninjonan turned into mud, having used the earth clone. Everything proceeded very smoothly, exactly the same. YK strained to arch his back, half-turning, using his exceptional reaction speed to dodge the Iwa Ninjonan's kunao. The Iwa Ninjonan was very surprised, this Konoha Anbu was quite skilled. However, an earth-style rising spear shot up from behind, piercing through YK's lower back. 2 more Anbu members fearlessly charged at the Iwa Ninjonan. Hearing the sound of air tearing behind him, the Iwa Ninjonan quickly turned to deal with them. At that moment, Fox, who should have been dead, went limp and turned into mud. His real self emerged from the soil behind the Iwa Ninjonan, thrusting his blade into the Jonan's lower back. The Iwa Ninjonan was in the midst of forming hand seals, his eyes wide with shock and fear. What was going on? When he turned his head, he saw the mud on the earth-style rising spear and the Konoha Anbu member wearing the fox mask. This Anbu actually mastered an A-rank jutsu like the earth clone? Since when was Konoha's earth release this strong? Even in Uegakuer, the earth clone was a rare substitution technique, difficult to master and extremely hard to obtain. YK succeeded with one strike. Just as he wanted to press his advantage, he saw the Iwa Ninjonan finish his hand seals. Earth-style rising spears burst from the ground one after another. If YK delayed for even one more second, he would be turned into a pincushion. Without hesitation, YK formed half of the boar seal with one hand, and his real body swapped places with the soil beneath his feet once again. After submerging into the earth, YK traveled underground. He had completed his task exceptionally well, severely wounding the Iwa Ninjonan. When he emerged from the earth again, he saw that aside from White Ram and Purple Cat supporting each other, everyone else had died amidst the dense forest of Earth-style rising spears. 5 Earth-style rising spears shot towards Purple Cat and White Ram from different directions. Terrified looks filled their eyes behind their masks. The Byakugan was already as frightening as pathological cataracts, now filled with terror, it was even more chilling. Purple Cat felt sorrowful in her heart, she was going to die after all. Back when advisor Danzo came to the clan, demanding the Yamanaka clan provide personnel for Anbu service. The village leadership and the various clan heads all knew about the Anbu's staggering casualty rate. They didn't know exactly what missions the Anbu carried out, only that Chnin sent their died in batches. Yamanaka Ruri, as the eldest sister among the Yamanaka youth of her generation, stepped forward voluntarily, willing to enter the Anbu for the clan. Her mother cried until her eyes were red. After her father sacrificed himself for the village, her mother raised her and her younger sister. For her sister's sake, Yamanaka Ruri also had to volunteer for the Anbu. She never expected that less than half a year after joining the Anbu, she would die on a mission. The Iwa Ninjonan was too strong, unleashing jutsu one after another, his chakra seemingly endless. Even with a ninjato stabbed into his abdomen, he could still kill her and White Ram. Just when Purple Cat was at her most desperate, Captain Fox arrived in time. Fox's back made Purple Cat feel like crying. Were they not going to die? YK thought, White Ram's Byakugan is crucial, he's the squadron's important reconnaissance ninja. With the Byakugan in the squadron, we can detect enemies early, greatly increasing survival rates. White ram cannot die. Water release, water formation wall. A wall of water encircled purple cat and white ram, smashing through the earth-style rising spears. YK raised an eyebrow slightly. The strength of the earth-style rising spears had weakened, proving that the IWA Ninjonin had weakened significantly after being stabbed. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 52, Chapter 52, It was Noki. The earth-style rising spears had weakened. There was a chance, they could fight. Using the water formation wall to block the line of sight, YK formed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique. The IWA Ninjonin now knew the fox Anbu had the ability to travel underground. Using the fish in earth reflection technique again would be less effective. Therefore, YK prepared to assault forcefully, coordinated with his shadow clone. The water formation wall fell, and two YKs charged out, one on the left, one on the right. One leaped high, bringing his ninjato down in a fierce slash. The other moved in an arc, attacking the IWA Ninjonin's side with a horizontal slash. The IWA Ninjonin glanced up and down, deciding the one recklessly jumping in the air was a shadow clone feint, while the one approaching on the ground was the real body. The fox Anbu mastered the earth clone, a roguelike substitution technique that required contact with the ground to perform. The fox Anbu wouldn't give up the high fault tolerance advantage of the earth clone. The IWA Ninjonin kept watching the fox Anbu's feet, trying to catch the signs of the earth clone being cast. Earth-style rising spears shot forth again. This time, their speed was noticeably much slower. The IWA Ninjonin was severely wounded in the abdomen, his spleen ruptured. Holding on until now, he was at the end of his strength. YK's reaction speed was fast. He nimbly dodged several earth-style rising spears and closed in on the IWA Ninjonin's side. A horizontal slash with the ninjato. The IWA Ninjonin had encountered the cloud-style sword technique before when fighting Kumonin. He was wary of the fox Anbu changing his move. When blocking with his armored vambrace, he positioned it slightly high, ready to protect his throat at any moment. However, the fox Anbu's blade didn't change direction, heading straight for the IWA Ninjonin's waist. The IWA Ninjonin thought, this fox Anbu is truly cunning, mixing truth and falsehood, hard to predict. He moved his arm down. The ninjato struck the vambrace with a loud clang, sparking metal sparks. Wrong. The IWA Ninjonin suddenly realized the force transmitted through his arm felt wrong, too weak. How could a taijutsu specialized Anbu have only this much strength? Could it be that the fox Anbu had given up the powerful A-rank earth release, earth clone and was the one jumping down from the air? The ninjato came down in a slash. Before the IWA Ninjonin's other armored arm could block, it struck him between the eyebrows. Die. Two Anbu squads, at the cost of 5 lives, had taken down one IWA Ninjonin. To be precise, it was 6 lives, as YK had already died once. Did YK's life not count? The fight over, YK panted heavily, quickly backing away, afraid the IWA Ninjonin might have some last-ditch, mutually destructive jutsu. Only when the IWA Ninjonin fell to the ground with a heavy thud did YK relax. He immediately turned and ordered. White Ram! Don't rush to find the Black Guerrilla Squadron leader yet. Use your Byakugan to find the enemy's main force. The large force that broke through the border must be nearby. White Ram, wounded in the abdomen by an earth-style rising spear and bleeding, quickly activated his Byakugan, searching the surroundings. Soon, a look of terror appeared on his face. Fox. The third Tsuchikage, Noki. He's leading at least 300 IWA Nin. At least 6 elite Jonin. One of them has a chakra level comparable to the Tsuchikage's. They're 2 kilometers away. 10 o'clock direction. Hearing this, YK's mind was shaken. This was bad. The Anbu secretly leaking the news of Uzumaki Mito's funeral had actually attracted the third Tsuchikage himself. YK hurried to find the Black Gorilla Squadron leader. He discovered the Leaf Monkey squad had been wiped out, and the Black Gorilla Squadron leader was lying on the ground, one leg broken by an earth jutsu, bent at a terrible obtuse angle, twisted outward. Not bothering to set the broken leg, YK helped the Black Gorilla Squadron leader up. Bone fragments were deeply embedded in the flesh, causing Black Gorilla to tremble in pain. Even so, Black Gorilla felt happy inside. He had thought that the Fox and White Ram squads, encountering another IWA Ninjonin, were surely dead. He never expected Fox not only to be alive and kicking but also able to come rescue him. Fox, whom he had focused on cultivating, had helped him tremendously several times now. Squadron leader. White Ram saw the third Tsuchikage, Noki. Black Gorilla's heart tightened. It was the third Tsuchikage who had come? He immediately made a judgment, moving his arm off Fox's shoulder and standing on one leg. Fox. You and Purple Cat are uninjured. Don't worry about anything else. Return to Lord Danzo immediately and report the important intelligence we've discovered. YK looked at the wounded squadron leader Black Gorilla and White Ram, then nodded. Compared to the intelligence, Black Gorilla and White Ram's lives were insignificant. Tonight's battle concerned the Nine Tails Transfer Seal, one of the village's foundations. After placing Black Gorilla and White Ram together, YK and Purple Cat quickly headed towards Ushiga Mountain. He hoped the two could survive. Black Gorilla had treated YK well, and YK was willing to remain an obscure Anbu member under his command. If Black Gorilla survived, YK could easily explain where he obtained the A-rank Earth Clone Jutsu. With a different squadron leader, it would be harder to fool them. After running over 20 kilometers, they finally saw Ushiga Mountain. At the foot of Ushiga Mountain was a deep valley, its entrance guarded by Anbu ninja. Emergency intelligence. The guarding Anbu, hearing it was emergency intelligence, did not block them, watching as YK and Purple Cat entered the valley at full speed. Danzo, seeing from afar Anbu members leaping through the trees, rushing towards him at top speed instead of moving quietly on the ground, slowly stood up from the tree stump. This indicated the intelligence was urgent, not a half second could be wasted. Arriving near Danzo, YK first located the Yellow Dog Battalion commander with his eyes. The Yellow Dog Battalion commander signaled that reporting to him first wasn't necessary and directly brought Fox to Danzo's side. Lord Danzo. We've discovered over 300 IWA Nin. The leader is the third Tsuchikage, Noki. 9 o'clock direction, 20 kilometers away from here, 15 minutes ago. Danzo's face, stiff from years of expressionlessness, showed a surprised look. It was Noki? Flight capability, the top-tier dust release Kakiaita of the shinobi world, cunning, tenacious, extremely difficult to deal with. YK watched Danzo carefully, wondering if Danzo regretted actively informing spies about Uzumaki Mito's death date. They had really screwed up this time. He hoped his own life wouldn't be the price for Danzo's ambition. Danzo disappeared from the rear of the valley using the body flicker technique. Not long after, the third Hokage, Senjuro Noki, Tsunade, Kato Dan, and others all left the valley and came to the front. The third Hokage saw YK and waved him over. Fox, report on what your squadron encountered. The third Hokage remembered Fox's name. Fox had appeared in Anbu reports several times, had a high mission success rate, and his strength was steadily growing, becoming a core member of the Anbu. Both the Yellow Dog Battalion commander and the Black Gorilla Squadron leader valued Fox highly. YK briefly described their encounter, focusing mainly on what White Ram observed with his Byakugan. Hokage-sama, the third Tsuchikage is leading the team, 5 ninja battalions, 300 IWA Nin. White Ram said there are at least 6 elite Jonin at the front of the enemy formation, one of whom has a chakra level comparable to the Tsuchikage's. The enemy's peripheral scout squads are all led by Jonin. They are moving fast, and even the weaker ninja at the rear aren't slow, indicating they have just rested and can engage in battle at any time. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "You've done well." Yellow Dog led Fox and Purple Cat to step back, and the several higher UPS began formulating tactics. YK looked at the shape of the moon, feeling somewhat melancholy. The moon was still in its waning phase. He had already died once this full moon cycle. What should he do in the upcoming major battle? Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Kato Dan's life or death doesn't matter. Orders were relayed one after another. Hearing his own assignment, YK breathed a long sigh of relief. The Yellow Dog Battalion had lost 2 squadrons, greatly reducing its strength. Therefore, the higher UPS assigned the Yellow Dog Battalion to guard Kato Dan. Not being directly on the front lines was excellent news. Within the body of Ushiga Mountain was a pre-dug cave. Kato Dan, 2 Senju ninja, and Yellow Dog entered the cave. YK and Purple Cat were responsible for guarding the cave entrance. Outside the entrance, 1 Anbu squad was positioned on each side, while the Yellow Dog Battalion commander provided close protection for Kato Dan. When Kato Dan used the spirit transformation technique, his own body couldn't move. The higher UPS believed that Kato Dan using the forbidden jutsu without restraint was more useful than having a veteran Anbu Jonin like Yellow Dog join the battle. No wonder Kato Dan was qualified to compete for the position of 4th Hokage, his strength and prestige were actually this high. A fragrant breeze wafted in. Tsunade entered the cave, inspecting Kato Dan's guard detail. Tsunade had concocted a herbal perfume, the floral scent was pleasant to the senses. Searching his memories, YK recalled that Tsunade was 4 years older than his original self. The original had seen Tsunade at the Ninja Academy. Back then, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, wasn't dead yet, and Tsunade was truly the favored daughter of heaven. Passing by YK, Tsunade stopped and said, "Fox, is it? Your intelligence was very timely." YK replied, "It was my duty, Princess Tsunade." Tsunade wasn't a shy person, wearing loose, low-cut clothing that showcased her spectacular bosom. Nodding at Fox, Tsunade continued further into the cave. When Granduncle Tobirama was around, the Anbu were equivalent to his arms. Tsunade had always maintained a sense of closeness with the Anbu. Unfortunately, after the Anbu passed into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, they changed. Danzo was now Sarutobi Hiruzen's enforcer, directing the Anbu to do the dirty work. Even if the village's ninja had complaints, Sarutobi Hiruzen would step in as the arbitrator. Hearing today that only 2 members returned from an Anbu squadron, bringing back critical intelligence, made Tsunade feel that the Anbu still retained some of her granduncle's legacy. Watching Tsunade and Kato Dan talking inside the cave entrance, YK felt some sympathy for the two. Kato Dan should be dying soon, right? Noeki and Kato Dan died one after the other during the Second Great Shinobi War. After Tsunade left, YK picked up his binoculars and looked into the distance. In the night sky, a small black dot appeared. The dot grew closer, revealing a dwarf-like human figure. The person wore the Tsuchikage's hat. It was Noki. The battle reached its peak the moment it erupted. Noki directly used dust release. A brilliant light appeared in his hands. The dust release barrier expanded sharply, and a beam shot straight towards the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not only that, a red chakra appeared from the Iwanin direction. The steam ninja Han didn't probe, he entered the tailed beast chakra mode directly, manifesting 3 tails. Having penetrated deep into the land of fire, the Iwanin had to fight quickly. If a large number of Konoha ninja arrived, even Noki would suffer greatly. Facing the fierce Iwanin assault, the Konoha side responded swiftly. Sarutobi Hiruzen nimbly dodged the dust release, summoned Inma, and wielded the adamantine staff. The staff elongated, smashing towards Noki in the air. Han, with 3 tails, began gathering a tailed beast bomb in front of him. At that moment, a Jonin behind him suddenly moved. This Jonin lunged at Han, pulling out an explosive tag, actually intending to die together with Han. It's Konoha's spirit transformation technique. An elite Jonin used an earth release to intercept the controlled Jonin. The explosion caused chaos among the Iwanin. The elite Jonin immediately said, "I'll take people to find Kato Dan." Kato Dan's direct combat ability might be inferior to Sarutobi Hiruzen's 3 disciples, but his deterrent power on the battlefield was higher. His name gave all enemy village commanders headaches. Whenever the spirit transformation technique appeared, their own side would inevitably fall into chaos. Few sensory techniques could detect souls, so the spirit transformation technique couldn't be resisted head-on. The only way was to find Kato Dan's real body. YK looked up at the faint barrier light on the cave walls, wondering if these barriers could block Iwanin reconnaissance. The elite Jonin, taking 2 squads of sensory ninja, broke away from the main Iwanin force, flanking to the side, focusing on finding Kato Dan. Although he didn't have to go to the front lines, YK couldn't escape a fight. While observing the Iwanin movements, YK asked Purple Cat beside him. "Purple Cat, the Yamanaka secret techniques can control others, and Kato Dan's spirit transformation technique can also control others. Are these 2 techniques somehow related?" Purple Cat said. "Yes. Both the Yamanaka secret techniques and the spirit transformation technique are yin-release secret techniques specializing in mental control. The spirit transformation technique is a forbidden jutsu, and its range is much greater than the Yamanaka techniques. The Yamanaka clan doesn't know exactly why the spirit transformation technique is so powerful. It's a secret technique of the Senju clan, passed down within the Senju clan and its affiliated minor clans. The Senju and Uchiha clans opposed each other for hundreds of years during the Warring States period. The Senju clan united many affiliated clans to deal with the Uchiha clan. For example, the Anbu clan, whose genjutsu rivaled the Uchihas, and the Kato clan, which inherited the spirit transformation technique. These minor clans received focused attacks from the Uchiha clan and remained small in scale. YK thought, the proud Uchiha clan didn't understand how to unite the power of others. The Senju clan had the Uzumaki clan as in-laws, plus minor secret technique clans like the Anbu and Kato as support, growing stronger and stronger through the fights. The distant great battle became noisy background noise. Outside the cave, it was peaceful. YK formed the hand seals for the earth release, fish in earth reflection technique and pressed his hand against the ground. The ground rippled like water. Chakra propagated underground, searching for any possible Iwanin below. Skilled Iwanin were like rats, constantly burrowing into the earth, making full use of ground combat. After searching for a few minutes, YK suddenly looked up. 2 o'clock direction. 80 meters away. 2 Iwanin are traveling underground. Hearing this, Yellow Dog immediately shouted, "Be on alert." He would not leave Kato Dan's side. One of the Anbu squads outside the cave had already charged in the direction YK indicated. Cold sweat seeped from YK's forehead. What he detected earlier might not necessarily be just 2 people. There was another blurry figure underground, he wasn't sure where. He couldn't pinpoint it accurately. Either his sensing was wrong, or the other party's strength far exceeded his own. Winning or losing the battlefield battle didn't matter. Kato Dan's life or death didn't matter. His own life was the most important. If they encountered an elite Jonin now, even if Purple Cat died 10 times over, she couldn't help YK defeat an elite Jonin. Black Bull and Antelope were both dead. Purple Cat was his only subordinate left, he should cherish her. He couldn't stay here. They were exposed. Being near Kato Dan was too dangerous. YK shouted, a large number of enemies spotted at 2 o'clock. 1 squad is no match for them. Battalion Commander, I request permission to reinforce them. Yellow Dog said. Go. Hurry. The position is exposed. Everyone else must buy more time for Kato Dan. YK and Purple Cat charged towards the 2 o'clock direction. An abnormal chakra fluctuation came from underground. The elite Jonin didn't engage with YK and infiltrated the cave. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 54, Chapter 54 Trap. A terrifying explosion erupted from the cave behind. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog was a fire-release Jonin. An explosion of this scale likely meant he had made his move. YK didn't know fire release, and he wasn't sure if fire release required oxygen to burn. If it did, wouldn't the people inside the cave suffocate? In fires, over 90% of victims died from poisoning and suffocation, with fewer actually being burned to death. YK quickly distanced himself from the cave. He had already given Battalion Commander Yellow Dog an advance warning, doing all he could. If the sky fell now, the taller ones would have to step up and hold it. The 2 IWANIN traveling underground were dealt with by the Anbu squad, but 2 more IWANIN squads emerged from the forest ahead. YK created a shadow clone to stand guard in front of Purple Cat. This clone would provide protection for Purple Cat, who absolutely had to seize the chance to use the mind-body switch technique. With only 2 members left in the squad, every single one was crucial. The situation was critical, and there was no time to worry about whether Purple Cat's identity as a member of the Yamanaka clan would be exposed. YK drew his sword and charged towards the IWANIN. Over a dozen kunao came whistling through the air. YK raised his ninja sword, deflecting them with several swift strikes. The IWANIN squad leader opposite him was shocked. This Fox Anbu's basic skills were incredibly solid, his reaction speed was not that of an ordinary Anbu. 2 IWANIN moved to intercept him, while the IWANIN squad leader stayed back, forming hand signs to prepare a ninjutsu. The ninja sword danced and spun in the darkness. Using cloud-style sword technique, YK decisively struck the IWANIN on his left, quickly killing him. The other IWANIN precisely seized the moment YK's sword was extended, thrusting his kunao towards YK's side. YK's blade hadn't yet been retracted. The ninja Noki brought were all highly capable. YK could probably counter-kill the IWANIN on his side even if it meant taking an injury himself. At that critical moment, the IWANIN's movements suddenly froze. Purple Cat collapsed. She had successfully taken control of this IWANIN. YK seized the opportunity, his ninja sword cutting down the controlled IWANIN. Just then, the IWANIN squad leader's ninjutsu arrived. Hundreds of rock fragments, like bullets, came whistling towards him. YK had already prepared the single-hand seal for the earth clone. The rocks struck YK, but made a sound as if hitting mud. Thud. 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 YK's body turned into mud, splattering everywhere under the impact of the stones. The IWANIN squad leader was shocked once more. Why did a Konoha ninja know such a high-level earth release technique from Iwagakuer? He didn't even know the A-rank earth clone technique. Instinctively, the IWANIN squad leader jumped into the air. After earth clone, the next move was often an underground sneak attack, a common tactic used by many IWANIN jonin. Sure enough, a kunao shot out from beneath his feet. The IWANIN squad leader felt relieved at his quick reaction, having dodged the Fox Anbu's ambush. However, it was only as the kunao flew past his eyes that he noticed an explosive tag wrapped around its handle. Boom! After the explosion, the IWANIN squad leader was sent flying. YK drew a kunao from his tool pouch and threw it accurately from a distance towards the squad leader. The kunao pierced the IWANIN squad leader's throat. The execution was complete. After dealing with one squad, YK returned to Purple Cat's side. His sword was very fast. He wondered if Purple Cat's spirit had returned in time, hoping she wasn't accidentally injured by his blade. Seeing that Purple Cat was fine, he jumped up into a tree and looked towards the distant main battlefield. The adamantine staff, dust release, wind release, earth release, fire release, the entire battlefield was in chaos. However, none of these was the most eye-catching sight. YK saw a person. In the valley, Uzumaki Mito slowly walked out. Unaided. At this moment, Uzumaki Mito bore no resemblance to her frail, elderly self. She reached the outside of the valley and clasped her hands together. Her chakra boiled over, rapidly condensing into a physical form. An ominous aura permeated the foot of Ushiga mountain. The air felt cold, yet a murderous restlessness rose in their hearts. This was the Nine Tails chakra. The chakra surrounding Uzumaki Mito surged, slowly forming into a ferocious demon fox head. More and more chakra poured out, manifesting as an increasing amount of the Nine Tails power. A complete, translucent Nine Tails appeared within the valley. Chains coiled around the translucent Nine Tails body, and its shoulders, waist, hips, and other key joints were pierced through by iron chains. This was a special tailed beast cloak form never seen in the original story. Only the top-tier sealing masters of the Uzumaki clan could utilize the Nine Tails in such a way, using the adamantine sealing chains. The Nine Tails lifted its head, and a tailed beast ball rapidly formed in front of its gaping maw. Nokia's miserable cry echoed through the night sky. It's a trap. Uzumaki Mito is nowhere near death. Seeing Uzumaki Mito's powerful display, YK finally understood. Today was never the day for the Nine Tails transfer. Tonight was a feast prepared by Konoha for its enemies. There weren't many forces with the power to interfere in Konoha's Nine Tails transfer, and Iwagakure was one of the strongest among them. Releasing false information was bound to lure the enemy in. This was the best chance to weaken Konoha, and the powerful Iwagakure absolutely couldn't resist such temptation. Lure Iwagakure in, then let them witness the power of the strongest tailed beast. Han, the Five Tails Jinkraki who had released 3 tails, was no match for the 9 tails at all. Han's tailed beast ball was only the size of a fist, while the 9 tails tailed beast ball was dozens of meters across, like a small hill. The difference was too vast. Iwagakure's sealing techniques were practically garbage, a world apart from the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. Over the decades, Uzumaki Mito had long been close to a perfect Jinkraki, having developed her own methods for utilizing the Nine Tails power. Not many Konoha shinobi had been deployed this time. This now showed the advantage of having fewer people, as the Konoha forces desperately fled backward. The Iwanin didn't give up, erecting multiple Earth-style wall barriers. But against the Nine Tails' massive tailed beast ball, those Earth-release defenses were as flimsy as a stack of old playing cards. YK looked down and shouted at Purple Cat, "Run! Run now!" Not daring to look back, YK sprinted at full speed. He channeled chakra into his legs, pushing his taijutsu and body flicker technique to their limits. Purple Cat also knew the body flicker technique and wasn't slow either. They had only run for a few dozen seconds when a terrifying explosion suddenly erupted behind them. YK quickly tackled Purple Cat to the ground, both of them pressing themselves tightly against the earth. The shockwave easily shredded the tree canopy. The trunks tilted at a 45-degree angle, almost falling over. They were already a kilometer away from the blast, yet it still had such force. The Iwanin at the center of the explosion must have suffered terribly. Maybe 10 seconds, maybe 15, the shockwave finally subsided. YK climbed to his feet, immediately pulling out a telescope, jumping onto a tilted tree trunk, and looking back towards where the Iwanin had been. Where the Iwanin had been, only a massive crater remained. Hovering above the crater was a figure. Noki had used his flight ability to evade the Nine Tails tailed beast ball attack. He was carrying another person in his hand, the unconscious Jinkraki, Han. As for the ground below, it was a barren wasteland, stripped bare to the color of soil, devoid of any grass or a single human figure. Shimura Danzo. I will definitely kill you. It seemed Noki believed the Konoha Anbu, specifically Danzo, had orchestrated this trap. Espionage and counter-espionage, intelligence and disinformation, these were all part of the Anbu's work. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. The feeling of promotion is truly wonderful. After the battle ended, YK immediately went to find Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog and Kato Dan were both covered in dirt, and at their feet lay the corpse of an Iwanin elite jonin. YK sighed inwardly. As expected of Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, one of the 6 Anbu battalion commanders, his strength was formidable. Seeing Fox approach, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog excused himself from Kato Dan and led Fox to a more distant spot, saying, "Fox, village reinforcements will arrive shortly. You, Purple Cat, and the other members of the battalion are to remove your masks and pose as regular shinobi to spread the word of Lord Danzo's heroic deeds." Anbu Chief Danzo laid this trap for Iwagakure over 6 months, using Uzumaki Mito's old age as a pretext and the Uzumaki princess's arrival in Konoha as bait. In this battle, we killed 6 elite jonin, over 30 jonin, and more than 300 jonin from Iwagakure. Lord Danzo, Konoha's darkness of the shinobi, is the hero of the war in the land of grass. YK was taken aback, thinking how shameless this was. "Understood, Captain. I'll go arrange it immediately." YK then asked, "Captain, Squadron Leader Black Gorilla and White Ram are injured. I don't know if they managed to hide successfully. After completing the propaganda task for Lord Danzo, can we go rescue the squadron leader and the others? Complete the propaganda mission first. Afterward, I'll assign a Hyga shinobi to you." "Okay." After YK and Purple Cat relayed the battalion commander's orders, they removed their masks, put on their forehead protectors, and disguised themselves as ordinary shinobi. About half an hour later, many shinobi indeed arrived from the direction of the village. The heads of various major clans, along with famous jonin, and others. YK and Yamanaka-ruri mingled with the crowd, spreading rumors. "Did you know? Iwagakure lost 6 elite jonin. All killed by Lord Danzo. Lord Danzo laid his plans for half a year, springing the trap tonight. He took out over 300 jonin. How many jonin even appear in a single jonin exam? Can Noki even remain such a kage? He's too foolish, completely played by Lord Danzo. He actually ventured deep into the land of fire, asking to get beaten up. The darkness of the shinobi, truly worthy of Lord Danzo. Rather than waiting for other forces to cause trouble when Uzumaki Mito passes away, it's better to force the issue early and teach them a lesson." After spreading the rumors, YK asked Purple Cat for a water canteen and drank deeply. It felt a bit nauseating, praising Danzo like that. YK suddenly thought of Kai. Perhaps Kai's spy identity had been exposed long ago, and the Anbu kept her around precisely to feed false intelligence to Iwagakure. If Kai were exposed, wouldn't that make him seem suspicious as well? No, he absolutely had to rescue Squadron Leader Black Gorilla and find a way for the Squadron Leader to clear his suspicions. YK stood by the valley, watching Sarutobi Hiruzen, Senju Rinoki and other high-ranking officials depart amidst the cheers of the support shinobi. As the bustling crowd dispersed, YK waited for the assigned Hyga shinobi. Finally, they could go search for Squadron Leader Black Gorilla. After searching for most of the night, the Hyga shinobi detected 2 people hiding inside a hollow of a large tree. YK jumped up into the tree, rhythmically tapping on the trunk to signal to those inside that they were allies and to avoid friendly fire. Once a coded knock came from inside the hollow, YK jumped down and cleared away the bush camouflage covering the entrance. "Squadron Leader Black Gorilla. Are you okay?" Hearing Fox's voice, a trace of color finally returned to Black Gorilla's pale face. "Good, good. Fox, did we win?" "We won, a massive victory. YK hurriedly went to check on the two. Black Gorilla's leg was broken, a comminuted fracture. Bone fragments had damaged blood vessels, causing the leg to bend outwards grotesquely, swell severely. If not treated promptly, amputation was highly likely. Squadron leader Black Gorilla had already lost his left arm. If he lost his right leg too, he would be forced to retire on the spot. White Ram's condition was also critical, stabbed through the lower abdomen, with internal organs even visible. Only a shinobi's unique physique could explain surviving such injuries this long. Squadron leader Black Gorilla had performed basic first aid on White Ram, barely keeping him alive. "Let's go. We need to get back to the village, to Konoha Hospital. Princess Tsunade happens to be in the village right now, you'll be fine." Black Gorilla was deeply moved. Among his squadron leaders, Fox had served under him the longest, performed excellently, and always completed missions. Moreover, Fox had now saved him twice, once in the capital of the Land of Waves, and once here. He was truly a lucky star. After delivering Black Gorilla and White Ram to Konoha Hospital, YK saw several medical nin enter the ward. Leading them was Tsunade herself. Tsunade first examined the unconscious White Ram and immediately made a diagnosis: ruptured intestines, infection. Human intestines are long, we'll remove a section. The medical nurse behind her promptly recorded the treatment plan and wheeled White Ram away to the operating room. Tsunade then examined Black Gorilla, this time taking much longer. Tricky. Amputation carries no life-threatening risk, and he could be discharged quickly. If he wants to retain his combat capability, a major operation on the leg is necessary. The shattered bone damaged blood vessels, muscles, and nerves. The success rate isn't high, and post-operative recovery will be very long. If luck isn't on his side, amputation might still be needed later. Tsunade turned to look at the Anbu member by the wall, recognizing the familiar fox mask. "It's you?" "I was about to ask the family which option they prefer." But Black Gorilla said, "Princess Tsunade, I choose the surgical option. I must stand again and regain my fighting strength." Tsunade closed her chart and said, "Take him away, surgery now." Soon, the ward was empty. About 10 minutes later, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog entered the ward and asked, "Where's Black Gorilla?" "In the operating room." "Surgery? So there's a chance he can recover." "That's what Princess Tsunade said." Battalion Commander Yellow Dog went directly to the operating room. After a while, the battalion commander returned and said, "The Black Gorilla Squadron now only has 4 members. Black Gorilla himself is undergoing surgery, and he recommended that you temporarily assume the role of squadron leader. Depending on Black Gorilla's recovery, if he doesn't recover well, you will be formally promoted to squadron leader. There's a lot of Anbu work lately. Get the Black Gorilla Squadron operational again as soon as possible. Return to the Anbu headquarters now and familiarize yourself with all the tasks currently held by the Black Gorilla Squadron as quickly as possible." The battalion commander's assistant was outside the door and escorted YK back to the Anbu headquarters, transferring the authority of acting squadron leader to him. He was promoted. YK first went to the Anbu records room and found all the personnel files for the Black Gorilla Squadron. Squadron leader Black Gorilla was a shinobi from the Akimichi clan, Purple Cat was from the Yamanaka clan. These were things YK already knew. He saw his own record. After joining the Anbu, he had carried out missions successively in the Brown Bear Squadron and the Black Gorilla Squadron. He suddenly noticed that in Squadron leader Brown Bear's file, it stated he had been active in the Land of Grass for a long time and had interrogated many IWA nin. YK had an idea. His Earth release, Earth clone could be claimed to have been obtained from Squadron leader Brown Bear. Squadron leader Brown Bear had died long ago in the Land of Whirlpools, so no one could verify it. If an Anbu member had certain abilities or suddenly mastered new ones, they would be investigated for potential connections to enemy villages. He found his own file and added an entry stating he had received an Earth release scroll from Squadron Leader Brown Bear and spent several months mastering the Earth release, Earth clone technique. As for why Squadron Leader Brown Bear was so good to Fox? Just look at Squadron Leader Black Gorilla, he treated Fox even better. The feeling of promotion was truly wonderful, his autonomy had increased further. If he became an Anbu battalion commander, wouldn't he be able to do as he pleased? If he became the Anbu chief, he would be a major figure capable of influencing the shinobi world. If Danzo could be the darkness of the shinobi, why couldn't he, YK? Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, so this is a shinobi? YK then looked up the mission records for the Black Gorilla Squadron. The tasks still in progress included monitoring the Uzumaki Princess, investigating the Uegakure spy network, and a few others YK hadn't participated in. He immediately saw a familiar name, Kage. Kage's spy identity was indeed suspected by the Anbu. However, for the sake of this trap, suspected spies like Kage, who posed relatively minor harm, had been left alone and not purged. In the investigation record concerning Kage, his own name was also mentioned. The Leaf Monkey Squad had been responsible for monitoring Kage and discovered YK appearing at Kage's shop. Leaf Monkey believed Fox's behavior was suspicious. Black Gorilla, however, had written a comment below. Fox had suspected Kage's identity during a previous mission and might be continuing a covert investigation. Later, YK led Squadron Leader Black Gorilla to find a Kumonin spy in Kage's shop, and then followed that spy to recover the kidnapped Uzumaki Princess. At the end of the investigation scroll was the Black Gorilla Squadron Leader's conclusion: Fox is not a problem, no need for suspicion. If Fox were really a spy, what target could be more valuable than the Uzumaki Princess? So that was it. Through a series of coincidences and twists, the Anbu had actually done all this. YK summoned Purple Cat and sent her to route to request personnel to replenish the Fox Squad and the Black Gorilla Squadron. After Purple Cat went to route to select new members, YK left the Anbu base and headed for Kage's Tsurugetsu Izakaya. The Tsurugetsu Izakaya had a closed sign hanging today. YK thought to himself, this foolish woman with her ample chest and no brains, closing at a time like this, wasn't that just telling the Anbu she had a problem? She was just lucky that the Black Gorilla Squadron was temporarily non-functional and the Leaf Monkey Squad was wiped out, otherwise, Kage would be in an Anbu interrogation room tonight. Open up. A woman's voice came from inside. Sorry. We're closed tonight. It's me. Sounds of chairs and tables being moved came from inside. The door opened, and YK saw Kage, her clothes covered in wrinkles. Her eyes held a desperate fear, like a frightened kitten. Closed is good. Tonight, you'll serve only me. YK walked inside on his own. After closing the door, Kage hurried after YK and asked cautiously, what mission were you on these past few days? Why didn't you come find me? She thought to herself, Uegakure suffered such a heavy blow at Ushiga Mountain, not far from Konoha. Everyone in Konoha village is celebrating. Her life as a spy was probably over. She was going to die. Neither Konoha nor Uegakure would have a place for her. Were you on the mission to attack the Iwanin at Ushiga Mountain? Hearing Kage's words, YK turned around and looked down at her. Kage showed a moment of initial panic, then stubbornly raised her head to meet YK's gaze. YK inwardly sighed. It was a pity, Kage already had a death wish. Of course not. How could someone of my strength participate in a mission like that? Uegakure lost 6 elite jonin, over 30 jonin, and more than 300 chnin. It's truly hardening. After YK finished speaking, he saw Kage's chest heaving uncontrollably. Her mouth quivered, already on the verge of collapse. YK said, get me a bottle of sake. No matter what happens tomorrow, we should enjoy tonight, don't you think? No matter what happens tomorrow. Kage swallowed with difficulty, finally saying, yes, no matter what happens tomorrow, that's a problem for tomorrow. Kage pounced on him, pushing YK down onto the sofa. On the sofa, the table, the counter, every time YK tried to take the lead, Kage would resist fiercely and end up on top. Kage was like a mad woman, venting all her pressure. YK couldn't resist, and finally relaxed and enjoyed it. Kage's waist was very firm, without a trace of excess fat, like a sculpture. YK suddenly remembered that during his previous prize draw, one option was Constitution, giant rock body. Perhaps the training methods of Iwanin resulted in exceptionally firm bodies. That was the village that would eventually produce a female Tsuchikage. Kage's legs were similarly straight and shapely, full of strength. After the passion, YK secretly picked up a dinner knife, his heart full of conflict. To eliminate any danger or suspicion towards himself, he should mercilessly eliminate Kage right now. Kage lay on YK's chest, unaware of his inner turmoil. She murmured, if only I could just stay with you, how wonderful that would be. YK gently put down the dinner knife, wrapped his arms around Kage's smooth back, and pressed her deeply against his chest. He didn't know how much time had passed before YK fell into a deep sleep. Kage got up, cleaned YK's body, and covered him with his clothes. She took one last look at YK on the counter, withdrew her lingering gaze, turned and left through the back door of the izakaya. Everything related to Konoha was over. Inside the izakaya, YK's eyes suddenly opened. Kage left the izakaya and came to a park in the southern district of the village. It was less of a park and more of a large green space. The trees here were lush, and once inside in the darkness, people outside couldn't see anything. Kage painstakingly searched the base of every large tree for Iwagakure signals. After searching for an hour, Kage found the signal and waited under the indicated large tree. Before long, a person crawled out from the bushes in the distance. May, is that you? Kage's younger sister slowly climbed to her feet. Sister, your mission is finally over. Come back to the village with me. But there was no trace of joy on Kage's face. The intelligence she passed led to the village's great defeat. Uzumaki Mito showed no signs of decline and still possessed formidable combat power. Kage knew her village. Even if she returned, she would face the terrifying interrogation of Iwagakure's Anbu. However, for the sake of her sister's future in the village, Kage had to go back. Okay, little sister, let's go back. May rushed forward and hugged Kage tightly. In the dense woods of Konoha's park, a pair of sisters from Iwagakure offered each other support and strength. A kunai stabbed into Kage's abdomen. Kage looked at May in horror, her eyes filled with confusion and despair. Sister! You shouldn't have betrayed the village. The village has issued a kill order for you. All spies in Konoha have betrayed the village. Kage cried, May, I'm willing to go back with you. As long as I clear my name in the interrogation department, you won't be affected. May hardened her heart. Only by killing her traitorous sister herself and personally bringing back her sister's head could she dispel the village's suspicions about herself. She stepped back half a step, raised her leg, and kicked the kunai deeper into Kage's abdomen, then pulled out another kunai and stabbed it towards Kage's throat. Kage suddenly smiled. So, all her years of sacrifice had only moved her. Under the influence of Iwagakure, her sister had become a shinobi who, no matter the circumstances, only considered the village and herself. Shinobi. So this is a shinobi? The kunai pierced Kage's throat. Thwack! A large hand grabbed May's wrist. May was horrified to find the kunai had only penetrated half a centimeter into Kage's throat. Not only that, but curse marks appeared all over May's body, sealing all her joints. YK was very satisfied. Even after not using the self-cursing body binding seal for a long time, it was still so efficient. YK pinched Mei's chin, examining her. Good. The Uegakure spy discovered she looked very similar to Konoha villager Kage and used this coincidence to carry out various espionage activities. That explanation might barely pass. You can die now, Uegakure spy. Thanks to Dundalite for the support. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Safety Guaranteed. YK held the kunao upside down and thrust it downward into Mei's skull. Since he couldn't bring himself to kill Kage, then he had to be ruthless and kill her sister. In truth, YK had ample opportunity to prevent Kage from being seriously injured by her sister. But he did nothing, just waited. It was only at the last moment, when her sister was about to kill her, that he rushed out to stop the murder. If he had rashly killed Kage's sister, Kage would have hated him instead. Blood flowed from Mei's forehead, past her ears, and down her neck. Kage had wanted to raise her hand to stop him, but YK gave her no chance to intervene. Her abdomen and throat throbbed with pain. Thinking about how her sister had been determined to kill her just moments ago, Kage suddenly felt that her sister was a stranger. She had long forgotten what her sister was really like. That child from her memories, the one with two bouncing pigtails who always followed her around, had died deep within her mind. Perhaps all her efforts for her sister these past years were just for the sister she imagined in her mind. The rewards and payments for her spy work went directly to her sister, making Mei think everything was her due. Mei's corpse fell. YK pulled out the kunao, and brain matter seeped from the crack in the skull. This way, even the Yamanaka clan wouldn't be able to extract any information, and the spy investigation report could be written entirely as he saw fit. Mei's characteristics as an Iwanin were more pronounced, making it easy to fabricate a story. YK turned around and gently laid Kage down, saying in a low voice. It's over, Kage. It's all over. You've been abandoned by Uegakure. Noki attributes part of the failure to the faulty intelligence from you spies. Noki isn't some broad-minded hero, on the contrary, his dwarfism makes him somewhat paranoid. He won't change any of his decisions, nor will he admit any mistakes. Forget Uegakure, forget your sister. Stay in Konoha. I have connections high up, I can cover for you for a while. If covering up becomes impossible. YK thought to himself, if it becomes impossible, to protect myself, I'll have no choice but to come and kill you prematurely. The cruelty of the shinobi world materialized in this moment. No matter how much YK liked Kage, if forced to choose between her and himself, he would only choose himself. YK tore open the clothing around Kage's abdominal wound, exposed the injury, and began treating it while saying, "Tomorrow at noon, you must open the shop for business," acting as if nothing happened. No matter how much the abdominal wound hurts, you have to endure it. The wound on your neck is simpler, just wear a choker to hide it. Yes, a choker. Quite appealing, I like it. Kage lay on the ground, tears streaming continuously. She cried for herself, for her sister, for her own useless sacrifices, for her sister's heartlessness in trying to kill her. She also cried for all the Uegakure spies who had died around her. In the face of the village's hatred, everyone's deaths became worthless. In the end, the one who saved her was actually a stranger from Konoha. What is your name? My name. YK replied while applying medicine, trying to recall. What name did I tell you last time? Kage. Then Kage it is. Kage knew YK wouldn't tell her the truth, so she didn't press further. Who asked her to be a spy? If one person in Konoha was willing to protect her and let her live, she was already satisfied. Kage stared blankly at the night sky visible through the gaps in the tree canopy and said, "Tell me, why must there be mutual killing? Why must there be war? Why must there be enemy villages? Why must there be so much death?" YK said. In the shinobi world where strength is revered, everyone thinks they can make others bow and obey with the kunao in their hand. The problem is, too many people think that way. Every one of the 5 great shinobi villages thinks that way, and the Kage level shinobi think that way too. There is war between villages, and there are life and death internal struggles within villages. Where there are people, there is conflict. This question is too grand, Kai. You just focus on living well, it's not a question for you and me to consider. Perhaps one day, when I become the strongest shinobi in the world, I can try to reduce the killing a little. YK didn't even believe his own words, it was just to deceive the young woman. However, he was now quite interested in the position of Anbu chief. The Hokage was extremely busy, handling myriad tasks daily. The Anbu chief could mix personal agendas into their work, capable of doing many things and influencing many people. The Hokage couldn't possibly personally oversee all Anbu missions and would inevitably need the assistance of the Anbu chief. The next day, Kai opened the izakaya door promptly at noon. No one came to arrest her. It seemed as if she had truly become an ordinary villager of Konoha, running a small izakaya. This kind of life wasn't so bad. In the afternoon, someone suddenly walked in and called out, "Proprietress, get me your best steak. And a plate of braised beef." Kai was momentarily dazed. It was him. He walked in and stood at the entrance, smiling at her. At this moment, she found him even more handsome than before, heart-stirring. Kai blushed and retreated. After eating and drinking, and considering that Kai was still injured and couldn't do much at night, YK left the izakaya and went to Konoha Hospital. At Konoha Hospital, both Black Gorilla and White Ram had completed their surgeries. Black Gorilla had removed his mask, revealing a round-faced, chubby man who looked very similar to other Akimichi clansmen. Black Gorilla's wife was also from the Akimichi clan, they were probably distant relatives. Clans had strict genealogies recording the kinship of clan shinobi to avoid inbreeding. Black Gorilla said to his wife, "Please step out for a moment. I need to discuss some matters with my friend." Black Gorilla's wife didn't know he was in the Anbu. By calling YK a friend, not a subordinate, he maintained his cover. YK couldn't help but glance at Black Gorilla's wife. Her chest was substantial, even more impressive than Tsunade's. Truly worthy of the Akimichi clan, masters of the body multi-size technique. They specialized in this area, even the Senju clan would have to admit defeat here. After the room was empty, YK said, "Squadron leader, I'm temporarily acting as squadron leader, but many tasks are hard to carry out with so few people in the squadron." Black Gorilla looked at his heavily bandaged leg and said, "I can be discharged in about half a month, and I should regain combat capability in another month and a half. Princess Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is truly exquisite. My aunt said the other doctors at Konoha Hospital wouldn't have been able to save this leg. Wait for me for a month and a half. During this time, you all should rest as well. I doubt Battalion Commander Yellow Dog will assign you any major tasks. Once I'm out, I'll rebuild the Black Gorilla Squadron from scratch." YK nodded repeatedly. So, for the next month and a half, his safety was guaranteed. The thought was a little exciting. It was the 12th today, the resurrection chance for this lunar cycle was used up. If he could survive until the 14th of next month, he would use his golden finger to proactively stir up some trouble. It hadn't been easy, every month since his transmigration, he had faced life-threatening dangers. No wonder Uchiha Itachi would massacre his clan for peace. Peace was too precious, war could easily turn people into beasts. Thanks to Dundalite for the support. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Do Something. The full moon was like a silver platter, its light resembling white frost. YK had obtained a new resurrection opportunity. On the night of the full moon, he entered the Anbu base, wearing his mask as he walked through the dimly lit Anbu corridors. The flickering candle light fell upon the masks of those approaching, making the paint on them appear even more ferocious. Everyone's steps were hurried. Having dealt a heavy blow to Iwagakuer, every Anbu member felt a sense of glory. The Anbu was nominally directly under the Hokage himself. The third Hokage had appointed Danzo as the Anbu chief, granting him full authority to manage the Anbu. Danzo and the Anbu faithfully executed the third's will. From YK's perspective, since his transmigration, Danzo hadn't made any overly radical moves yet. However, his ambitions were already clear for all to see. After the battle at Ushiga Mountain, Danzo seemed to have become the greatest contributor. However, the campaign to boost his reputation had abruptly stopped. He heard that the third Hokage had directly ordered the Anbu to cease the publicity. Dealing a heavy blow to Iwagakuer was a great achievement, a result achieved collectively by Uzumaki Mito, the Senju clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others. But in the rumors, Danzo became the main character. Danzo had laid plans over a great distance, scheming for a full 6 months to create this opportunity. The third Hokage did not pursue the matter of the rumors either. YK went to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's office and reported on Squadron Leader Black Gorilla's recovery status. A month and a half. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog frowned in thought. He very much wanted Fox to fully take on the responsibilities of squadron leader. Having a squadron incapacitated greatly affected the battalion. But after thinking it over, Black Gorilla was an important figure in the Akimichi clan. He had to consider Black Gorilla's feelings and those of the Akimichi clan. All right, I understand. Yellow Dog took out the list of mission scrolls for the Black Gorilla squadron, looked it over, and said. The monitoring mission for the Uzumaki princess isn't very urgent, I'll assign it to another squadron. The Iwagakuer spies have all been cleaned out, every spy is dead. Before Black Gorilla returns, you are responsible for training the squadron's new recruits. Understood, Battalion Commander. Kai's matter was temporarily not a problem. The Leaf Monkey squad were all dead, no one knew the specifics about Kai. Mei's body had been handed over, the total spy count matched, and the Anbu hadn't discovered any flaws. Training newcomers and completing some simple patrol and night watch duties, he probably wouldn't leave the village during this month and a half. Then YK was going to have to do something. He left the Anbu and headed for the Tsuragitsuo Izakaya, thinking as he walked. Head straight for the Hokage building? Assassinate the third Hokage? Sarutobi Hiruzen's abilities, aside from his summoning Inma, weren't particularly strong, his upper limit was relatively low. Even if he drew Inma, he couldn't exactly use it. Summoning Inma would just result in Inma punching him to death. High-level summoning beasts had terrible tempers. Ambush Danzo within the Anbu? Danzo's abilities were focused on wind release. YK had no wind attribute chakra, and he couldn't develop it within this month either. He had a premonition that he would inevitably clash with Danzo in the future. Facing Danzo, 2 lives might not be enough. Mochizuki's arc reminds you, being killed twice by the same person will result in the host's immediate death. His thoughts had triggered a system keyword, prompting the system to specially remind him. No, he couldn't actively seek death against a dangerous person like Danzo. He needed to preserve his precious resurrection chances. What if Danzo came to kill him sometime in the future? Ambush Battalion Commander Yellow Dog? Forget it. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog knew his capabilities inside and out, he would die a very pathetic death. YK jumped onto a street lamp, looking at the night view of Konoha. Go to the Uchiha compound? What if he drew a Sharingan? Wouldn't that make him skyrocket in power? He was tempted. He could be careful then. Wearing a mask, the Sharingan wouldn't be so easy to expose. Just kill anyone who saw his Sharingan. There was some risk, but it was controllable. He then looked towards the Senju compound. The Uchiha clan massacre was far in the future, no need to rush. The Senju clan's destruction, however, was within the next year or two. Better to choose the Senju clan. The Senju clan's abilities were good too, massive chakra reserves, powerful physiques. Next was to formulate an action plan, on the night of the 14th, challenge the most powerful Senju clan shinobi. Clan head Senju Rinoki, or Tsunade either would do. Returning to the izakaya, YK applied the Anbu's best wound medicine on Kai. Kai needed to recover quickly. Otherwise, the long nights would be so boring. Before transmigrating, YK worked like a dog. Couldn't he enjoy himself a little in this different world? The next day, at a training ground deep in the forest of death, YK stood on a rock, looking down at the new members below. I am the acting squadron leader of the Black Gorilla Squadron. While Squadron Leader Black Gorilla is injured and receiving treatment, I will be in command of the squadron. I am also the squad leader of the Fox Squad. You can call me Fox. The Black Gorilla Squadron currently has 3 squads. Squad leader White Ram is also undergoing treatment and is expected to return in about 2 weeks. The Leaf Monkey Squad consists entirely of new members, from the squad leader to the members. Next, we will conduct basic kunao throwing coordination training. The person wearing the leaf monkey mask suddenly stepped forward. Fox, although I am new to the Anbu, I have already performed many A-rank missions as a regular shinobi. Basic kunao throwing coordination, isn't this training a bit too basic? I believe I have the qualifications. Purple Cat frowned beneath her mask. Had Root just been established and not properly integrated yet? How did Root train their newcomers? Why would there be such a troublesome shinobi? What qualifications do you have? YK used the body flicker technique to appear in front of Leaf Monkey, slashing his sword towards Leaf Monkey's shoulder. Leaf Monkey was indeed skilled, crouching down to dodge YK's blade. He grabbed for Fox's wrist, trying to defuse the conflict. Fox. I didn't mean anything else, I just. However, he only grabbed a handful of mud. Earth clone? Leaf Monkey, unable to stand up in time, quickly turned on the ground, guarding against an attack from behind. However, there was no one behind him. The others saw Fox emerge from the mud, having predicted Leaf Monkey would turn to guard his rear. YK, holding his ninja sword inverted, slammed the hilt hard into the center of Leaf Monkey's forehead, sending him flying. Leaf Monkey lost consciousness mid-air. Squad leader. One of Leaf Monkey's squad members shouted, but upon seeing Fox look at him, he quickly lowered his head, not daring to do anything else. YK jumped back onto the rock, shaking his head and saying, "The Anbu really is getting worse with each generation. You are the worst batch of Anbu shinobi I've ever seen." He suddenly froze. Why did that phrase sound so familiar? In his previous life, during school, he had heard many teachers say that. Those teachers didn't know how to cherish things. Worse with each generation meant that the current generation was definitely the best one for the next several years. YK collected his thoughts and said, "Leaf Monkey has been expelled from the Black Gorilla Squadron. What awaits him is punishment from the Anbu and the village. The root ninja responsible for his training will also be disciplined because of him. Anbu shinobi have only one mission, to complete the task with all your might, with your lives. Obey. Obey. And fucking obey." The training began. The newcomers finally realized the harshness of the Anbu. When the training ended, Leaf Monkey still hadn't woken up. YK carried him to Root to return him. There weren't many Root ninja, from Boar to Ram, 10 in total. Hearing Fox say that this person had openly defied the acting squadron leader, all the Root ninja looked at Boar. Boar breathed heavily, took the unconscious Leaf Monkey, and said, "Please rest assured. I will assess whether he has the potential to be remolded. If not, I will dispose of him according to Anbu regulations." Judging by Boar's tone, Leaf Monkey probably had no hope of being remolded. There were many simple-minded shinobi in Konoha who believed the village was truly as the higher UPS publicized, caring for each other, cherishing comrades, upholding the will of fire. They were naively adorable, truly believing the higher UPS brainwashing, and would one day die because of that brainwashing. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Fight through the entire Senju clan? YK stood atop the Kage rock. Through his telescope, the Senju compound appeared peaceful and harmonious. YK carefully memorized the layout of the buildings within the Senju compound. This massive estate was divided into 3 sections, left, center, and right. The central section consisted of 7 successive courtyards. The first 4 courtyards were the Senju clan's public buildings, including areas like the Ancestral Hall, Assembly Hall, Archives, and other administrative spaces. These places were sometimes open to outsiders, so YK could easily find information about these structures. In the latter 3 courtyards, it was unclear which one belonged to clan head Senjurinoki and which to Uzumaki Mito. On the 14th, he didn't know where Senjurinoki would be. If he was outside, then find a way to ambush him. If he was inside the compound, he had to first figure out where he lived. The left and right sections of the Senju compound also had 7 courtyards each, with denser housing and fewer large halls. On the east and west sides of the 7-courtyard complex, there was a row of single-story houses each over 200 meters long. This vast complex of buildings housed over 1,000 members of the Senju clan. Behind the 7 courtyards, there were also large training grounds, covering about 1/3 the area of the 7 courtyards. YK sighed inwardly. Did he have to fight through the entire Senju clan? He soon made a new discovery: there were 3-person patrol teams inside the Senju compound. In the alleys between the large courtyards, there were many patrolling shinobi. Not only that, but the patrolling shinobi would disappear near certain pavilions. Those were the hidden sentry posts within the Senju compound. He still had over 20 days to investigate. He would surely find an opportunity to strike. Descending from the Kage rock, YK saw a group of people leaving the Hokage building and was startled. It was Senjurinoki and his guards. After a moment's thought, YK felt there was no need to be afraid. He hadn't gone to assassinate Senjurinoki yet, so why fear him? YK was currently a bona fide core member of the Anbu. Glancing at Senjurinoki, he was surrounded by 6 guards. Those guards all had resolute faces. They were elites of the Senju clan. Returning to the Tsurugetsu izakaya, YK ordered 3 bottles of sake and drank gloomily. Seeing YK seemed unhappy, Kage started getting handsy under the table, trying to cheer him up. Stop it, Kage. We can continue tonight. There are so many customers in the shop right now. Kage shot YK a glare and walked away, swaying her large, round, perky, and firm buttocks. A middle-aged man on crutches walked into the izakaya. He had a broad, square face and well-developed neck muscles. It was a pity his leg was broken. He must have been a powerful shinobi in his youth. What drew YK's attention more was the clan emblem on his clothes, the emblem of the Senju of the forest. YK had seen him before, a regular at the izakaya, the retired shinobi Senju Kaed. Senju Kaed entered the izakaya, saw his friend Kamakai waving to him from the bar, and hobbled over on his crutches. YK tilted his head back and drank 2 bottles of sake in quick succession, then also walked towards the bar. Kage. Don't be angry, I was wrong. The nearby Senju Kaed and Kamakai saw the young couple's flirtatious bickering and laughed. Senju Kaed even said, "Young man, I've been there. Cherish this girl properly, you'll have a good life later." Kamakai said, "Could it be better than marrying a Senju woman?" Senju Kaed said, "What, still heartbroken you didn't marry my sister when you were young? Yeah, it's a pity she died in action 14 years ago, otherwise I would have definitely married her." A deep longing appeared on Senju Kaed's face, his sister had died early in the First Shinobi World War. Kamikai added, "It's a pity your younger sister also died 12 years ago. Otherwise, your sister wouldn't have been out of the question either. I'm easygoing, not picky. You bastard." Senjuka Ed swung his broken leg, using the stub of his residual limb to kick Kamikai off the high stool. Kamikai wasn't angry either, got up and laughed heartily. "I didn't expect you to still be so strong. Good thing your leg is broken, otherwise I really couldn't beat you." The two middle-aged men bickered noisily. Kamikai, afraid Senjuka Ed would insist on proving his strength endlessly, quickly said, "Why did you call me here? Get to the point. I don't have time to catch up with a retired shinobi like you." Senjuka Ed's expression suddenly turned serious, saying, "You are the team leader for my son, Senju Kashiwa. You're his teacher. Go sound things out for me. Kashiwa just returned from a mission in the Land of Grass last night and has locked himself in his room, refusing to come out. No matter how I ask, he won't speak. I feel his mood isn't right." Kamikai said, "I know your son very well. He has a strong will, how could he lock himself away because of one mission?" Senjuka Ed sighed and said, "His mission record is very good, he's already carried out several A-rank missions. I asked the clan to apply for a promotion to Special Jonin for him, and I even wanted him to become a clan head guard. His mental state isn't right, I'm afraid he might develop a mental illness." "Impossible," Kamikai said firmly. "On his first mission outside the village with me, he killed 2 Sunanin. In subsequent missions, he never showed any emotional fluctuation from seeing blood. He is an excellent shinobi. Having the strength of a special jonin at 19, he will definitely be promoted to full jonin before he's 25. He won't develop a mental illness. Only the weak are tormented by fear into having mental problems. Just go talk to him, stop the nonsense." All right, I'll talk to him. I'll invite him here tomorrow. Let's drink today, you, the wealthy Senju, must treat me. I'm going to drink my fill." While joking with Kai, YK carefully listened to the entire conversation between the two men. What interested YK the most was that this crippled Senjuka Ed wanted his son to become a clan head guard. The next day, YK waited early in the izakaya. Kamikai came in soon after and sat at the bar drinking. Late into the night, a tall, well-built young man walked in. He had a thick, unkempt beard. His eyelids drooped, suffering from severe insomnia, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. "Kashiwa, over here." Senju Kashiwa looked up and saw his teacher Kamikai, then slowly walked towards him. Kamikai kept saying words of encouragement, but Kashiwa just stared fixedly at the glass in front of him. "Kashiwa, you need to pull yourself together. Your mother married here from the Uzumaki clan and died early for Konoha. For your father's sake, you can't be in such dejection. Tell me what's on your mind, I'll help you." Kashiwa suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with ferocity, which then shifted to confusion and bewilderment. He leaned in, close to his teacher's ear, and whispered something. YK saw Kamikai's pupils constrict sharply, his face showing an expression of disbelief. "No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." After the initial shock, the teacher asked, "Have you told your father about this?" "No, I didn't dare." "Right, don't tell him yet. This isn't something you can handle. I'll find a way to verify its truth, then tell your father. Go home first. Don't be in dejection, don't act abnormal." "Okay, I understand." The two left. YK carefully recalled the observed details. Senju Kashiwa's attitude only changed suddenly after his teacher mentioned that his mother had married into Konoha from Uzushiagakuer. You can't wrap fire in paper. No matter how secretly Danzo acted, clues would eventually emerge. YK suspected that Kashiwa might have made contact with Uzumaki remnants in the Land of Grass. He kept thinking, Could he use this information to create an opportunity to get close to Senjurinoki? Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 60, Chapter 60, Powerful Reinforcements. During the day, YK trained the new squadron members in the Anbu. At night, he investigated Senjurinoki's movements. Whenever Senjurinoki went out, he was always accompanied by 6 guards. He either stayed deep within the Senju compound or went to the Hokage building. Since the battle at Ushiga Mountain, Uzumaki Mito's impending death had become a mystery. The urgency for the Nine Tails transfer and sealing had lessened, but the entire Senju clan remained very tense. YK hadn't been able to find Tsunade's whereabouts, he didn't know where she had gone. After operating on Black Gorilla, Tsunade had disappeared. In the afternoon, YK left the Anbu early and went to the izakaya. "Kai, lend me your property deed." "What do you need my property deed for? I see you've recovered a bit too well lately. Come on, let's go to the backyard and teach you a lesson." An hour later, Kai got out of bed on wobbly legs and went to the drawer by the bed to find the property deed. "You're such a plague. I suppose I need to write you a letter of authorization too." With the property deed and the letter of authorization, YK headed to Konoha's only bank, the Daimi Bank. The money he earned through life and death struggles in the Anbu was all spent at the Tsuragitsuo izakaya. Now, using the izakaya's property deed to get a loan wasn't too much to ask, right? If he died on the night of the 14th this time, everything would revert to the last full moon. Any loan would be wiped clean. YK's golden finger, Mochizuki's arc, seemed to create a parallel world every month. In this parallel world, YK took Kai's property deed. In the next parallel world, it would start over again from the previous full moon. YK found a manager and asked, "Manager, using this property deed, what's the maximum loan I can get?" "That mainly depends on how many years you can borrow for. The longer the loan term, the higher the interest rate, and the larger the loan amount." "May I ask how old you are?" YK said, "I'm 18 this year. I'd prefer a 60-year loan." "Haha, young man, you have a sense of humor, but not much of one." The manager said, "The average lifespan in Konoha is 45 years, so the maximum you can borrow for is 45 minus 18, which is 27 years. 27 years will have to do then. Give me a 27-year loan." "Wait." The manager said, "Are you a shinobi?" "Yes." "Then you can't borrow for 27 years. The average lifespan for shinobi is 31 years, meaning you can only borrow for a maximum of 13 years. "Fine, 13 years it is then." YK thought to himself, "It's not like I plan to repay it anyway." The manager added, "Don't rush, young man." The Daimi Bank, through detailed statistics, found that the average lifespan for male shinobi in Konoha is 27 years, and for female shinobi it's 35 years. If you were a medical nin from Konoha Hospital, you could borrow for 13 years. If you are an ordinary combat shinobi, you can only borrow for 9 years. This Daimi Bank really has a lot of talent. YK said angrily, 9 years. Calculate how much I can borrow. The manager looked at the property deed and the letter of authorization, did some quick calculations, and finally said, "You can borrow 8 million ryo, to be repaid over 9 years. Young man, you must train well and enhance your strength. If you die next month, we will directly confiscate your property, understand?" YK thought, "Well, you'd better be quick about it. Next month I might not be in this parallel universe anymore. After I'm gone, I won't care if this parallel universe is flooded." After leaving the Daimi Bank, YK went to a ninja tool shop. Explosive tags cost 10,000 ryo each. Buying too many at once would attract village investigation. He bought 40 tags in batches each day, slowly stockpiling them. 800 explosive tags were enough for YK to squander. In the original story, it was said Konon had 600 billion explosive tags. Clearly, Kishimoto's math was taught by a kindergarten art teacher. He knew nothing about numbers. After returning to the izakaya, Kage didn't ask YK what he had done with her deed. Late at night, the sound of crutches appeared. Senju Kage entered the izakaya on his crutches. He didn't go to the bar but found a table and sat down in a high-backed booth. YK glanced over. Senju Kage's face was ashen, his eyes hollow. Not long after, Kamikai also entered, carrying a long cloth bundle. Kamikai's steps were heavy. He looked around and found Senju Kage shrinking in the booth. Unwrapping the bundle revealed a prosthetic leg. Seeing the prosthetic, Senju Kage understood something. My son didn't die by a spy's hand. Do you know something? Senju Kage stood up on one leg, frantically shaking his friend's shoulders, his eyes bloodshot. YK recalled a mission record he saw in the Anbu this morning. A young man from the Senju clan had been killed by a spy. The matter of Senju Kashiwa's contact with Uzumaki remnants had been investigated by the Anbu. He didn't know which battalion carried out the silencing mission. SHH. Kamikai cut off Senju Kage's agitated shouts. Fortunately, the izakaya was noisy, and most people's attention wasn't on them. Senju Kage came to his senses, sat down silently, rolled up his pant leg, and began attaching the prosthetic. His hands trembled uncontrollably at first, then became exceptionally steady. After the prosthetic was fitted, both men's faces were filled with resolve. They raised their glasses in silence, drained them, and left the izakaya. YK put down his glass and quickly followed. Senju Kage and Kamikai slowly walked towards the Senju compound. Kamikai asked, "Are we really going to confront him? What else? Should my son die for no reason? I could accept him dying on a mission, on the battlefield, but I cannot accept him dying in a dark alley of Konoha. If we bring this into the open, the Senju clan and the village will completely fall out. It might even lead to a terrible civil war. So what? My son is dead, what more do I have to fear? What's your stance? If you're scared, you can go back. I'll go see the clan head alone." Kamikai's face was filled with reminiscence. Me. I actually preferred your younger sister. Who doesn't like them young? It was only because your older sister couldn't get married and I felt sorry for her that I pursued her. You bastard! The two middle-aged men quickened their pace. At a street corner, YK landed using the body flicker technique, blocking their path. Senju Kage and Kamikai instantly grew tense. This youth was a regular at the izakaya. They exchanged a glance. Had this youth figured something out? YK said directly, "Do you want to confront clan head Senju Rinoki and say that Danzo and the Anbu facilitated the destruction of the Uzumaki clan?" Instantly, kunao appeared in their hands, and they charged at YK from two directions. Kamikai was alright, but Senju Kage was too slow. YK formed hand signs with both hands, summoning technique. After a puff of white smoke, a spear egret appeared on YK's shoulder. Senju Kage and Kamikai halted their charge instantly. Uzumaki Yuka was the leader of the Uzumaki remnants. If these two knew anything about it, they would recognize this summon. YK glanced into the distance and said, "This isn't the place to talk." Arriving deep in a forest, YK said, "On the 14th of next month, we will go together to see Lady Uzumaki Mito. I am an inside agent for the Uzumaki clan. The summon, the spear egret, can vouch for me. Why wait until the 14th of next month? That's confidential. This matter involves too many parties. Exposing it now could split Konoha, or even lead to the annihilation of the Senju clan. In short, just listen to me." Kamikai pulled Senju Kage aside and talked at length with him. He had heard Senju Kashiwa mention the Uzumaki clan's member he met in the Land of Grass. Her summon was indeed a spear egret. Senju Kage came before YK and said, "We believe you. We'll wait until the 14th of next month to act. YK had secured 2 powerful reinforcements. With Senju Kaed as an inside agent, finding Senju Rinoki would be much simpler. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 61, Chapter 61 The Manner of My Death. The 14th had finally arrived. Throughout the entire day, the Senju compound was bustling with people coming and going, without any abnormality. Late at night, YK stood atop the cage rock, using a telescope to observe the direction of the Senju compound from afar. Behind him, Senju Kaed and Kamakai waited patiently. Seeing YK lower the telescope, Senju Kaed asked, "Did the Anbu really participate in the destruction of the Uzumaki clan?" YK nodded and said, "Of course they did." Konoha's slowness to react was abnormal. The Kumonin and Kirinin had already attacked Uzushiagakuer, yet Konoha's intelligence system knew nothing about it. "That's far too strange." Senju Kaed nodded. His son didn't die by a spy's hand, but was killed by the Konoha Anbu because he made contact with the remnants of their allied Uzumaki clan. His son couldn't have died silently in a Konoha alley, someone must have impersonated someone familiar to his son and succeeded in a sneak attack. YK said. The Uzumaki survivors believe that the Konoha Anbu, using the Nine Tails transfer and sealing as a pretext, cut off Uzumaki Mito's communication with the outside world. Lady Uzumaki Mito knows nothing about the truth behind the Uzumaki clan's destruction. When the Uzumaki clan wanted Princess Kushina to seal the Three Tails, Konoha decided to abandon the Uzumaki clan. Not only did Konoha stand by idly, but they also suppressed the information. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally went to Uzushiagakuer with over 2,000 shinobi, but that was just a final performance to maintain the appearance of not breaking the alliance. Kamakai, who had also participated in that rescue mission, kept nodding. Everything matched up. It was a pity for his student, Kashiwa. Upon learning such a secret, his past values collapsed, realizing the village wasn't what he imagined. In the end, he was even killed by the Anbu. YK said. During the day, the Senju compound is heavily guarded. We will infiltrate late at night, past midnight, when the Senju compound's vigilance relaxes. Uncle Kaed, you must take me to Lady Uzumaki Mito's residence. I have important intelligence given to me by Uzumaki Yuka. As long as we deliver this intelligence to Lady Uzumaki Mito, we can definitely prove the truth about the Uzumaki clan's destruction. Senju Kaed nodded, his eyes filled with the resolve of someone ready to die. He said, "You mentioned last night that there are also traitors within the Senju clan, right?" To prevent Senju Kaed from acting prematurely, YK had made up this reason and now continued deceiving him. Yes, there are traitors within the Senju clan, those traitors have sided with the village. They know the truth about the Uzumaki clan's destruction. If you act rashly, you might be killed by them. The most important thing now is to go directly to Lady Uzumaki Mito, to prevent the intelligence from being intercepted by those traitors. Your son died so suspiciously, stabbed in the back of the head with a kunai. It must have been someone familiar, possibly a traitor from within the Senju clan itself. Senju Kaed nodded repeatedly. This young man was truly worthy of being the Uzumaki's inside agent, his analysis was clear and logical. Seeing that he had convinced Senju Kaed, YK turned and looked down upon Konoha village. Tonight, the manner of my death will be beyond your imagination. Drink! Drink, keep drinking! In the dead of night, Senju Kaed, dead drunk in the middle, swayed unsteadily. The two men beside him supported him as they walked towards the compound. The guards saw it was Senju Kaed and knew his son had just died not long ago, he was at his lowest point. He was just drunk and being brought back by friends. The guards didn't say much and let them pass. The person on Senju Kaed's left was Senju Kashiwa's teacher, who often visited the Senju clan. They didn't recognize the person on the other side, a young man, perhaps a friend of Senju Kashiwa's. YK glanced sideways at the large trees surrounding the Senju compound. He was very familiar with the Anbu surveillance points and kept his back to all the Anbu surveillance teams. After the three entered the Senju compound, they walked inward through the alley between the central and right sections. Their pace wasn't fast, swaying left and right. YK counted in his mind. First courtyard. Second courtyard. Third courtyard. After passing the fourth public courtyard, they were about to reach the target courtyards. Senju Kage had said the fifth courtyard was Senjurinoki's residence, and the sixth courtyard was Uzumaki Mito's residence. As they approached the outer wall of the sixth courtyard, the three broke into a sprint. Senju Kage, wearing his prosthetic, was surprisingly fast. YK took out a kunao. Tied to the kunao was a wire, and densely packed along the wire were over 100 explosive tags. You. Senju Kage started to say, carrying so many explosive tags doesn't look like you're here to present the truth to Lady Uzumaki Mito. The next moment, Senju Kage saw YK throw the kunao with the explosive tags towards the rear wall of clan head Senjurinoki's residence and breathed a sigh of relief. It's for dealing with the clan head. That's fine then. Regardless of whether clan head Senjurinoki was a traitor or not, for the destruction of the Uzumaki clan, the current Senju clan head should at least bear the blame for incompetence. Senju Kage's wife was from the Uzumaki clan, a gentle and resilient woman who had left him with many beautiful memories from the first half of his life. After clan head Tobirama's sacrifice, the clan gradually realized that clan head Rinoki's strength was insufficient to lead the Senju clan back to its peak from the village's founding era. It was unknown whether Princess Tsunade or young Master Nawaki, once grown, could become the pillar of the Senju clan's revival. A continuous series of explosive tags detonated at the rear wall of Senjurinoki's residence. Thick smoke and loud explosions shattered the night's peace. YK shouted, "You two go find Lady Uzumaki Mito. I'll hold off Senjurinoki for you." Senju Kage felt a wave of emotion. The Uzumaki clan's inside agent was truly trustworthy. Tonight, this young man would surely die, with such absolute resolve. After blowing open the rear wall, YK looked towards the study. Inside the study, Senjurinoki was holding a scroll, reading something. When Senjurinoki saw YK, his eyes were filled with rage. Where did this petty thief come from? Senjurinoki used the body flicker technique to charge out through the hole, rushing towards YK. YK sought out Senjurinoki but didn't want to be crippled by him and then sent for interrogation. That would have been a wasted effort. So, Senjurinoki, you've disgraced the entire Senju clan. You good-for-nothing second-generation waste. You're trash. They could tie a ninkin to the clan head seat, and it would do a better job than you. You couldn't protect the Uzumaki clan, and you can't even protect your own mother. You. Senjurinoki's breathing halted, his nostrils flaring with anger. He pushed off powerfully with his feet, using the body flicker technique to appear in front of YK, throwing a furious, full-force punch. A tremendous force struck YK's chest, causing it to cave in immediately. His pain receptors overloaded, so YK couldn't even feel the pain anymore. What pierced his arm? Oh, it's his own rib. Kamakai, watching from behind, was stunned. What? Weren't they here to explain the truth to Uzumaki Mito? Does this young man hate Senjurinoki that much? If one didn't know better, they'd think Senjurinoki was the one who destroyed the Uzumaki clan. This young man is really asking for death, isn't he? After Senjurinoki sent the foul-mouthed thief flying with his punch, he saw the retreating figures of Senju Kage and Kamakai. The two were rushing towards Uzumaki Mito's residence. What are you doing? Senjurinoki thought Senju Kage had become a traitor, trying to kill his mother, Uzumaki Mito. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. After 3 hand signs, a water dragon appeared, surging and coiling as it rushed towards Senju Kage and Kamakai. Kamakai stood on the courtyard wall, turning to block the water dragon bullet. Earth release, Earth-style wall. The Earth-style wall held for a moment before being quickly washed away. Although Senjurinoki's strength didn't match that of the Hashirama and Tobirama brothers, he was still a long-standing elite jonin. Senju Kaed's voice was extremely sharp and high-pitched in the night air. Lady Mito. The Konoha Anbu participated in the Uzumaki clans. Senjurinoki's water release prowess was extremely high. After the water dragon bullet collided with the earth-style wall, it quickly split into 3 smaller water dragons. Their momentum unabated, they bypassed the broken earth-style wall and slammed into Senju Kaed's back. Senju Kaed, retired for many years with severely declined skills, was slammed to the ground by the water release. His final words were never spoken. He lay on the ground, his chest and back shattered, vomiting blood, raising an arm, reaching vainly towards Uzumaki Mito's living quarters. A ninja sword pierced through Senju Kaed's head. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog had actually appeared here. Until his death, Senju Kaed never saw the door to the living quarters open. YK also breathed his last. Senjurinoki's monstrous strength punch had shattered YK's ribs, driving them into his heart. He saw countless shinobi jumping from the walls into the Senju compound, rushing towards Uzumaki Mito's direction. Host death detected. Mochizuki's arc system activating. It's here. I wonder what good stuff I'll draw. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Senju of the Forest Bloodline. YK's vision abruptly shifted, and he found himself back in the Anbu base on the night of the previous full moon. He was alone in the Fox Squad's locker room. He sat on the bench in the middle of the locker room, looking up at the bright moon outside the high window. This was the first time since his transmigration that he had survived until just before the next full moon and actively chosen his own manner of death. He was lucky to have encountered Senju Kaed, who acted as an inside agent, leading him deep into the Senju compound to meet Senjurinoki. Senjurinoki was immensely powerful, almost instantly killing him. Fortunately, he was killed instantly, otherwise, being left half dead until the next full moon would have been disastrous. As an Anbu member, attacking the Senju clan head became an established fact. Aside from becoming a rogue ninja, he had no other choice. With worse luck, he might not even get the chance to become a rogue ninja. Mochizuki's arc activated. The host has only one resurrection chance per month. Upon death, they will resurrect on the previous full moon night. Reward, 1 draw chance. 1. A rank water release, water dragon bullet technique, beginner. 2. Senju mystical palm technique. 3. Kekei Genkai, Senju of the forest, ordinary, purifiable. This was excessive. All 3 reward options were incredibly useful, meaning 2 would inevitably be wasted. Any one of these abilities was enough to serve as a core ability moving forward, supporting him up to Jonin level. The first reward, water release, water dragon bullet technique, the water release improved version by Senju Tobirama, required only 3 hand signs to perform. The water dragon bullet technique is a top-tier offensive ninjutsu in water release, used by both the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and the 5th Mizukage, Meiterum. Even against Uchiha Madara, this technique had its uses. This jutsu had a large enough attack range and high attack power. With this jutsu, fire release users would pose less of a threat. The second reward was Tsunade's core ability, the mystical palm technique. This technique allowed for the maximum mobilization of the body's chakra. In terms of taijutsu offensive power, it was second only to the 8 gates. Mastering this technique to its limit meant tearing through a Susanoo wasn't out of the question. Both of these jutsu were very tempting, especially the mystical palm technique, which had a higher ceiling. YK focused his attention on the third reward. Kekei Genkai, Senju of the forest, ordinary, purifiable. The Senju clan's Kekei Genkai, granting a naturally powerful physique, massive chakra reserves, and it was purifiable. If purified to a high enough level, it might be possible to awaken wood release. His chakra attributes were earth and water release. It was like a bald man becoming a monk, no need to shave his head, a perfect fit. He wondered what the purity level of Senjurinoki's bloodline was. His current body could probably only handle an ordinary Senju bloodline. The rewards given by the system were related to the strength of the person who killed him and also to his body's capacity to bear them. The Senju of the forest Kekii Genkai, this was far too useful. If he sought death from the Senju clan a few more times, perhaps he could draw the Senju of the forest Kekii Genkai again. Then, by purifying it, the bloodline power would grow stronger and stronger. After much hesitation, YK chose the reward with the highest potential. The Senju of the forest Kekii Genkai could potentially evolve into the Sage of Six Paths body, offering the highest ceiling. After selecting this option, YK suddenly felt feverish all over. Steam rapidly rose from his head and from inside his collar. His skin became burning hot. His clothes stuck to his skin, and even the slightest friction caused intense pain. He hurriedly took off his clothes. Every cell in his body seemed to moan, his constitution was undergoing a fundamental change. Every cell became more active, every muscle more powerful, every ligament more resilient. He could hear his own heartbeat, even his internal organs had strengthened. His chakra reserves were visibly increasing. The Senju of the forest clan all possessed enormous chakra reserves. Half an hour later, YK's body gradually stabilized, and he quickly checked his status panel. Host status. Chakra reserves, 1.5x elite Chunin level. Chakra attributes, earth, water, yang. Kekii Genkai, Senju of the forest, ordinary. Ninjutsu, water release, water formation wall, earth release, earth clone, etc. Taijutsu, beginner body flicker technique, beginner cloud style sword technique, etc. Fuinjutsu, self-cursing body binding seal, etc. Special abilities, stress reflex, second breakthrough, natural chakra growth. His original chakra reserves were 3.9x Chunin level. Elite Chunin level chakra reserves are 5x Chunin level. Obtaining the ordinary Senju of the forest Kekii Genkai had actually increased his chakra reserves so much, bringing it to 1.5x elite Chunin level. The increase in chakras stemmed from an increase in physical energy. His muscles were more compact, and his taijutsu had improved further. This feeling of being full of power was truly wonderful. What surprised YK even more were the changes in his chakra attributes and the new special ability. Regarding chakra attributes, he had gained the Yang attribute. The Yang attribute wasn't very useful in the early stages for a shinobi, but in the later stages, it might influence abilities at the Six Paths level. He had actually gained a new special ability. Natural chakra growth. This meant that YK's chakra would now naturally increase until it reached the limit of his bloodline. He had encountered some chakra reserve increase options before, thankfully, he hadn't chosen them. Choosing 3 chakra reserve increases wouldn't compare to a fundamental improvement in constitution. The Senju clan was truly born with a silver spoon. Even an ordinary level of their bloodline power brought such a massive boost. The locker room door suddenly opened. Purple Cat entered the locker room and was surprised to see Fox nearly naked. Purple Cat said mischievously, "Hey? Were you waiting for me? So eager? Undressed already?" As she walked over, pieces of her Anbu equipment dropped at her feet, finally revealing her bare feet. "Somehow, your physique seems even better now." Half an hour later, Purple Cat began to beg for mercy. "Not only is your physique better, why is your stamina better too?" An hour later, Purple Cat's legs fell weakly from Fox's waist, she couldn't even stand steadily. If Fox hadn't been holding her slender waist, she would have almost fallen. "Squad leader, the new squad members will be here soon." We won't be able to be this unrestrained anymore. It's fine. Given the Anbu's casualty rate, they'll be gone soon. Purple Cat thought to herself that squad leader Fox truly had a heart of iron. Then again, perhaps she herself would die on some mission someday. Seeing the gloom in Purple Cat's eyes, YK said, "Don't worry, I've gotten stronger. I have the capacity to protect you now." Before, his strength was insufficient to look after those around him. As his power grew, YK could do more. "Thank you, squad leader." YK had returned to 1 month prior. Many events had not yet happened, the squadron hadn't been rebuilt, and people like Senju Kaed weren't dead yet. Putting on his clothes, YK walked slowly through the Anbu base wearing his mask. He went to the mission records room and started looking at the Black Gorilla Squadron's mission records. After Black Gorilla joined the Anbu, he had carried out many missions, but there was no mention of anything related to Hashirama cells. The Hashirama cells were in Danzo's possession. He didn't know when he might get his hands on them. With the ordinary Senju of the forest Kekkei Genkai, if he could obtain Hashirama cells, there was a certain probability of gaining wood release. Hashirama cells plus the Senju bloodline, the lower limit was another Yamato, but the upper limit was hard to say. YK suddenly thought of Orochimaru. After Nawaka's death, Orochimaru began fervently conducting experiments, searching for the secret of immortality. Perhaps he would have to wait until that stage for Danzo to bring out the Hashirama cells. Thanks to Andres919 for the support. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 63, Chapter 63, The plot has changed. After his rebirth, following the plot from his previous life, YK first went to see Squadron Leader Black Gorilla, then went to inform Battalion Commander Yellow Dog that Black Gorilla would need over a month to recover his combat strength. After finishing training the newcomers in his squadron, YK entered the Tsuragitsuo izakaya that evening. Inside the izakaya, YK saw the legless Senju Kaed and his friend Kamakai. Watching the two chatting at the counter, YK pondered his own situation. Being in the Anbu, he was unwilling to remain just a hunting dog for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Dans. He wanted to maintain a certain degree of autonomy. He couldn't let Sarutobi Hiruzen and Dans grow too powerful. The Senju clan was wiped out, the Uchiha clan was wiped out, the Hyuga clan was shat on by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the main family head Hyuga Hayashi was almost sent to Kumagakure. Sarutobi Hiruzen had the final say in Konoha. He himself would inevitably face more and more situations where he had no choice. Currently, the only person within Konoha who could suppress Sarutobi Hiruzen was Uzumaki Mito. YK felt that he should find a way to leverage Uzumaki Mito's influence to preserve dissenting voices within the village and prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from having a monopoly on power. The Senju clan was the key. If not saving the entire Senju clan, he at least needed to preserve their spark, like how he helped Uzumaki Yuka, to save more members of the Senju clan and give the village higher UPS a headache. The more chaotic the village, the more room he would have to maneuver. YK walked over to the counter, bantering with Kai, while listening to Senju Kaed and Kamakai chatting about Kamakai's son nearby. The next day, Kamakai invited Senju Kaed's son, Senju Kashiwa, to come. Upon hearing Kamakai mention his Uzumaki mother, Senju Kashiwa's expression changed drastically. He leaned close to his teacher's ear and whispered a few words. Kamakai was greatly shocked and told his disciple not to act rashly, he would investigate first. After leaving the izakaya, Kamakai was deeply worried. Senju Kashiwa had met a woman in the Land of Grass, a kunoichi from the Uzumaki clan who possessed the spear Egret summon. That person told Kashiwa the truth about the Uzumaki clan's destruction. Not only did Kirigakure and Kumagakure want the Uzumaki clan dead, but Konoha shared the same desire. It was truly shocking. Kamakai had heard some rumors among the higher UPS. Clan head Senju Rinoki always acted as half the master of Konoha, pointing fingers at the work of other high-ranking officials. Due to Senju Rinoki's status, the other higher UPS didn't say much openly. But anyone with eyes could see that the Hokage, the advisors, and others were unwilling to listen to Senjurinoki emphasize the wills of the first and second Hokage. Did Senjurinoki inherit the wills of the two Hokage? Did that mean the Konoha higher UPS hadn't inherited their wills? Kamakai was very confused. Had the conflicts among the higher UPS already reached such a sharp degree? Could an ally like Uzushiagakure be discarded so casually? The Uzumaki clan was related by marriage to the Senju clan. How could they accept such an outcome? Kamakai looked towards the direction of the Forest of Death in the northeast corner of the village. He only knew the Anbu base was located within the Forest of Death, but he didn't know how to begin his investigation. Late at night, Kamakai paced continuously through the village, mentally rejecting one plan after another. Investigating the Anbu in secret. If such a thing were discovered by the Anbu, he would be branded a rogue ninja. Just as he passed by a park, a white bird flew out from a tree on his left, flashing past and disappearing into the woods on the right. Kamakai was stunned. Why did that white bird look like a water bird? Konoha didn't have water birds like that. A piece of paper fluttered down from the air. Kamakai reached out and caught it. The note read, "Senju Kashiwa is in danger tonight." Kamakai was jolted awake. That white bird just now was clearly an egret. His disciple had just mentioned meeting an Uzumaki kunoichi in the land of grass who possessed the spear egret summon. Could it be that some force was pushing the investigation into the Uzumaki clan's destruction within the village? Kamakai quickly turned around and rushed back to the izakaya where he had parted with his disciple. It was already 2 a.m., and the izakaya had just closed. The pretty female proprietor was busy closing the windows, occasionally glancing back with amorous eyes towards the handsome young man leaning against the back door frame. Kamakai had no time to ponder the relationship between this couple. He hurriedly headed from there towards the Senju clan's compound. YK glanced at Kamakai's retreating, wondering if he could save that young man from the Senju clan. He put his arm around Kai's waist and walked into the backyard. After this resurrection, he had to be cautious. He only had one resurrection chance per month. Only after the next full moon could he relax slightly. The next day, YK went to the Anbu. YK had judged Leaf Monkey as not meeting Anbu standards. He went to Root again to have Root reassign someone or transfer a new member with squad leader strength from another team. While he was waiting at Root, another squadron leader was there complaining. Can Root live up to Lord Dan's expectations? The quality of the newcomers you train is too poor. They can't even handle a simple cleanup mission, and even let the target escape. Without the tongue eradication seal, Dan's control over the Anbu and Root was far less than in the original story. Dan's badly needed the Uzumaki's sealing scroll. YK's heart stirred. Could last night's cleanup mission have been targeting Senju Kashiwa? YK didn't receive a new squad leader and returned to his own squadron to continue training the newcomers. Deep within the Forest of Death, at the training ground, the 2 newcomers from the Fox Squad, the 3 newcomers from the White Goat Squad, and the 3 newcomers from the Leaf Monkey Squad, 8 newcomers in total. Purple Cat held a training kunao without an edge, applied red pigment to it, and then handed the kunao to YK. After obtaining the Senju bloodline, YK felt itchy all over, eager for a hearty fight. He said to the 8 newcomers, "The Konoha Anbu really gets worse with each generation. If this continues, does the village even have a future? All 8 of you come at me together. Don't disappoint me, you brand new pieces of trash." Having passed the rigorous Chunin exams, these Chunin were already the backbone of the village and had some pride. How could they endure such humiliation from the acting squadron leader? The 8 of them, each holding their weapons, attacked from several directions. YK felt like he had endless strength. Abundant stamina was also a form of talent. Only with vigorous energy and a resilient body could one sustain continuous struggle and combat. With his stress reflex broken through twice, YK's reaction speed was very fast. He easily dodged the kunao of 2 people and kicked another away. Idiots! Can 8 people fit around me all at once? Why didn't 3 of you provide long-range harassment? What kind of tactic is swarming forward? The training kunao struck a newcomer's arm, knocking his kunao away. Finally, a few people retreated to the rear and threw kunao at YK. 2 of them were okay, but one's kunao throw was weak. YK grabbed his kunao and threw it back. Don't underestimate the basic kunao throwing technique. Your fundamentals with ninja tools are terrible. Do you think kunao throwing isn't a high-level jutsu, so you look down on it? The returned kunao hit the newcomer in the throat. The training kunao wasn't sharp, but it hit his windpipe painfully, causing him to bend over involuntarily. YK kept shaking his head. Konoha had been continuously weakening during the Second and Third Great Shinobi Wars. Even the quality of the Anbu ninja had declined so noticeably, the strength of the village's regular ninja was probably even worse. Purple Cat, watching from the side, grew increasingly astonished. Why was Captain Fox's strength so formidable? Anbu ninja primarily relied on taijutsu and explosive tags in combat, but Captain Fox's movements were fluid, without any sense of stiffness, as if his body had undergone a second growth spurt. Remembering the captain's performance in the changing room a few nights ago, Purple Cat's neck turned red, and she hurriedly lowered her head to record each newcomer's performance. Just as the squadron training was in full swing, Battalion Commander Yomi's assistant appeared instantly via body flicker. 2 special Jonin-level rogue ninja have appeared within the village. One of them is a special Jonin from the Senju clan. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog orders your squadron to dispatch 1 team to participate in the pursuit of the rogue ninja. I understand. I'll take a team there immediately. YK's heart sank. After his warning to Kamakai, the butterfly had flapped its wings, and the plot in this life had changed. Both Senju Kashiwa and Kamakai had been identified as rogue ninja by the Anbu. Thanks to Andres919 for the support. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 64, Chapter 64, Leaving the Village Again. YK took Purple Cat and the 2 strongest newcomers to form a new fox squad, having them wear the masks of Antelope and Black Bull. After receiving the mission scroll, YK looked it over, then led the squad to the northwest corner of the Senju clan compound. The squad's mission was to monitor 1 member of the Senju clan. This Senju clansman was an avid fisherman. When he had no missions, he would fish all day long. He was a suntanned fishing enthusiast with the Senju clan emblem on his clothes. After a moment's thought, YK understood why the Anbu needed to requisition a squadron like the Black Gorilla Squadron, which was still under reconstruction. Today's mission was severe and required a lot of personnel. The Anbu already knew that Senju Kashiwa had contact with Uzumaki remnants. Anyone who had contact with Senju Kashiwa might know the truth about the Uzumaki clan's destruction. Increasing the defensive forces around the Senju compound was the first layer of surveillance. Every Senju clansman scattered throughout the village had to be monitored. The surveillance continued from daytime until the afternoon, when an explosion shattered the peace. The fishing Senju uncle, hearing the explosion came from the direction of the clan compound, lifted his fish basket, found it empty, threw it down again, and disappeared using the body flicker technique. YK and the others quickly followed. From a distance, they saw a crowd in an alley outside the Senju compound, including both Senju clansmen and Anbu ninja. Seeing other Anbu squads, YK didn't hide either, closely following their target. Arriving at the periphery of the alley, the fishing-loving Senju clansman stood on his tiptoes to look inside, cursing. Enemy village rats are so annoying, all keeping an eye on Lady Mito. Probably another spy investigating Lady Mito. The body was covered with a cloth, so it was impossible to see who it was. Every Senju clansman knew that Uzumaki Mito was nearing the end of her life. This was the most important matter for the Senju clan recently. An Anbu member came to the alley entrance and said to the Senju clansman, "Anbu is handling a spy." Please disperse, Senju clansmen, don't crowd around. YK peered through the gaps between people to look at the body on the ground. The partially visible grayish-white hair could be Kamikai's. A distinctive sound of footsteps came from behind. Senju Kage arrived nearby on his crutches. However, he was destined to see nothing, as the Anbu had already collected the body. Senju Kage anxiously questioned the Anbu, wanting to know what exactly had happened. In this life, Senju Kage still didn't know the truth. Kamikai had just met Senju Kashiwa last night, and Senju Kashiwa had encountered trouble before he could even return to the clan compound. The area near the Senju compound was heavily guarded and wouldn't let any suspicious personnel enter. YK followed the fishing-loving Senju uncle back to the small lake and continued monitoring him from the shadows. Until late at night, an Anbu member found YK. Orders from Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. All squads are to abort their current missions and assemble at the Konoha gate. YK's heart tightened. No way? His slight hint to Kamikai actually caused so many changes? Assembling at the Konoha gate, didn't that mean leaving the village? Not only had the plot changed, it had changed drastically, now he had to leave the village. He had no resurrection chance right now. What if he died outside the village after leaving? Arriving at the Konoha gate, due to his status as acting squadron leader, YK directly received the mission briefing from Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said, "The Senju clan rogue ninja, Senju Kashiwa, took advantage of the chaos this afternoon and has already left the village heading north, towards the land of grass. Based on existing intelligence, it is speculated that he may be going to find the young master of the Senju clan, Senju Nawaki. We must intercept and execute him before he meets Senju Nawaki." YK was shocked inwardly. Had Senju Nawaki entered the sights of the village's higher UPS? The chaos Kamikai caused in the afternoon was likely intentional, to secure an opportunity for Senju Kashiwa to escape amidst the confusion. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog continued. Senju Kashiwa has the strength of a special Jainin, excels in earth release, and crucially, he has mastered the Senju perception secret technique. By touching the ground with his fingers, he can sense earth vibrations within a radius of several kilometers, determining the number of enemies. Now that he has entered the forest, the pursuit difficulty has increased significantly. The other two squadrons will rely on their own sensor ninja to search for Senju Kashiwa. Fox Squad, you follow me and are responsible for relaying information. The Anbu battalion advanced in silence. Kamikai had bought Senju Kashiwa considerable time. Senju Kashiwa had left the village 3 hours earlier than Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's force. For a ninja, 3 hours was enough to cover 200 kilometers. An entire battalion pursuing one Senju ninja showed the importance the Anbu placed on this mission. Or rather, the importance Dans placed on it. Once the role the Anbu played in the Uzumaki clan's destruction became public, Dans would be finished. After traveling over 200 kilometers northwest, they still hadn't caught sight of Senju Kashiwa. The Byakugan couldn't see him, and the Inyazuka clan's Ninken had lost his scent. Senju Kashiwa was very familiar with Konoha's tracking methods. Excelling in earth release allowed him to eliminate footprints, and excelling in water release allowed him to eliminate scent. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog thought for a moment and said, "We can't continue chasing aimlessly like this. Fox, go find the Rat Squadron. Tell the Rat Squadron to proceed directly to the front lines and guard Senju Nawaki, monitoring any suspicious figures appearing around him. Senju Kashiwa might have secretly contacted others. If someone relays Senju Kashiwa's rumors, that would be troublesome." YK nodded and quickly went to find the Rat Squadron on the flank. Upon receiving the order, the Rat Squadron accelerated again, heading straight for the front lines. The front lines, 5 days later. Orochimaru led Nawaki and the other two team members away from the headquarters camp. He suddenly turned his head and glanced sideways. In the darkness of the forest, an Anbu squadron was also leaving the camp. The rat squadron leader was startled. Orochimaru was powerful, already possessing the strength of an elite genin. Moreover, his temperament was ruthless towards enemies and ruthless towards his own people. Just one glance made the rat squadron leader's heartbeat slow for a few beats. Noeke was perceptive and asked, "Sensei, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Orochimaru just thought the Anbu were being superfluous. With him here, did they still need to send an entire squadron to protect Noeke? Noeke's Senju bloodline was extremely pure. At 12 years old, he was in a period of rapidly increasing strength. Given time, Noeke would surely become an outstanding ninja, like those esteemed Senju ancestors. Orochimaru had taken a simple reconnaissance mission, to lead the newcomer squad to scout the movements of the Iwa Nin. This mission wasn't very difficult. After the Battle of Ushiga Mountain, Iwagakure had suffered significant losses and was in a defensive posture within the Land of Grass, unlikely to launch large-scale attacks for now. During the 3-day reconnaissance mission, they didn't encounter any Iwa Nin. Orochimaru asked, "Noeke, given the current situation, do you think the frontline camp can advance further, putting more pressure on the Iwa Nin's operational space?" Orochimaru's gaze was only gentle and full of expectation when he looked at Noeke. The other two members of the squad, youths from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans, looked at Noeke with envy. Noeke thought for a moment and said, "I believe whether the frontline camp advances or not doesn't depend on us, nor does it depend on Iwagakure, but rather on Kumigakure or Tsunagakure. No matter how much of an advantage we gain, if we advance too deeply, we might face a counterattack from Iwagakure. However, if Tsunagakure or Kumigakure enter the fray, taking advantage of Iwagakure's weakness to force them to open a second front, then it would be the best time for us to press our advantage." Orochimaru nodded repeatedly and said, "Noeke, your thinking is good. Uncle Mitokado Homura is on his way to Kumigakure. Perhaps Kumigakure will soon be unable to restrain its impulse and attack Iwagakure." Orochimaru was very satisfied. Noeke not only had rapidly growing strength but also possessed good judgment based on the overall situation. Communicating with a genius was just that simple. It wasn't like dealing with that idiot Jiraiya, with whom Orochimaru wasn't willing to say an extra word. After he became Hokage, he could groom Noeke as the next Hokage. On the border of the Land of Grass, YK was still following Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, searching for Senju Kashiwa. YK looked at the shape of the moon and thought to himself, "If Senju Noeke must die, please let it happen next month. Before Noeke dies, he absolutely must get a touch, get some reward." This Noeke, praised by so many, must have a very strong bloodline power, right? Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 65, Chapter 65, Spear Egret. With the rat squadron blocking the path ahead in the Land of Grass and Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's battalion in pursuit behind, the encirclement was tightening. The Hyga ninja had already discovered traces of Senju Kashiwa, but the cunning Senju Kashiwa managed to escape. YK waited patiently for an opportunity. He needed to do something to buy time, to delay until next month. As Senju Kashiwa fled into the distance, the Fox Squad was also dispatched. The Fox Squad moved far away from the other ninja in the battalion. YK constantly estimated the distance to the battalion's sensor ninja. Purple Cat felt their squad had gone too far, but she didn't say anything, deferring entirely to Fox. After moving beyond the several kilometer detection range of the battalion's Hyga ninja, YK sent his 3 subordinates out to search a small hill. The 3 subordinates ascended the hill from 3 different directions. Once YK ensured he was absolutely safe, he formed hand seals and summoned his summoning creature. A spear egret, about the size of a forearm, stood on YK's shoulder. YK's heartbeat was very fast. If his distance estimation was wrong and the battalion's Hyga ninja saw he had a spear egret, he would have no choice but to defect. After tying the battalion's intelligence to the spear egret's leg, YK hurriedly had it fly away, skimming close to the ground. YK used the spear egret as his exclusive communication summon. Somewhere in the forests on the border of the land of grass, Senju Kashiwa hid inside the abdominal cavity of a recently deceased giant bear, feeling the bear's corpse slowly grow cold. This was an anti-tracking method he had figured out. Ordinary reconnaissance jutsu found it difficult to detect a ninja hidden in this way. To hide for even longer, he would use medical ninjutsu to treat the gutted beast, allowing it to survive longer. He had been fleeing from Konoha's pursuers for over 10 days now. Such a record was enough to feel proud of. Senju Kashiwa suddenly thought of his teacher, Kamakai. He wondered if his teacher would be proud of him. To draw attention for his sake, teacher Kamakai had directly charged the Senju compound. He had wanted to contact more Senju clansmen, but in the early morning after the attack, he discovered many more Anbu around the Senju compound. Almost every Senju clansman was under Anbu surveillance. He and teacher Kamakai found no opportunity. Finally, teacher Kamakai said they could try the reverse approach. Instead of focusing on the Senju compound, they should take the information to the Senju clansmen at the front lines. Especially young master Senju Nawaki. Once he knew the truth about the Uzumaki extermination, he would certainly not let it rest. Teacher Kamakai was probably dead. Before leaving the village, he had also written the secret on a scroll and left it by the lake he often visited with his cousins. He didn't know if his cousins would find the intelligence. The Anbu's control over the village was too strong. Senju Kashiwa's mood was very low. On his first night back in the village, he should have confessed everything he saw directly to his father. Ever since his father retired, he had avoided worrying him, rarely speaking about his mission experiences. The father who seemed like a towering tree in his childhood had, after retirement, increasingly come to resemble an ordinary middle-aged villager. The father he once deeply admired had become an annoying old man. Senju Kashiwa knew he would definitely die. Facing death, he missed that annoying old man so much. His teacher was dead, his father was old, and his mother's relatives had been wiped out. Just as Senju Kashiwa was in despair, he suddenly saw a white bird through a gap in the bear's belly. Senju Kashiwa's eyes lit up. Could it be that even heaven couldn't stand the extermination of the Uzumaki clan and was giving him hope? He crawled out of the bear's belly, covered in blood and gore, intestines still hanging from his shoulder. The spear egret saw Senju Kashiwa and recognized him. When Senju Kashiwa was in the land of grass, he had seen the spear egret beside Uzumaki Yuka, and the spear egret flock knew him. On the spear egret's leg, he saw a note. The note contained all the information about the pursuing Anbu battalion. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, proficient in fire release. 2 Anbu from the Hyga clan, 1 from the Inyazuka clan, 2 from the Aberame clan. So many sensor ninjas in the pursuing battalion. Furthermore, there was another Anbu squadron around young Master Nawaki, waiting for Senju Kashiwa to walk right into the trap. Looking at the intelligence, a fierce fighting spirit ignited once more in Senju Kashiwa's heart. Who was giving him this intelligence? With this information, Senju Kashiwa could formulate tactics more calmly. He had to meet the young master. YK led his squad back to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's side. He first glanced at the battalion's Hyga ninja, then looked at Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. No killing intent. It seemed he hadn't been exposed. He nonchalantly approached the battalion commander and reported that his squad had failed to locate the target. Days passed. The moon waxed from half to a waning crescent, then from the waning crescent back to half. YK thought to himself, Senju Kashiwa's skills were decent, leading battalion commander Yellow Dog's forces on a wander from the land of grass to the land of hot water, and back to the land of grass. However, he still wasn't clever enough. Finding another precious opportunity, YK released the spear egret. Senju Kashiwa was hiding by a lakeside when he saw the spear egret again. 2 notes were tied to the spear egret's leg. Senju Kashiwa opened them one by one. The first note contained a suggestion. The guards around the Senju young master were tight, Senju Kashiwa couldn't meet him. However, Senju Kashiwa could use his own life to create an opportunity. Not only was Senju Kashiwa trying to contact Senju Nawaki, the Uzumaki remnants, like Uzumaki Yuka, were also making efforts. The second note was blank. Senju Kashiwa suddenly understood the meaning of this note. He would attract the Anbu's attention, and the spear egret would deliver his action plan to Uzumaki Yuka. Uzumaki Yuka would use the opportunity he created to contact Senju Nawaki. Senju Kashiwa quickly devised an action plan, bit his finger, and wrote his plan on the blank note with his blood. The spear egret released the summoning technique, transforming into a puff of white smoke and disappearing. Senju Kashiwa crouched down, placed his finger on the ground, and began sensing the enemies around him. There's 1 squadron plus 1 squad near me, totaling 4 squads, including an elite Jainin proficient in fire release. My plan is... Half an hour later, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's forces arrived at the lakeside where Senju Kashiwa had been hiding, finding the corpse of a crocodile he had used for concealment. Following the trail of crocodile blood on the ground, they could see the direction of Senju Kashiwa's escape. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said, Senju Kashiwa is proficient in the Senju perception secret technique and seems to be well acquainted with our intelligence. Judging by his current escape direction, he's heading straight for the frontline headquarters in the Land of Grass. After being pursued by us for 20 days, perhaps he's at the end of his rope, preparing for a final, desperate struggle. After him, pursue. The battalion continued the chase. The full moon was like a silver platter, its light resembling white frost. Finally, the next full moon had arrived. YK breathed a sigh of relief. He had survived the month. His luck was good. They were getting closer and closer to the frontline headquarters. Senju Kashiwa's last stand as a cornered beast was approaching, and YK's opportunity was also coming. Read 50 advance at patreon.com/cnblue. End of chapter. Chapter 66, Chapter 66, The Death of Senju Kashiwa. The Hyga ninja from the Rat Squadron detected the target 3 kilometers away, Senju Kashiwa. Squadron Leader. The target has appeared. The gaze within the Rat Squadron leader's mask was sharp. We're only a few kilometers from the headquarters. We cannot alert Senju Nawaki. We must intercept Senju Kashiwa here. The 3 squads of the Rat Squadron quickly charged towards Senju Kashiwa. Pursued from the front, blocked from the rear. Senju Kashiwa took out a secret pill. This was an Akimichi secret pill given to him by a former Akimichi clan teammate before their sacrifice. After consuming the secret pill, one could burn flesh and blood to transform it into a large amount of chakra, but if not controlled properly, one could also die violently from excessive chakra extraction. Having no more reservations now, Senju Kashiwa swallowed the chilly pill, ready to die. Every cell in his body groaned as he squeezed out all his body's potential. His entire body's chakras surged wildly. Before the Anbu could close in around him, he performed his final jutsu. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A large amount of water suddenly appeared beside Senju Kashiwa, gushing forth like a fountain. The Rat Squadron leader, who had already rushed close by, was somewhat surprised. Senju Kashiwa's strength was significantly greater than reported in the intelligence. He quickly prepared to defend. He was no match for a water release of that scale. However, the Rat Squadron leader did not retreat. Even if it meant death, he could not allow Senju Kashiwa to get any closer to the frontline headquarters. Earth Release, Earth-style Wall. An earthen wall rose in front of the Rat Squadron leader. He saw Battalion Commander Yellow Dog appear in the distance behind Senju Kashiwa. However, Senju Kashiwa's water release wasn't aimed at the Rat Squadron leader at all. The water dragon shot straight into the sky. The water dragon's body showed minimal curvature and vibration, shooting almost vertically towards the sky. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the blue water pillar was exceptionally conspicuous. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog was still 200 meters away from Senju Kashiwa, but he felt uneasy. Fire release, Great Blazing Ball. A massive fireball traversed over 200 meters, rushing towards the water dragon in the air. YK, watching from the side, clicked his tongue in amazement. The level of this fire release and its attack range were truly exaggerated. The fireball was ultimately a bit too slow, colliding with the lower section of the water dragon. After ascending, the water dragon suddenly transformed, exploding outwards in all directions. Several smaller water dragons scattered, forming a Senju clan emblem in the sky. Even with Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's strong will, he halted in his tracks, his heart sinking with a strong sense of foreboding. The others continued charging towards the soaring water dragon. Inside the headquarters camp, Senju Noeki, who was sparring with his teacher Orochimaru, turned his head in confusion. He saw the Senju clan emblem in the sky. That's the Senju clan's distress signal. Enemy attack. Iwanin have rushed near the camp. As soon as Noeki finished speaking, he leaped up, disappearing with the body flicker technique. Orochimaru felt somewhat puzzled. Even if it was an enemy attack, why not use Konoha's universal distress signal flare? Why use this obscure Senju clan distress signal? It hadn't been seen for decades since the founding of Konoha village. Adhering to his principle of training Noeki, Orochimaru followed at a distance behind him. Noeki was a genius. Orochimaru wanted him to make his own judgments and decisions from the very beginning of his ninja career. What he needed to do was help Noeki analyze things whenever he occasionally made mistakes. Guiding him in everything would not cultivate a disciple who could surpass him. Not only did Noeki leave the camp, but other Senju clan ninjas on the front line also rushed out urgently. Looking at the Senju clan emblem composed of water release in the air, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog turned and said, "Fox. Take your squad to find Senju Noeki, who is likely heading this way. For now, do not intercept him, just monitor him." YK nodded and led his squad away. After accomplishing all this, Senju Kashiwa let the water release fall. Within a range of several dozen meters, it was as if a flood had occurred. Senju Kashiwa himself was also submerged by the water. Amidst the waves, the Rat Squadron leader's ninja sword pierced Senju Kashiwa's chest. The Rat Squadron leader himself was somewhat surprised. Why was it so easy? When the water release completely dissipated, he saw Senju Kashiwa, his blood vessels burst all over his body, emaciated like a skeleton. His skin, split open by the burst blood vessels and clinging tightly to his bones, made Senju Kashiwa look neither human nor ghost. A minute or two later, Konoha ninjas from the front-line camp arrived and saw the numerous Konoha Anbu and a corpse on the ground. Senju Noeki stepped forward, staring at the corpse. The corpse wore a Kirigakure forehead protector, its entire body charred by fire release, shriveled into an ellipsoidal shape. Facing Senju Noeki's suspicious gaze, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said. The Anbu were apprehending a Kirigakure spy. This spy was proficient in water release. He also tortured a Senju ninja to obtain the Senju distress signal, intending to carry out sabotage near the Konoha camp. He has already been killed by us. Senju Noeki didn't say anything, feeling somewhat skeptical in his heart. The Anbu's explanation seemed plausible, but Noeki felt that something was off. After hesitating for a while, the Senju ninjas from the front-line camp left. YK found Battalion Commander Yellow Dog and said, "Battalion Commander, Senju Noeki didn't meet anyone on the way, and nothing unexpected happened." Battalion Commander Yellow Dog breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Good, the mission is finally over." YK thought to himself, "That's great. It's just that it's even better if Yellow Dog lets his guard down." 10 minutes later, a middle-aged Senju ninja, assigned to strengthen patrols due to the chaos, was dispatched. As he passed by a tree, he suddenly froze. There was a symbol on that tree. It was a special contact symbol used between the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The middle-aged ninja had only heard his father mention such symbols. They were from the style of the Warring States period, before the village was founded. Only the Uzumaki clan used that set of code systems when contacting the Senju clan. He walked towards the tree, bent down, and found a scroll beneath the symbol. Looking at the trampled grass around the scroll, he judged that it had been placed there for at least 2 days. Who was it? Wasn't the Uzumaki clan annihilated? Who left this scroll here 2 days in advance? The village said that the Uzumaki clan only had one remaining member, Uzumaki Kushina. Picking up the scroll and opening it for a glance, the Senju ninja's pupils contracted violently. What? What this scroll says? The Senju ninja quickly closed the scroll. His brain felt starved of oxygen, and he felt dizzy. The annihilation of the Uzumaki clan. Konoha already knew about it, and even participated in it. The reason the Uzumaki clan was caught off guard, with the entire village having no chance to escape, was that the Konoha Anbu leaked all of Ozushiagakure's coastal reconnaissance points to Kirigakure in advance. Saving the Uzumaki princess was just an act. Everything was just to provide a new container for Konoha's 9 tails. Calming his breathing, the Senju ninja suddenly thought of the young clan leader. A fire release flame rose, burning the scroll to ashes. He forcefully stomped on the tree trunk, destroying the secret code shared by the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Over 40 years old and experienced, he did not panic. He patiently waited until his patrol duty ended and returned to the camp as if nothing had happened. If he made this known to everyone, the Senju clan would immediately be forced to break with the village. A civil war in Konoha, during a critical period of the Great Ninja War, would lead to disastrous consequences. The village was the life's work of the first and second Hokage. Others might destroy Konoha, but the Senju clan could not. He decided to first report this to Princess Tsunade or young Master Nawaki. Princess Tsunade was away on a mission, not at the front line, so he could contact young Master Nawaki first. Several days later, the Yellow Dog Battalion was on its way back to Konoha. A communication eagle suddenly flew across the sky. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog stood on a tree branch, a bad premonition rising in his heart. The communication eagle swiftly descended, delivering a scroll. YK, watching from a distance, saw cold sweat instantly pour down from beneath Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's mask. End of chapter. Chapter 67. Chapter 67, Is there darkness in the village? Cold sweat continuously dripped from the lower edge of the mask onto Yellow Dog's chest. On the iron-plated vest on his chest, the sweat droplets reflected the sunlight, emitting a dazzling glare. This was the first time YK had seen Yellow Dog so discomposed, sweating profusely. The veins on the hand Battalion Commander Yellow Dog used to grip the scroll were bulging. YK thought to himself, had the coordination between Senju Kashiwa and Uzumaki Yuka finally taken effect? YK couldn't allow the Konoha higher UPS to monopolize power, otherwise, his own room for maneuver would shrink more and more in the future. The Uzumaki clan's extermination was one thing. He was just a small fry back then, but the Senju clan absolutely could not be destroyed silently. They must retain some influence to check the higher UPS. If Senju Nawaki learned the truth, the Senju clan would surely make trouble. After pondering for a few seconds, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said, "Ninja proficient in earth release, stay." The others returned to the village. YK immediately understood what Battalion Commander Yellow Dog intended to do. A small number of elites would disguise themselves as Iwanin and ruthlessly eliminate Konoha's own people. The Anbu were a special assassination force. Part of the higher UPS deterrence came from the fact that the Hokage and advisors would truly kill their own people. Which higher up didn't have the blood of their own comrades on their hands? As luck would have it, YK was proficient in earth release, something this battalion commander knew, so he stayed behind as well. Purple Cat and the other 2 team members left. Purple Cat turned her head reluctantly, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to returning to the village alone. 5 people in total followed Battalion Commander Yellow Dog back to the land of grass. The atmosphere within the team was extremely tense. On the way, Rat requested instructions from the battalion commander about the deployment of Sensor Ninja and was berated by the battalion commander Yellow Dog for 2 minutes. The veins on battalion commander Yellow Dog's neck bulged, his words were extremely harsh, and the other team members hurriedly lowered their heads. Battalion commander Yellow Dog finally said, "The Hokage-sama and Dan-sama are personally heading to the frontline camp. Just to clean up our mess. Can anyone fucking tell me? Why did Senju Kashiwa know our intelligence? Why could he lead us on such a long chase? Why, even though Senju Kashiwa is clearly dead, the Senju clan ninja still seem to know something, constantly meeting in secret. It's failed. All failed. YK heard some bad intelligence, both the third Hokage and Dans were coming. Either nip the trouble in the bud or directly confront the Senju clan at the front lines. Blocking intelligence transmission between the front lines and Konoha could temporarily prevent the Senju clan from learning the truth." Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said. Advisor Mito Kato Homura, as overall commander, detected unfavorable signs and immediately dispatched Senju Nawaki on an external mission. "We must intercept Senju Nawaki." Upon arriving at the front lines, all 6 changed into IWANIN clothing and headbands. Dark red undershirts, yellowish-brown vests. This was a traditional Anbu skill, when dealing with ninja from their own village, disguise themselves as enemy village ninja and carry out the execution. Arriving at a location over 20 kilometers northwest of the Konoha camp, Yellow Dog ordered his subordinates to stop. He said, "According to intelligence from advisor Mito Kato Homura, Senju Nawaki's team will pass through here on their way back to the camp. I will personally set a trap here, ensuring Senju Nawaki cannot detect it. 3 of you will successively act as bait to lure Senju Nawaki, step by step drawing him into the trap, then kill him with explosive tags. The bait's performance must be convincing, they must truly die at Senju Nawaki's hands, without the slightest falseness. Only then can we eliminate Senju Nawaki and Orochimaru's suspicions, making Senju Nawaki charge recklessly forward. From now on, the bait must constantly give themselves psychological hints, convincing themselves they are IWANIN." Seeing his subordinates' hesitation, Yellow Dog continued. "Orochimaru can only teach geniuses. His teaching method is hands-off, guiding. For Orochimaru's team missions, Orochimaru always provides the final safety net and does not interfere with Senju Nawaki's judgments. Senju Nawaki always talks about becoming Hokage, is particularly attentive to protecting his teammates, and therefore often charges at the front. Not only must Senju Nawaki die, but the Senju ninja at the front lines must all die. The Nine Tails transfer seal is imminent. No one can be allowed to affect the Nine Tails sealing, not even the young master of the Senju clan." Yellow Dog concluded, "First, decide who will be the bait. Is anyone among you willing to voluntarily become bait for the sake of the village's Nine Tails seal?" YK thought for a moment and was the first to raise his hand. Dying at Senju Nawaki's hands was part of his plan. With the third Hokage and Dans personally arriving at the front lines, overall commander Mito Kato Homura secretly maneuvering, and battalion commander Yellow Dog, one of the 6 elite Anbu battalion commanders, personally setting the trap, Senju Nawaki's chances were, if not certainly doomed, at least extremely slim. If he didn't extract his ability now, it would be too late. "Good, Fox. You haven't failed the regard Black Gorilla and I have for you." YK lowered his head to avoid his eyes revealing his dissatisfaction. Squadron leader Black Gorilla was all right. Before his surgery, he recommended YK for acting squadron leader, which gave YK many conveniences. "But you, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, saying you value me means assigning me even more suicidal missions?" YK could still distinguish between genuine cultivation and being used as a workhorse. The 3 weakest Anbu members became the bait. On the border of the land of grass, Orochimaru said, "Let's go, Noeki. This reconnaissance mission is over." As before, Orochimaru didn't spare more than a glance at Noeki's two teammates. During this mission, one from the Sarutobi clan and one from the Shimura clan had performed terribly, doing nothing but holding the team back. If not for Noeki's excellent performance, these two would have died long ago. Orochimaru had a severe aversion to stupidity and was most annoyed by fools. Noeki nodded and turned silently. Orochimaru asked Noeki, "What's wrong, Noeki? Something on your mind?" And no. Noeki felt a pang of panic inwardly, but immediately afterward, he acted as if everything was normal. Before leaving the camp, a Senju clan ninja had found him, wanting to tell him something. But that clansman only uttered the 4 words Uzumaki clan before collapsing, poisoned and unconscious. Medical ninja rushed in immediately and took the clansman away. With his sister Tsunade sent out on a mission, Noeki was worried, unsure if that clansman would recover. At the same time, why did that clansman mention the Uzumaki clan? After leaving the camp, Noeki had been pondering this. The unique Senju distress water release, clansmen being dispatched on missions one after another, and the last words he heard before leaving Uzumaki clan made Noeki feel that something bad must have happened. He felt a large net slowly tightening around him, closing in. He trusted his teacher Orochimaru, but he didn't trust the other ninja in the village. Especially the 2 companions beside him, one from the Sarutobi clan and one from the Shimura clan. Originally, he wanted to be on a team with someone from the Anbu clan and a civilian ninja, but he wasn't successful. The village directly assigned him 2 unfamiliar teammates. He understood the village's intention. These 2 teammates were also talented youths within their respective clans, and the village wanted him to build good relations with them. He was also willing to cooperate with his teammates and help each other. However, the village's rigid arrangement still made him unhappy inside. Noeki suddenly asked his teacher, Orochimaru-sensei, "Do you think there is darkness in the village?" The teammates from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans felt their hearts tighten, wondering why Noeki asked that. Had Noeki discovered something? End of chapter. Chapter 68, Chapter 68, Refining the Bloodline. Is there darkness in Konoha? Orochimaru stated his observed phenomenon. First, you must acknowledge the diversity of human hearts. Some people have good hearts, some have evil hearts. This is an objective reality that you cannot change. The malicious actions of evil people are also inevitable. Secondly, some people use dark means to achieve some bright goals, while others use seemingly bright means to achieve dark goals. Many things appear bright on the surface but contain darkness within. Other things appear dark, yet their ultimate purpose is bright. Nothing is necessarily absolutely right or wrong, it depends on which stage the matter is in. Orochimaru's words left the 2 from the Sarutobi and Shimura clans bewildered. Noeki nodded. What his teacher Orochimaru said was very correct, but unfortunately, he couldn't accept it. Why couldn't the people in the village work together harmoniously to build the village, instead of having all sorts of darkness appear? Noeki stopped his random thoughts, crouched down, placed his finger on the ground, and used the Senju perception secret technique to sense the vibrations in the surrounding earth. Enemy attack. Someone is hiding behind the boulder at 1 o'clock. Noeki charged over first, with his 2 teammates following. As the de facto squad leader, Noeki would absolutely not let his 2 teammates take risks. The most dangerous places had to be handled by Noeki himself. Regardless of who his teammates were, this was his resolve, aiming to become Hokage. The sound of fighting came from behind the boulder. Orochimaru walked forward unhurriedly. A few seconds later, all sounds ceased. Noeki dragged the corpse of an Iwanin out from behind the boulder. "Teacher, there might be an Iwanin reconnaissance team nearby. You take command. Eliminate this team." The 3 students left, while Orochimaru continued walking slowly. With Noeki's current strength, ordinary Iwanin were no match for him. Orochimaru would only intervene if there were Genin or elite Genin. The second Iwanin was more cunning, moving underground, probably using the earth release, fish in earth reflection technique. However, this didn't trouble Nawaki, vibrations underground couldn't escape his detection either. YK moved underground, pretending not to have noticed the pursuing Senju Nawaki. Only when Nawaki got close did he jump out of the earth and flee towards the trap's location using the body flicker technique. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog had set an elaborate trap and had hidden far away a kilometer early to avoid detection by Orochimaru. As long as Fox lured the enemy into the trap, the mission would be accomplished. A small valley appeared ahead, its entrance blocked by rocks, with a slight turn behind them. The trap was just beyond the turn. YK heard the sound of something cutting through the air behind his head. He turned and blocked 3 pursuing shuriken with his kunai. Senju Nawaki appeared instantly via body flicker and threw a punch at YK's face. YK hurriedly raised his arm to block. A great force was transmitted from his elbow. The Senju clan's taijutsu style was brutal, expansive, and immensely powerful. Someone who hadn't even taken the Chunin exams yet possessed such strength. Nawaki was also inwardly startled. Judging from the sensation transmitted through his fist, this Iwanin also had considerable strength. Moreover, the feeling of the impact was extremely resilient. One punch, apart from a slight shake in the elbow, the shoulder, waist, and other parts remained completely still. This wasn't achieved by training specific muscles, but rather because the muscles and cells throughout the entire body were very strong, resulting in such performance. YK possessed an ordinary Senju bloodline, so his physique was stronger than an average person. At that moment, an Iwanin emerged from behind the large rock, wanting to help YK. YK turned his head and shouted, "Don't mind me. Deliver the intelligence. I'll cover your retreat." Upon hearing this, Iwanin immediately turned and left from behind the rock. Hearing that the Iwanin wanted to deliver intelligence, Nawaki quickly formed hand seals to use a ninjutsu, no longer testing YK. What intelligence had these Iwanin gathered? Did they know the headquarters was planning to advance? As Nawaki had previously deduced, after Mitokado Homura met with the Kumonin, Konoha's command camp began preparations to break camp. Kumagakure was restless, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Iwagakure while it was weak. This intelligence was very important, they absolutely could not let the Iwanin escape. Nawaki threw a shuriken and formed hand seals, shadow shuriken technique. Orochimaru, watching from a distance, nodded repeatedly. Nawaki had already mastered this complex A-rank ninjutsu. Truly a genius of the Senju clan. That idiot Jiraiya still hadn't learned the Hokage-sensei's self-created famous technique even now. Dense shuriken, covering the sky like locusts, rapidly shot towards YK. Shuriken came from all directions, there was no way to avoid them. The shuriken spun extremely fast, emitting an eerie sound similar to a saw blade. He held his kunai, blocked a few shuriken, causing the shadow clones of the shuriken to burst into white smoke. However, more shuriken hit him. His head, throat, chest, and abdomen all were struck by shuriken. YK fell. Nawaki was very confident in his ninjutsu, the enemy Iwanin had sustained several fatal wounds. Before dying, YK saw Nawaki be the first to rush past the large rock, turn the corner, and run into the valley. Boom! An explosion occurred. The explosive tag trap personally set by Battalion Commander Yellow Dog was so well hidden that even Orochimaru might not have detected it immediately. Senju Nawaki was still too inexperienced. YK died. Everything went black, his vision shifted. When YK opened his eyes again, he saw a full moon. He had appeared on the road 10 days ago while pursuing Senju Kashiwa. Mochizuki's arc activated. The host has only one resurrection chance per month. Upon death, they will resurrect on the previous full moon night. Reward: 1 lottery draw opportunity. 1A rank ninjutsu, Shadow Shuriken technique, beginner level. 2 Senjua perception secret technique. 3 Bloodline, Senjua of the forest, medium high grade, can be purified. They are all very tempting. The Shadow Shuriken technique, the signature ninjutsu of Sarutobi Hiruzen and his disciples. A top-tier ninjutsu among weapon-throwing techniques. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, and Namikaze Minato all knew this technique. The second option was also very valuable, the Senjua perception secret technique. Sensor ninjas were treasures, the ones given priority protection within a team. Hyuga ninja, Inyazuka ninja, and Abarame ninja were the tactical core of many squads. Perception was YK's weak point. If he could master a perception secret technique and know the enemy's position in advance, it would undoubtedly be a great help for survival. The Senjua perception secret technique involved placing a finger on the ground and using the earth's vibrations to sense the enemy's direction. YK also had earth release and coveted this secret technique. The third option was actually the Senjua of the forest bloodline again. It was a higher grade than the previous ordinary level, a medium-high grade. This meant that after choosing this option, his bloodline purity would be on par with a mid to high level Senjua clansman, similar to the Senjua Kashiwa they were currently pursuing. Barring accidents, he could become a Jainin around the age of 20. YK thought about it. Ninjutsu and secret techniques could be obtained later, but bloodline abilities were rare and hard to come by. The Senjua clan was on the verge of extermination. If he didn't choose now, there might be no chance later. While the squad was resting, YK chose the third option, Senjua of the forest bloodline. End of chapter. Chapter 69, Chapter 69, Self-Healing Recovery. Just like the last time he chose the Senjua bloodline, all the cells in YK's body began to tremble. He slowly sat down, leaning against the tree trunk behind him. Purple Cat saw YK's arm trembling and came closer to ask, "Captain, what's wrong?" "Nothing, just a cramp." "Don't make a fuss, it'll be over soon." Purple Cat found it strange. With Captain Fox's strength, why would he get a cramp? Without asking further, Purple Cat positioned herself in front of YK. YK discovered a pleasant surprise. The previous ordinary Senjua of the forest bloodline had given him more chakra and a stronger physique. This medium-high grade Senjua of the forest bloodline, in addition to the increase in chakra and physique, came with a new ability. Self-healing recovery, slow. Many ninja of the Senjua clan excelled in medical ninjutsu. Figures like Senju Hashirama and Tsunade could even apply self-healing abilities in combat, increasing their margin for error and fighting to the point of making others despair. Fighting Tsunade at her peak, unless her chakra was completely drained, she would absolutely not die. As for Senju Hashirama, he treated Tsunade's trump card, the strength of 100 seal, as a standard state. After the purity of the Senju bloodline increased, YK also gained a certain degree of self-healing ability. When injured, it would quickly stop bleeding, reduce pain perception, and allow him to maintain a certain level of combat effectiveness. Moreover, the body's cells would slowly recover autonomously, even without a medical ninja, the injuries could heal. His chakra reserve had also become 1.7 times that of a special Jainin level. Host status. Chakra reserve, 1.7x special Jainin level. Chakra affinities, earth, water, yang. Bloodline, Senjua of the forest, medium-high. Ninjutsu, water release, water formation wall, earth release, earth clone, etc. Taijutsu, body flicker technique, cloud-style sword technique, etc. Sealing techniques, self-cursing body binding seal, etc. Special abilities, stress reflex, twice broken through, natural chakra growth, self-healing recovery, slow. YK breathed a long sigh of relief, the improvement in his physique had finally ended. After swallowing 3 military ration pills in a row, YK stood up. Clenching and releasing his fist, his whole body felt full of strength. After his physique became stronger, even digesting military ration pills was faster. Warmth soon appeared in his abdomen, dispelling the icy chill from the sweat all over his body. YK looked in the direction of Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. Now there was a tricky problem: if he encountered Senju Nawaki again, how could he survive? According to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's orders, YK would die in the bait mission, thereby luring Senju Nawaki into the trap. Nawaki's whereabouts were designed by the frontline commander-in-chief, Mito Kato Homura. The trap was set by an Anbu battalion commander, and there were contingency plans prepared by the 3rd Hokage and Dans. YK wanted to protect Nawaki as much as possible, but more importantly, protect his own life. The plot developed as it did in his previous life. His subtle hint to Senju Kashiwa for Senju Kashiwa to think he could meet Senju Nawaki was nothing but a pipe dream. Coordinating with the Uzumaki remnants and leaving marks was the only feasible way. Senju Kashiwa used the Senju clan's unique distress signal to draw all the Senju ninja out from the front-line camp. No one in Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's force discovered that the Uzumaki remnants had already placed the scroll in the camp's periphery in advance. Yellow Dog believed the mission was over and led the team back to the village. The difference this time was that YK had made arrangements ahead of time. As they were leaving the land of grass, a spear egret suddenly flew past not far away, extremely fast, disappearing behind a distant hillside, flying towards the land of rain. YK's figure paused, and he immediately reported. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. That's the summoning creature of the Uzumaki remnants, the spear egret. I can't be mistaken. Back in the land of waves, Squadron Leader Black Gorilla and I pursued that kind of summoning creature for a long time. Hearing this, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog said. There are many missions in the village, it's a critical time. However, we can't ignore the discovery of Uzumaki remnants. Fox, take your squad to search for intelligence on the Uzumaki remnants. The Uzumaki remnants have learned the Senju perception secret technique and are very difficult to capture. Be careful. YK quickly nodded and said, I understand, I'll be careful. Living a second life, with a little manipulation, he could stay away from the dangerous vortex. The plan went very smoothly. He had extricated himself from Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's control. This way, when Battalion Commander Yellow Dog received the urgent Anbu report and returned to the front lines to set up Nawaki, it would be too late to bring YK along. The critical time Battalion Commander Yellow Dog mentioned was probably related to Uzumaki Mito's declining health. The transfer seal could happen at any time. During the previous battle at Ushiga Mountain, Uzumaki Mito hadn't been as relaxed as she appeared. To deter hostile forces from disrupting the Nine Tails transfer seal, Uzumaki Mito had mustered her energy and pretended nothing was wrong. Core Anbu figures like Battalion Commander Yellow Dog had wasted too much time on Senju Kashiwa and were now anxious to return to the village. After the rest of the battalion left, YK led his squad to track the spear egret. The so-called tracking was just YK pointing in a direction, and the rest of the squad following. After all, the spear egret was under YK's control. Occasionally showing itself was enough to fool the new team members. Earlier, when summoning the spear egret, YK had secretly contacted Uzumaki Yuka and arranged a meeting place. The Fox squad kept walking until they entered the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain was situated in a basin, perpetually covered by thick clouds, with no sunlight and frequent rain. The Land of Rain was the origin of the Nakano River in the Land of Fire and also the source of over a dozen rivers in the Land of Rivers. Shortly after entering the Land of Rain, a sharp cry sounded. The three-legged Yatagarasu dove down from the clouds. Its large beak headed straight for the Fox squad. With just one charge, it scattered the 4 squad members. Purple Cat and the others had never seen such a powerful summoning creature. Kunao and Shuriken couldn't break through the Yatagarasu's hard feathers. Moreover, the Yatagarasu also laid explosive eggs. The power of these eggs was even stronger than explosive tags, instantly suppressing the fox squad. YK shouted, "This is a large summoning creature bound by the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. We must not let this clue slip away." After several skirmishes, YK threw a wire-guided shuriken, which tangled around the Yatagarasu's claw. The Yatagarasu carried YK into the sky. "Captain! Captain!" Purple Cat chased from behind, watching helplessly as Captain Fox, for the sake of the mission, was dragged into the sky and disappeared behind the clouds on a distant mountain peak. Hearing the sorrow in Purple Cat's cries, YK thought to himself that he couldn't bring you along this time. He hadn't seen Uzumaki Yuka for a long time and missed her a little. The key point was that he needed to get some information from her. It wasn't convenient to bring Purple Cat. Strictly speaking, Kai was the lover, Yuka was the other woman, so you, Purple Cat, are actually the third in line. With seniority established like this, based on order and rank, he still had to prioritize the feelings of the senior ones. The Yatagarasu carried YK and landed by a lake, then turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Not long after, a large spear egret flew to the lakeside, and Uzumaki Yuka's slender figure jumped down from its back. Yuka was just like before, large fruits on a slender branch, bouncing elastically several times before settling back into their heavy appearance. Fox. Long time no see. End of chapter. Chapter 70, Chapter 70, Strong Physique. After parting in the Land of Waves, YK and Uzumaki Yuka hadn't seen each other again. YK was busy with Anbu missions, while Uzumaki Yuka led her clansmen in fleeing from place to place. "Long time no see," YK said. "Yuka, did you follow my suggestion and warn young Master Nawaka to be cautious of danger? Last time, they only conveyed the truth about the Uzumaki clan's extermination via scroll. In this life, YK added a more crucial piece: someone intended harm towards Senju Nawaka. He hoped Senju Nawaka could survive. We did. We left not only the truth about the Uzumaki clan's extermination but also a warning message," Uzumaki Yuka asked. "Fox, would the Konoha Anbu really harm young Master Nawaka? He's the young master of the Senju clan, a genius of Konoha." YK nodded and said, "Don't underestimate the resolve of the Konoha higher UPS. They are ninja with exceptionally strong wills, who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. If the truth is exposed and the Senju clan breaks with the Konoha leadership, it would be Konoha's greatest disaster. And judging by the Senju clan's nature of valuing family, a break is highly likely to happen. In this great ninja war, Konoha would suffer heavy losses due to civil war. Right now, they are only fighting Iwagakuer, but by then, Kumagakuer, Tsunagakuer, and Kirigakuer would all pounce and tear into Konoha fiercely. Lately, Konoha has been strictly guarding against Lady Mito, Princess Kushina, and the Senju clan. My routine mission in the Anbu is to monitor the Senju compound. When I warned you in the Land of Waves not to contact the Senju clan for now, it was to wait for this storm to subside a bit before making long-term plans." Senju Kashiwa learned the truth. He tried to tell the Senju clan leadership, but was discovered early by the Anbu. Uzumaki Yuka lowered her head and said sadly, "I met my cousin Kashiwa by chance in the Land of Grass. He was shocked that I was still alive. Under his persistent questioning, I revealed some facts. Cousin was very smart and immediately guessed the truth. He was also unbelievable, and worried about Konoha tearing itself apart. He said he would find a proper way to handle it after returning to the village. The Konoha higher UPS don't cherish Konoha, but my cousin Senju Kashiwa had to consider Konoha in everything. Do kind-hearted people deserve to be bullied? I never thought my cousin would be discovered by the Anbu, and he sacrificed himself again to buy a chance to deliver the intelligence. And thank you for risking fatal danger to help us as an insider. In the power struggles within Konoha, those who cherished Konoha the most were the easiest for the higher UPS to control. In contrast, someone like Orochimaru, who didn't really care about Konoha, was someone the higher UPS had no way to handle, they could only coax him. Even experimenting on Konoha children resulted in no consequences. A weakness Konoha was the Senju clan's weakness. An invincible person with no parents, no children, no attachments, no concerns, that was the person everyone feared. Even if a villain was utterly malicious, would they dare provoke such an invincible person? Once resolved to fight, it meant death. They were the ones with nothing to lose, while others had everything to lose. It started raining heavily outside. The two found a tree hollow and crawled inside. Yuka, how many people are left in the Uzumaki clan? 32. Hearing this number, YK fell silent. He never imagined the once renowned Uzumaki clan was now reduced to only 32 people. Why choose the Land of Rain? The Land of Rain is a battlefield for 4 sides. Tsunagakuer, Iwagakuer, Konoha, and Hanzo of Omegakure, plus rebel organizations that don't submit to Hanzo. The situation here is the most chaotic, Uzumaki Yuka said. The more chaotic it is, the better it is for us to hide. We were previously in the Land of Grass. The Land of Grass is under Iwagakure's sphere of influence, and their control over every village is relatively strong. After being exposed in the Land of Grass, they captured an Uzumaki clan member, Uzumaki Kaon, who is skilled in medical ninjutsu. I wanted to rescue her, but unfortunately, I couldn't manage it. It was also while trying to rescue Kaon that I met my cousin Senju Kashiwa. YK estimated that Uzumaki Kaon was the mother of Karin from the original story. He said, "When I find an opportunity, I will inform young Master Nawaki and have him rescue Uzumaki Kaon." YK added mentally, "If Senju Nawaki survives." Uzumaki Yuka had been very tired lately, almost on the verge of collapse. If not for the help from her cousin Senju Kashiwa and Fox, she felt she wouldn't have been able to go on. Seeing Fox now felt so friendly. Outside the tree hollow, the rain fell steadily. Inside the tree hollow, Yuka gently kissed YK's neck, then quickly removed her clothes, soon becoming covered in fragrant sweat in the passion. "Fox, how has your physique improved so much?" Yuka thought to herself that Fox's Senju bloodline was growing stronger with practice. An hour later, YK couldn't help but sigh, the Uzumaki clan's physique was very strong. No wonder the Senju clan formed marriage alliances with the Uzumaki clan, only then were they well matched. "Yuka, the Nine Tails transfer seal is imminent. I came this time to learn about the Nine Tails seal. To your knowledge, what techniques can affect the Nine Tails seal? I have a feeling the Nine Tails transfer won't go smoothly. I'm very worried about Lady Mito and Princess Kushina." Uzumaki Yuka slowly dressed and said, "Techniques that can affect the Nine Tails seal? As far as I know, there's only one sealing technique that can affect the Nine Tails seal, the contract release seal. It's a secret technique of the Uzumaki clan, rarely passed on to outsiders. Another thing that can affect the Nine Tails seal isn't a sealing technique, it's the Uchiha clan's Sharingan." YK thought for a moment and said, "The Uzumaki clan's sealing scroll is in clan head Senjurinoki's hands, so the risk of the contract release seal being leaked is very low. Then we must be careful to guard against the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan has a long-standing feud with the Senju clan. Perhaps the Uchiha clan will hit someone when they're down and act against the Nine Tails seal. Yuka, you should hide for now. Lady Mito is very old. Since the battle at Ushiga Mountain, she has been conscious for very little time each day. Once Princess Kushina grows up, everything will get better." "Okay, I understand. We will wait for Princess Kushina to grow up." YK left the tree hollow, stepped into the curtain of rain, and disappeared using the body flicker technique. Uzumaki Yuka leaned against the wooden wall of the tree hollow, feeling the lingering warmth from Fox. Fox was right. As long as they waited for Princess Kushina to grow up, everything would get better. Uzumaki Yuka returned to the rainforest where the Uzumaki remnants were hiding. They had built tree houses here, living a precarious existence. 3 children, 26 women, 3 men. This was the entirety of the Uzumaki clan. According to the customs of the ninja world, women change their surname to their husbands after marriage. The women of the Uzumaki clan had already agreed that after marriage, they would not change their surnames, and their children would take the Uzumaki surname. The Uzumaki clan must not be exterminated, they were the last spark of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Yuka thought Fox's Senju bloodline was quite good. It would be nice if she could conceive a child with Fox. Really, only twice in an hour. I shouldn't have let him leave so soon if I'd known. Thinking this, Uzumaki Yuka laughed to herself. A woman leading a child by the hand happened to pass by and asked, "Yuka, did something good happen?" "Oh, no, no." Yuka teased the little boy and said, "Has Nagato been eating properly lately?" End of chapter. Chapter 71, Chapter 71, Nawaka's death. More than 10 days later, a Uzumaki kunoichi rushed into this remote rainforest, crying as she ran, "Yuka! Yuka! Something terrible has happened!" Yuka jumped down from the treehouse. The other Uzumaki kunoichi, hearing the shrill cry, also rushed over. After a few words, the women of the Uzumaki clan slumped one by one, sitting down in the rain. Only Uzumaki Yuka remained standing with difficulty, her face tilted towards the sky, allowing her tears to flow continuously, mingling with the rainwater and falling into the mud at her feet. The young clan head of the Senju, Senju Nawaki, was dead. Fox was a Senju spy in the Anbu. He had clearly uncovered the intelligence and had warned the young clan head. Yet, the young clan head was still dead. It was said that Uegakuer claimed responsibility for the incident, proudly declaring that they had killed the young clan head of the Senju, eliminating Konoha's most dazzling genius in the past 10 years, as an equivalent retaliation for the Ushiga mountain trap. The young clan head Nawaki was protected by an experienced jonin like Orochimaru. How could he possibly be killed by an Iwanin assassination squad? Only then did Yuka deeply realize why Fox had emphasized not to tell the truth to the Senju clan for the time being. After Lord Tobirama's sacrifice, Konoha had become strange and cold-blooded, everything was different. The Uzumaki clan's desire for Princess Kushina to become the Three Tails Jinchuriki had angered Konoha, leading to Uzushiagakuer being ruthlessly abandoned by the Konoha higher UPS. The Senju clan was the same, they also had conflicts with Konoha over the matter of the second Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and now they, too, had encountered misfortune. The Konoha higher UPS could not tolerate any opposing forces, the village had to be under their autocratic rule. Even if the Senju clan challenged the authority of the higher UPS, they would face ruthless suppression without the slightest mercy. Konoha was now the Konoha of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, no longer the Konoha of the past. After YK left Uzumaki Yuka, he first found his own squad in the Land of Rain. Purple Cat hurried forward and asked, "Captain, are you all right?" She had been terribly worried when she saw Captain Fox being carried away by the Yatagarasu. She circled YK, checking his condition. "I'm fine. I was captured by the summoning creature of the Uzumaki remnants, but I also obtained intelligence on them," YK said. "Let's go, we're returning to the base camp in the Land of Grass to report the intelligence we've obtained." Halfway there, a major piece of news spread throughout the Land of Rain. Even ordinary people knew that something major had happened among the shinobi. Konoha's genius, the young clan head of the Senju, was dead. The Iwanin were everywhere, proclaiming that they had killed the Senju young clan head. YK immediately understood that this was Noki trying to take credit for himself. Of course, Noki wanted to kill Senju Nawaki, he wanted to kill all of Konoha's talented youths. However, if he wanted to kill Senju Nawaki, sending too few troops wouldn't succeed, as Nawaki had Orochimaru personally protecting him. Sending too many troops would inevitably attract the attention of Konoha's frontline camp, escalating into a major battle and causing even greater losses. YK roughly guessed the truth. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, after learning the urgent intelligence that the Senju shinobi at the front had contacted the Uzumaki remnants, returned in a rage, disguised himself as an Iwa nin, and personally laid a trap. The frontline commander, Mito Kato Homura, had customized a mission for Nawaka's squad, and Battalion Commander Yellow Dog knew all the details of this custom mission. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog set a trap on the road and blew Senju Nawaka to death. The person who designed the trap was not much weaker than the current Orochimaru in terms of skill. Even though YK had warned them, Senju Nawaka was still dead. YK himself had designed the mission to track Spear Egret, which allowed him to avoid being used as bait for the trap, being the bait was certain death. After returning to the front-line camp, YK saw Orochimaru and Jiraiya from a distance, each standing on one side, guarding the tent where the body was kept. Inside the tent was Tsunade, kneeling on the ground and weeping. Nawaka had been dead for several days, but Tsunade remained by his body. Outside the tent, Orochimaru leaned stiffly against the tent's wooden post, his eyelids lowered. Jiraiya stared at Orochimaru indignantly, as if Orochimaru had just said something unpleasant to Tsunade. Nawaka's death had a significant impact on Orochimaru. He was far from as indifferent as he appeared on the surface. There were many other bodies on the ground inside the tent. It was unknown how many Senju shinobi from the front lines had fallen victim. Upon making some inquiries, YK heard that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Danzo had both come to the front line. During a small jonin meeting at the front, Tsunade angrily proposed adding one medical nin to each squad. If there had been a Senju medical nin in Nawaka's squad, and not a Sarutobi and a Shimura, perhaps Nawaka wouldn't have died. Those two, Sarutobi and Shimura, were completely useless individuals forcibly assigned to Nawaka by the higher UPS to create bonds. It was said that the trap Nawaka encountered was a two-stage explosive tag trap. One explosive tag exploded first, launching a bundle of explosive tags to waist height, and then the large bundle exploded at waist level, blowing away all of Nawaka's internal organs. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's trap was indeed exquisite. Among all the jonin, only Kato Dan supported Tsunade. Their relationship grew closer, and after Nawaka's death, Kato Dan became one of Tsunade's emotional pillars. Amidst the chaos, YK found the Anbu tent. Entering the tent, YK saw that both Danzo and Battalion Commander Yellow Dog were inside. He stepped forward and reported. Lord Danzo, Battalion Commander, I have investigated and obtained intelligence. The Uzumaki remnants are moving between the land of rain and the land of grass, and their tracks are elusive. After speaking, YK lowered his head and waited. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog waved his hand, signaling YK to leave first. YK withdrew from the tent. The Anbu around the tent were all unusually solemn, as if Danzo had just flown into a rage. The Anbu had no choice but to kill Nawaka. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog had made a huge mistake by allowing the Uzumaki remnants to make contact with the Senju young clan head, forcing them to act decisively and execute the young clan head before the Nine Tails transfer sealing. For the Anbu, the cost of this action was enormous. If Orochimaru or Tsunade were to discover anything, the consequences would be extremely dire. Furthermore, Nawaka was backed by the huge Senju clan. Late at night, Team Fox was on duty, guarding outside Danzo's tent. YK saw Orochimaru approach and enter the tent. YK pricked up his ears, listening for sounds from inside the tent. He listened for over 10 minutes but heard nothing. A barrier must have been set up to prevent sound from leaking out. Inside the tent, Orochimaru stared at Danzo with his vertical pupils. Danzo's face was expressionless, not indicating that he had ever given the order to kill Senju Nawaka. Orochimaru was silent for a few seconds, then said, "Human life is so fragile, Lord Danzo. I had such great expectations for my student, Nawaka. I never thought a few explosive tags would blow him to pieces. That trap was too clever, so clever that even I might have died. It's unbelievable. Since when did Iwagakure have such a powerful trap master with such exquisite control over explosive tags? Nowake's potential was certainly higher than mine. What a pity, he died just like that. Lord Danzo, I agree with the proposal you discussed with me before, to initiate research on life constitution aspects such as transplantation, enhancement and modification for Konoha. End of chapter. Chapter 72, Chapter 72, Orochimaru's Experiment. Danzo had considered that Orochimaru might have come to demand an explanation, and had even prepared words to deal with him. Everything was for Konoha, Danzo had no choice. He never expected that Orochimaru wouldn't mention Nowake's death at all, and there was even an unexpected delight. Nowake's death had stimulated Orochimaru, sparking his interest in life research. Danzo's voice was hoarse, unable to conceal his excitement. Orochimaru, you are the junior I hold in the highest regard. You have sufficient talent, sufficient disposition, and sufficient effort. However, your commoner physique, lacking a Kekii Genkai, limits your upper potential. In the face of Kekii Genkai, effort is worthless. I have arduously practiced wind release for 40 years, and then what? Before a true Kekii Genkai powerhouse, I am vulnerable. You have arduously practiced earth release and summoning techniques, and then what? You haven't witnessed the grace of Lord Hashirama and Uchiha Madara on the battlefield. That is how true powerhouses should be. Like you, I am also troubled by the limits of my physique. Giving up is not our ninja way, the problem of physique is not insurmountable. Lord Tobirama had some conceptions that were never implemented, but I believe they hold great promise. As long as you are willing to conduct research on shinobi life and physique for the village, I am willing to provide all support. Lord Tobirama's research notes on transplantation, physique, Kekii Genkai, and so on, I will give them to you tonight. During the war, all prisoners from enemy villages are your test subjects. After the war ends, we can also recruit volunteers from the Anbu shinobi, after years of disciplined training, have very high awakening. Furthermore, once the experiments yield phased results, I am even willing to become your test subject myself. I have some materials related to transplantation, but I have been hampered by the lack of mature transplantation techniques. Orochimaru thought to himself that what Danzo wanted to transplant must be the top-tier materials in the shinobi world. He said, I wish to begin research tonight. A rare smile appeared on Danzo's face. Tonight, I will prepare experimental equipment for you and send all the prisoners from the camp to your tent. Noki killed the Senju young clan head Nowaki, Konoha will inevitably retaliate. I will order the Anbu to capture Iwanin alive and deliver all live subjects to you. During the war, your test subjects will be continuous, do not spare them, the research progress is more important. However, I hope to specify the initial research direction. Oh? What direction? Orochimaru became interested, wondering what exactly Danzo wanted to transplant. Danzo said, I hope you begin with eye transplantation. Orochimaru understood in his heart. Danzo's teammate, Uchiha Kagami, died with his body lost. It seemed Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan was in Danzo's possession. As for whether it was a deathbed entrustment or seized by force and the body destroyed, that was unknown. Orochimaru, from today on, you are the head of the Root Laboratory, codename K. Orochimaru asked, why Root Shinobi, and not Anbu? Danzo said. Hiruzen is unwilling to bear the infamy, even the infamy that follows the Anbu after they complete missions in the shadows. From now on, all the village's infamy will be borne by me and Root. To protect Hiruzen's honor, we have altered Root's duties. Not only do we train new recruits for the Anbu, but we also secretly complete missions that even the Anbu find inconvenient to handle. Rest assured, Hiruzen will soon learn of and agree to your joining Root. Orochimaru turned and left the tent. Danzo, seeing that Team Fox was on guard duty outside the tent, shouted, Fox, come in. YK received a mission, to deliver all the prisoners in the camp to Orochimaru's tent. Simultaneously, Danzo informed him that Orochimaru was now a member of Root, the head of the root laboratory, with the authority of a battalion commander. Arriving at the prisoner enclosure, YK had his 3 squad members tie up the 5 IWANIN prisoners with ropes and take them away. These prisoners had been drugged by interrogation shinobi, unable to extract chakra or resist. One prisoner asked fearfully, "Where are you taking us? Is our village arranging a prisoner exchange?" YK thought for a moment and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the era of prisoner exchanges is over. From today, Konoha will no longer exchange prisoners with any village." Why? Why is Konoha so cruel? YK shook his head, thinking to himself, "It's because you didn't commit suicide." When they brought the prisoners to the outside of Orochimaru's tent, YK saw a youth already waiting at the entrance. The tent flap opened, and Orochimaru stepped out, first looking at the several prisoners. Through the gap in the flap, YK saw 2 large tables inside, equipped with simple surgical knives, scissors, tweezers, awls, and other tools. The youth shouted excitedly, "Teacher Orochimaru! Please control your grief. Nawaka's unfortunate sacrifice. I will train even harder, practicing twice as hard to make up for Nawaka's share of regret. I formally ask you to accept me as your disciple. I will absolutely not fail your expectations." Orochimaru's gaze as he looked at the prisoners seemed rather dissatisfied. He withdrew his sight and looked at the youth. "You came to find me, does your clan head Danzo know?" "No, I haven't seen the clan head. Lord Clan Head might still be in the village." This Shimura clan youth didn't even know if Danzo had come to the front lines. He had occupied a spot in Nawaka's squad. Now, seeing Nawaka dead, he thought his opportunity had come. Orochimaru let out a strange laugh and said, "Good, then you go in first." Orochimaru turned to YK. "Take the prisoners into the tent. You all stay, wait outside, and dispose of the bodies tomorrow." "Understood, Lord Orochimaru." Miserable screams came from inside the tent. Orochimaru found them noisy, and the screams abruptly ceased. Throughout the entire night, there were only muffled groans of pain from the tent, making one's scalp tingle. The next morning, Orochimaru emerged from the tent. Sunlight shone on Orochimaru's pale face. He actually seemed to enjoy it somewhat, though it was unclear whether he was enjoying the experiment or the sunlight. He waved his hand, signaling Team Fox to enter and dispose of the bodies. The 6 bodies were mutilated beyond recognition. Wait, weren't there 5 prisoners? Why was there 1 extra body? The Shimura clan youth had actually been dissected by Orochimaru? Did Danzo know about this? Should it be reported? After thinking it over, YK decided to report it. Orochimaru wasn't his direct superior, but Danzo was his superior's superior's superior. The prisoners' bodies were directly taken outside the camp to be incinerated. The Shimura clan youth's body was kept for now. YK hurried to Danzo's tent and reported the dissection of the Shimura clan youth to Danzo. Danzo was first stunned, then said, "I know." Danzo thought to himself that to transplant eyes onto himself, some costs must be borne. His own clansmen were most similar to himself. Orochimaru wasn't acting entirely recklessly. He just needed to restrict the numbers in the future and not dissect too many from the Shimura clan. YK thought, "That's it." He quickly withdrew and did not inquire further about the matter. The Shimura clan's youth's body was directly incinerated. Watching the body slowly shrink in the flames, YK sighed. Danzo was truly a ruthless man. Ruthless to others, and ruthless to his own people. This kid, too, why bother creating that next Nawaka persona for nothing? Died so miserably. Especially the black, empty eye sockets, who knows where the eyeballs went? Squadron leader Black Gorilla's injury recovery was progressing remarkably well. He returned to duty early, coming from the village to the front line. "Long time no see, Fox." "Long time no see, Squadron leader." YK looked down. Black Gorilla's broken leg was a full size thinner than his good leg. Poor Black Gorilla, not only did he lose an arm, but one leg was also not in good shape. Black Gorilla said. In the coming period, we need to capture at least 3 IWAnin alive, the higher their strength, the better. Fox, your squad is the strongest in the squadron. You will take the lead from now on. I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. I just applied for an Earth Release Jutsu Scroll for you, you can select one jutsu from it. Hearing this, YK was very excited. He had completed many Anbu missions and could finally exchange for a jutsu. The Anbu didn't have a clear standard how many B-rank missions for a jutsu of what grade, how many A-rank missions for a higher grade jutsu. Rewards depended not only on mission records but also on the firmness of one's will of fire. The firmness of the will of fire was entirely based on the subjective judgment of superiors. Black Gorilla believed Fox's will of fire was like steel, another superior might not think so. YK took the Earth Release Jutsu Scroll and scanned the table of contents. YK currently mastered 3 elemental jutsu, Earth Release, Fish in Earth Reflection Technique, Earth Clone, and Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Infiltrate, Substitute, Defense still missing in Attack Type Jutsu. YK saw a familiar name, Earth Release, Earth Style Rising Spears. During the reconnaissance before the Ushiga Mountain battle, he had seen an IWAnin Jonin use this jutsu. Inject chakra into the ground, and sharp stone spears thrust out from the earth, instantly piercing the enemy. The attack angle was tricky, it could ambush enemies from behind. A good offensive Earth Release Jutsu. Squadron Leader, I choose this B-rank jutsu. Black Gorilla saw the name and felt a lingering fear. My leg was shattered in a fight against this very technique. It's an excellent jutsu. He opened the corresponding section of the scroll and let YK copy the jutsu. After YK finished copying, Black Gorilla said, we leave the camp tomorrow night to capture IWAnin. Learn this jutsu as soon as possible. YK didn't sleep and went to the camp's training ground to practice the jutsu. The reason he chose this jutsu was that it required only one hand seal. Just the ram seal was needed to perform this jutsu. In his previous life, he saw a piece of news where a general said, aim. Just raise your rifle and fire. Suppressing the enemy with firepower is king. Combat between shinobi was the same, a 1 seal jutsu was stronger than a 3 seal jutsu. As long as he used the jutsu first, forcing the enemy to dodge, the battle would enter his rhythm. Earth Release, Earth Style Rising Spears. An earthen spear thrusts out from the ground, hitting the wooden stump opposite. Unfortunately, the spear's strength was too low, only slightly harder than soil. It shattered upon impact with the stump. Practicing a jutsu himself was much more effortful than the system granting it. YK trained repeatedly, slowly increasing the chakra strength of the earth-style rising spears. 10 repetitions per set, resting for a while after each set, then continuing. By the time sunlight illuminated the training ground, the earth-style rising spears could already pierce through the wooden stump. Looking at the pierced hole in the stump, YK nodded repeatedly, this power was sufficient for actual combat. Next was the work of persistence, making the jutsu faster and stronger. Mastery of jutsu lies in refinement, not quantity. Hitaki Kakashi, who claimed to master over 1,000 jutsu, only regularly used 3 to 5. At night, the Black Gorilla Squadron set out to complete the mission of capturing prisoners. Leaving the forest on the border of the Land of Fire, they entered the endless grasslands of the Land of Grass. Konoha shinobi were accustomed to operating in forests. Suddenly facing a plain was like running naked, feeling extremely uncomfortable all over. Black Gorilla instructed the 3 squad leaders. Advisor Mito Kato Homura achieved good results from his talks in Kumagakuer. Kumo has decided to take advantage of Iwagakuer's weakness, attack the Land of Waterfall, and declare war on Iwagakuer. The Iwanin in the Land of Grass direction might retreat. We need to move fast, or we won't catch any prisoners. The Battle of Ushiga Mountain became the turning point in the war between Konoha and Iwagakuer, with Konoha shifting from defense to offense. White Sheep used his Byakugan to search for enemy traces for the squadron and soon found an Iwanin squad by a small river. White Sheep said, "A 4-man Iwanin squad. They just fetched water from the small river and are moving towards the 2 o'clock direction." Black Gorilla said, "Good. Before they spot us, White Sheep squad and I will advance from the center. Team Fox and Leaf Monkey squad will flank from both sides, surround them." Battalion Commander Yellow Dog had specially come to assess Black Gorilla's recovery. Black Gorilla had to prove with practical action that he was capable of completing Anbu missions. YK led his squad to the small river and jumped. While in the air, YK suddenly felt slight discomfort in his nostrils. After acquiring the Senju of the forest Kekii Genkai, YK's physique had strengthened, making him sensitive to all stimuli. It seemed he had just inhaled something unpleasant. The smell came from the water's surface. But at a glance, the river water appeared normal. Seeing the distant Leaf Monkey squad moving quickly, YK maintained his speed and continued forward. How strange, why did the river water emit an irritating smell? Suppressing his unease, YK prepared to complete the mission first. The 4 Iwanin soon discovered 3 Konoha Anbu squads approaching from 3 directions. The Iwanin squad hurriedly attempted to break through. This Iwanin squad was quite strong, the weakest was at least Chunin level and very fast. YK channeled chakra into his arm and threw a kunai with all his strength. After his physique enhancement, his taijutsu and tool throwing skills had improved by an entire level. The kunai flew extremely fast, skimming over the grass, and hit the last Iwanin's calf. The Iwanin let out a scream and rolled on the ground. The other Iwanin ignored him and continued fleeing madly. Black Gorilla couldn't help but praise, "Fox. Well done." After not seeing him for a while, Fox's strength had increased again. Purple Cat immediately followed up, using the mind-body switch technique to control the fallen Iwanin, while Antelope force-fed poison to the Iwanin. The Iwanin lost the ability to resist and became Team Fox's prisoner. What followed was a tedious pursuit. The 2 remaining members of the Iwanin squad took turns acting as rearguard, buying time for their captain. The Black Gorilla Squadron's mission was to capture prisoners alive. Capturing them alive was much more troublesome than killing the rearguard Iwanin, costing a lot of time. The Iwanin squad captain made a wide arc and ran back towards the small river. White Sheep suddenly shouted, "Something's wrong. It's an ambush." The Black Gorilla Squadron had been chasing for half an hour, moving far from the river, exceeding the Byakugan's observation limit. The enemy had set an ambush by the river. Over 30 shinobi jumped out from the river. Their distinctive gas masks identified them as Rain Nin. After Konoha and Kumo decided to join forces against Iwagakure, having ceded some unknown benefits, actually managed to persuade Rain's Hanzo. Iwagakure and Omegakure formed an alliance. Rain Nin entered the land of grass, intervening. YK suddenly remembered the faint, pungent smell when crossing the river earlier. Could that have been the Rain Nin's poison? Be careful. Poison. End of chapter. Chapter 73, Chapter 73, Red Chili Pill. The river water exploded violently. The water mist in the air took on a distinct purple hue under the moonlight. Explosive poison mist devices had also been set up on both banks of the river. After a series of banging explosions, poisonous smoke surrounded the area. The Black Gorilla Squadron was instantly enveloped in the poison mist. Salamander populations lived around Omegakure, and salamanders were highly venomous. Rain Nin were adept at using poison, rivaling the puppet masters of Tsunagakure in this skill. Everyone in the Black Gorilla Squadron swallowed an antidote pill. The antidotes equipped by the Anbu were targeted against Iwanin poisons. No one expected the Rain Nin to join the battle, so the antidotes were not effective. After rushing out of the poison mist, Coughing fits erupted throughout the Black Gorilla Squadron. Cough. Cough. White Sheep's voice was full of apology as he said, "I'm sorry, Squadron Leader, I didn't detect the enemy lurking in the river." Black Gorilla said, "It's not your fault. Capturing them alive took too much time." Cough. Cough. Retreat. Cover the retreat in sequence. We must bring back the 3 prisoners we captured. The people running beside him were stumbling, all affected by the toxin. YK felt he was doing all right. The physique enhancement from the Senju of the forest bloodline gave him higher poison resistance. Leaf Monkey Squad, cover the retreat. The newly formed Leaf Monkey Squad stood their ground without hesitation, turning to cover the retreat. The other squads fled desperately. YK looked back and saw the poisoned Leaf Monkey Squad hold out for over 10 seconds before being wiped out by the Rain Nin. Before they died, they traded their lives, killing 5 or 6 Rain Nin. The Rain Nin continued their pursuit. Black Gorilla looked at YK, his eyes filled with resolve. YK understood Squadron Leader Black Gorilla's intention. He and Fox were the 2 strongest in the squadron. He wanted to cover the retreat together with Fox, buying an opportunity for the prisoners and the sensory ninja White Sheep and the others. If the chase continued like this, everyone would grow weaker from the poison, and they would fail the mission. Squadron Leader Black Gorilla was too eager to prove he had fully recovered, too eager to complete the mission. YK nodded to Black Gorilla, then turned to Purple Cat and said, "You 3, carry the prisoners and keep going forward. Follow White Sheep Squad Leader's commands from now on." Squad Leader. Purple Cat's words were swallowed. Anbu missions were always this cruel. YK and Black Gorilla stopped simultaneously, turning to face the pursuing Rain Nin. Black Gorilla steadied his breathing and took out a box. YK looked over, it was the Akimichi clan's secret medicine, the 3-colored pills. Black Gorilla said, "Fox, assist me from now on." Understood. Black Gorilla skipped the blue calorie pill and directly took out the more potent yellow curry pill. Seeming to sense Fox's confusion, Black Gorilla said, "The Rain Nin's poison seems to find the weaknesses in my body. My leg, which just recovered from surgery, feels numb and itchy inside, the bones and muscles are very uncomfortable. Before my leg is destroyed, I must defeat these Rain Nin." YK nodded, understanding Black Gorilla's plan. The comminuted fracture had affected Black Gorilla's combat strength. YK said, "Let's go, Squadron Leader. For your first mission since recovering." Black Gorilla lifted a corner of his mask, swallowed the yellow curry pill, and said, "If I get injured again, I'll probably have to retire." "Fox, how does it feel to be the acting Squadron Leader?" "Squadron Leader, Princess Tsunade is at the front lines. You won't retire even if you are injured." Black Gorilla said no more, focusing on the fight. Visible chakra steam appeared around his body. Partial multi-size technique. His right hand instantly enlarged, his palm a full 10 meters wide, his arm elongating like a club. The massive hand swept across, directly swatting away 5 Rain Nin who couldn't dodge in time. YK seized the opportunity, throwing Kunao to kill the swatted and stunned Rain Nin. Black Gorilla transformed into a massive human bullet tank, rolling and charging towards the Rain Nin. The Rain Nin squad leader shouted, "Don't be afraid. He's poisoned by the salamander toxin. He can't last long. Wear him down." Under the Rain Nin squad leader's command, the Rain Nin scattered in all directions. The human bullet tank charged back and forth among the Rain Nin, its momentum fearsome, but its effectiveness dwindled. The Rain Nin continuously threw explosive tags, bombing the human bullet tank. Seeing this, YK circled the periphery, looking for an opportunity to strike. A Rain Nin, forced to jump back by the human bullet tank, landed right near YK. Earth release, Earth-style rising spears. The Rain Nin had just landed when he found his abdomen pierced by an earthen spear. He turned his head with difficulty and saw an Anbu wearing a fox mask, his hands forming the ram seal. YK was very satisfied with the performance of the Earth-style rising spears. Few hand seals, and it was a mid-range offensive jutsu, not requiring YK to risk himself. No wonder many shinobi, once their chakra reserves increased, switched from being taijutsu specialists to ninjutsu specialists. Using mid to long-range ninjutsu greatly improved one's own safety. Taijutsu shinobi were like dancing on the edge of a blade, one mistake could mean serious injury. The human bullet tank rolled back and forth over 10 times, coordinating with YK's ninjutsu, killing over 10 rain nin. After the final human bullet tank charge, Black Gorilla gasped for breath and fell to the ground, his body shrinking back to normal. Black Gorilla's fingernails were turning purple, a sign of severe toxin erosion. Nearby rain nin charged at Black Gorilla, some already drawing kunao and steel senbon. Water release, water formation wall. YK appeared in time, blocking the projectiles for Black Gorilla. Seizing the chance to catch his breath, Black Gorilla took out the final pill, the red chili pill. Squadron leader, are you going to burn all your fat? Black Gorilla was going all out for the mission. This was his last resort. After swallowing the red chili pill, a visible chakra surged violently around Black Gorilla. The obese Black Gorilla suddenly slimmed down, his figure becoming lean but filled with a sense of power. Black Gorilla's combat strength rose another level. He sprang up and charged towards the water formation wall. As the water formation wall fell, the 3 rain nin opposite hadn't yet reacted when they saw a fist coming at them, growing larger. YK thought to himself that Black Gorilla was fighting too desperately to prove his worth for the mission. During his month of recuperation, Black Gorilla had heard some rumors, the Anbu higher UPS had considered having him leave the Anbu. However, the Akimichi clan needed to maintain its influence within the Anbu. The Inoshika Ch trio clans had been good friends with the Sarutobi clan, who were the witnesses and teachers for each generation's Inoshika Ch combination. Black Gorilla would not admit defeat easily. The battle instantly became one-sided, with Black Gorilla crushing and slaughtering the rain nin. Taking advantage of the brief boost from burning fat into chakra, Black Gorilla headed straight for the last remaining rain nin squad leader. The rain nin squad leader took an umbrella-shaped tool from his back. Black Gorilla was too fast. The rain nin squad leader didn't use the umbrella surface to block Black Gorilla, but instead opened the umbrella and swung it sideways at Black Gorilla. Black Gorilla charged directly into the rain nin squad leader's embrace. The umbrella-shaped tool also swung around to Black Gorilla's back. The rain nin, despite taking serious injuries, closed the umbrella-shaped tool. The meter-long rib spikes from inside the umbrella-shaped tool stabbed into Black Gorilla's back from behind. YK hurried forward, but it was too late. The previously missing IWA nin squad leader rushed out, slashing at Black Gorilla's head with his sword. As the IWA nin squad leader's blade fell, Black Gorilla raised his only free arm outside the umbrella to block. Black Gorilla's only remaining right arm was severed by the ninja sword. Earth release, Earth-style rising spears. An earthen spear pierced through the IWA nin squad leader's heart. YK rushed over, killed the rain nin squad leader whose bones were broken all over, and rescued the armless Black Gorilla from the umbrella-shaped tool. Squadron leader. Both arms lost, his back pierced by steel needles, every wound spurting purple, poisoned blood. Squadron leader Black Gorilla had fought too desperately. For the sake of the Akimichi clan, was it really worth it? End of chapter. Chapter 74, Chapter 74, Fox Squadron. Carrying squadron leader Black Gorilla and holding his severed arm, YK ran wildly across the grassland. Squadron leader. You have to hold on. YK's previous superiors, Captain Antelope and squadron leader Brown Bear, had both died by his hand. That Black Gorilla had lived this long was a testament to YK's mercy and kindness. He would not allow Black Gorilla to die by someone else's hand. Black Gorilla's severed arm hung down, cut off about 5 centimeters above the elbow. The area around the stump was bruised purple, and even the blood had a purple tint. The severed limb, cut off by the Iwanin, was completely cyanotic. Black Gorilla's consciousness was blurry, he only felt himself jolting, constantly jolting. Black Gorilla had used the red chili pill and was now thin and not heavy, so YK ran very fast. Inside the Konoha frontline camp, YK, carrying Black Gorilla, rushed towards the medical tents. Tsunade walked out of a medical tent, her expression numb. After her brother Nawaka's death, she consumed herself with heavy work to avoid remembering the circumstances of his death. Princess Tsunade, please save the squadron leader. Tsunade frowned, looking at Black Gorilla's severed arm, especially the poisoned blood, and said, "Salamander venom." Because he excessively burned fat, the blood has carried the toxin to every organ. Toxins have accumulated at the severed arm site. First, amputate a section of the upper arm to see if we can save his life. YK lifted the cyanotic severed arm in his hand and asked, "Princess Tsunade, should we still amputate? If we cut another section, can this severed limb still be reattached?" Princess Tsunade did not take the cyanotic severed limb YK offered. She turned and walked into the surgical tent. The medical nin took Black Gorilla and disappeared into the tent, leaving YK holding a severed limb, at a loss. This severed limb yes had poor presentation, but shouldn't they really try to save it a bit more? Black Gorilla had already lost one arm in the land of waves. Losing another, wouldn't he truly become disabled? From a tent nearby, Purple Cat's shout was heard. "Squad leader!" YK entered the side tent. Members of Team Fox and White Sheep Squad were all hooked up to 4 drips, receiving antidotes. The prisoners have been handed over. Our mission is complete. YK felt no joy in his heart. In the cold, Anbu, Black Gorilla provided YK with one of the few sources of warmth. If Black Gorilla retired, YK was highly likely to be promoted to squadron leader. Then, he would have to face Battalion Commander Yellow Dog directly. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog was a true mission machine, emotionless, cruel, and suspicious. Half an hour later, Battalion Commander Yellow Dog strode over quickly. The fangs painted on Yellow Dog's mask seemed even more ferocious now. "Fox, come with me." YK quickly followed him into the main tent of the medical area. Inside the tent, Black Gorilla was out of life's danger. The surgery was urgent, he hadn't even had time to remove his mask. Yellow Dog asked the medical nin beside him, "How long until my subordinate recovers? What percentage of his combat strength remains?" The medical nin said, "Both arms are severed, he cannot form hand seals. The toxin has eroded his nerves, he will be slow to react in the future. I cannot judge what percentage of combat strength remains, but it should not exceed 20%. Without hesitation, Yellow Dog said to Black Gorilla, "Black Gorilla, I will have someone bring you the retirement registration scroll immediately. You are retired from the Anbu. The Anbu will provide you with substantial compensation." Yellow Dog turned to YK and said, "Fox, you are formally taking over as squadron leader. From now on, the Black Gorilla Squadron becomes the Fox Squadron. Handle Black Gorilla's retirement and the squadron's reorganization as soon as possible." With that, Yellow Dog turned and left. YK felt secretly sad for Black Gorilla. Retirement was one thing, but Battalion Commander Yellow Dog's handling was too abrupt. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog had been under great pressure recently. The Senju Kashiwa matter wasn't handled cleanly, forcing Danzo to come to the front lines to clean up the mess. Senju Nawaka was dead, and the Senju shinobi at the front had died one after another within days. Without Danzo personally arranging things, the Senju clan would definitely suspect why such a coincidence occurred. YK reached out to remove Black Gorilla's mask. "Wait, let me wear it a little longer." YK's hand paused in mid-air, then slowly withdrew. He clearly saw tears flowing from the side of the mask. Poor black gorilla wouldn't even be able to wipe his own tears in the future. Couldn't wipe certain other places either. So inconvenient. The bitterness black gorilla felt was indescribable to outsiders and could only be digested by himself. Seeing the teardrops, YK turned and left. Black gorilla certainly wouldn't want others to see him in his current state. He went to the side tent and inquired about the condition of the squadron members. The medical nin said it was ordinary salamander toxin, not from the giant summon salamander. In 3 more days, the poison would be neutralized. YK breathed a sigh of relief. The basic framework of the squadron remained. He went to Purple Cat, Antelope, and Black Ox and said, "I have been appointed as the formal squadron leader. From now on, Purple Cat is the leader of your squad. Purple Cat, after I leave the squad, the black gorilla mask will belong to your squad from now on." Purple Cat asked, "What about squadron leader Black Gorilla? Did he sacrifice?" "No, retired." In Konoha's system design, shinobi who are old and incapable of performing missions have no income and live very miserable lives. This led many shinobi to take pride in dying on missions. Clan shinobi were better off, with their clans as a safety net, but the later years of civilian shinobi were horrible. Living long wasn't a blessing, dying quickly was the real blessing. YK also pretended to have the medical nin prescribe him some antidote, saying he moved fast and inhaled only a minimal amount of the poison mist. Leaving the medical tent area, YK went to the Anbu tent area. The other 2 squadrons of Yellow Dog Battalion, the Hippo Squadron and the Yak Squadron, had been dispatched towards the Land of Rain. Omegakure, calling itself the 6th Great Hidden Village, joining the war had put Konoha in a passive position. The Fox Squadron had not yet recovered its combat strength and was temporarily without external missions. While waiting for the squad members to recover, YK practiced taijutsu and ninjutsu during the day. The power of the earth-style rising spears grew greater. YK discovered he could inject chakra into the earth in segments. Concentrate more chakra at the tip of the earth-style rising spears, making the tip harder. The latter half of the earth-style rising spears focused on thrust and speed. After fine-tuning the chakra like this, the attack power of the earth-style rising spears improved. After mastering creating one earth-style rising spear, YK also tried creating multiple spears simultaneously. 2, 3, 4, attacking the enemy from different directions. If he had sufficient chakra, this B-rank jutsu could also become a powerful terrain-altering technique. This feeling of slowly growing stronger was comforting. Several days later, the squadron members recovered, and YK received a mission, a relatively easy one. Escort the bodies of the sacrificed shinobi, including Senju Noeki, and the severely injured back to the village. He heard that the Hippo Squadron had suffered heavy losses in the Land of Rain. The Yellow Dog Battalion would return to the village in stages to recruit new members and reorganize. At the camp entrance, a haggard Tsunade stared at the body bags on the carriage. Her brother Noeki lay there. "Princess Tsunade, please rest assured, I will definitely return the remains of the village's heroes safely to the village." Hearing the voice, Tsunade turned and saw YK wearing the fox mask, and nodded. She could not return to the village yet. The village was sending them into the Land of Rain to resist Omegakure's forces. Jiraiya and Orochimaru waited for Tsunade nearby. After YK walked some distance away, he glanced back at Tsunade and the other 2. The battle against Omegakure would be the battle that made the legendary Sunin famous. End of chapter. Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Cruelty. At the entrance to Konoha village. The village had issued a notice in advance that a large number of bodies and wounded would be brought back from the Land of Grass. Many people came to the village entrance to wait. Senju Rinoki stood at the very front, his eyes vacant, arms hanging limply, shoulders slumped, looking utterly devoid of strength. This clan head of the Senju, son of Senju Hashirama, had lost all his former fighting spirit, leaving only the grief of a middle-aged man who had lost his son. The convoy slowly approached. One body bag after another was claimed by family members. Some family members wept, some were numb, and others confirmed with the shinobi the amount of the compensation. The last body bag contained Senju Nawaki. Senju Rinoki could hear no noise, only a ringing in his ears. He dragged his stiff legs forward, shuffling step by step. He still couldn't believe that Nawaki was just dead. Nawaki had talent seen once in decades, and an elite jonin like Orochimaru as his teacher. The Senju clan's revival had come to an abrupt halt. For a moment, Senju Rinoki even had the thought of giving up on everything. If the village higher UPS wanted the Senju clan's land, then give half to them. If the village higher UPS wanted the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then let them handle the ceiling, the Senju clan wouldn't bother anymore. If the village higher UPS wanted the sealing scrolls of the Senju and Uzumaki, then give them. Seeing Senju Rinoki's body constantly swaying slightly, Uzumaki Kushina whispered, "Uncle." Senju Rinoki shook his head, driving away the weak thoughts. He could not give up. The 1,000-year glory of the Senju clan must not be destroyed in his hands. Death? His father founded Konoha. Could the deaths now compare to the deaths at the end of the Warring States period? Nawaki sacrificed at 12. Much later than his own two uncles had sacrificed. The Senju clan does not fear death. YK stood to the side, nostrils pinched shut. There were preservatives in the body bags, yet the stench of death was still hard to bear. What was a foul-smelling corpse to YK was the beloved youngest son of Senju Rinoki. Senju Rinoki unzipped the body bag and saw Nawaki's pale face. Reaching out to gently touch Nawaki's face, the expression on Senju Rinoki's resolute face changed several times before he finally lowered his head. The Senju clan took away Nawaki's body, along with the bodies of the other Senju shinobi. This clan had sacrificed too much for Konoha. Black Gorilla's wife, the woman YK had seen last time at Konoha Hospital, came to take Black Gorilla away. Black Gorilla had removed his mask, now appearing as a disheartened, weathered middle-aged man with both arms severed. His cheeks were sunken, not at all like an Akimichi shinobi. After returning to the Anbu to debrief the mission and then to route to submit personnel replenishment requests, YK left the Anbu. Returning to the familiar Tsurugetsu izakaya, YK sighed inwardly, he was finally back. Unconsciously, the Tsurugetsu izakaya had become YK's most comfortable place to stay. "Kai, have any suspicious people been observing you lately?" "No, I haven't seen any." YK had specifically paid attention to missions related to Kai in the Anbu. The mission scroll was archived, so there wouldn't be any further Anbu checks on Kai's identity for now. "I have connections high up. I settled such a big matter for you. Shouldn't you thank me?" "How should I thank you? Yin release and Yang release are getting a bit dull. Any new tricks?" Kai gritted her silver teeth and pressed closer. "You've been gone so long. Did you try new tricks with some little vixen out there? Came back to me to relieve them?" "Not at all. My strength has increased quite a bit, so I need stronger stimulation." Kai tilted her head and gave YK a sidelong glance, then said, "Then let's try a secret technique from the Iwanin Kunoichi." "Oh? What secret technique?" "Have you heard of the mountain soil technique?" "I've heard of it. An earth release jutsu that uses giant hemispherical mounds of earth to crush large numbers of enemies into pulp. Is this the sphere style after yin release and yang release?" As the two lay in bed, Kai slowly disappeared under the covers, using her sphere style, mountain soil technique. After the midnight frenzy, Kai was lying on YK's chest. She suddenly grew tense. "It's almost here." "What's almost here? Didn't we just?" Soon, YK sensed a sinister, cold chakra. He pulled on his pants, body flickered out the window, and stood on the roof. From the direction of the Senju clan, strands of ominous chakra drifted out, wandering the streets of Konoha. For a moment, all insects and birds fell silent. Uzumaki Mito, is she nearing her limit? YK jumped down from the roof and returned to the side room in the backyard. During the time I was away, did this cold feeling occur often? Yes, especially these past 2 weeks, almost daily. Troubled times indeed. Forget it, let's not think about these things. There are still some parts of the mountain soil technique I don't quite understand. Perhaps we should discuss it further. Amidst the nightly chill, the new year arrived. YK welcomed his birthday. Apart from Kage, there was no one else with whom to celebrate the new year. The new year in this different world was much more bland than in his previous life. A few days after the new year, YK entered the Akimichi clan compound carrying 2 jin of marinated beef. He didn't know where Black Gorilla lived, didn't know his real name, but he felt it should be easy to find out. The characteristic of having both arms severed was too distinctive. Seeing 3 older women at a street corner, YK thought, isn't this the Akimichi clan's intelligence center? He went up and asked, hello, is there a retired shinobi in the Akimichi clan who has lost both arms? Do you mean the retired shinobi who lost his left arm first, or the one who lost his right arm first? YK was stunned. Wait, does the Akimichi clan have many one-armed shinobi? The one who lost his left arm first, then his right arm, and just recently returned to the clan grounds. The woman asked again, then do you want the retired shinobi with the longer left arm stump, or the one with the longer right arm stump? Are the Akimichi clan shinobi this unfortunate? Thinking about them being taijutsu specialists, it wasn't surprising. YK continued, the one with the longer right arm stump. Then do you want the tall retired shinobi with the longer right arm stump, or the short retired shinobi with the longer right arm stump? YK was speechless, the tall one. The tall, dark, and tall one. The woman finally pointed YK in a direction. YK felt a wave of sorrow. A simple question about directions revealed a corner of the war's cruelty. Within the Akimichi compound, there were indeed quite a few disabled individuals. With the clan as a safety net, even if disabled, the clan would provide minimal living supplies and support them, which is why there seemed to be many disabled shinobi. If they were civilian shinobi, you wouldn't see so many disabled retirees. It wasn't that civilian shinobi were less disabled, but that disabled civilian shinobi simply didn't live long. Survivorship bias. Arriving outside a small courtyard, YK saw someone moving. The dark, thin man with both arms severed was sitting in the yard, looking miserable. Big brother, I came to see you. So annoying, the review deleted over 100 words of my text again. End of chapter. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, the Inoshika CH clans are all perverts. Black Gorilla looked at YK, recognized Fox's voice, and his eyes lit up, very pleasantly surprised. How did you find me? Black Gorilla asked, but then his eyes immediately dimmed. It must have been easy to find, right? An Akimichi shinobi with both arms severed. There are only a little over 10 in the entire clan grounds. Searching one by one, you'd find me quickly. Yeah, I found you by searching one by one. YK didn't mention he found him at the street corner anti-intelligence post, searching one by one seemed more sincere. YK asked, why are you moving? Black Gorilla replied, I have no income after retiring. My wife retired earlier than me to take care of the family. We can't keep living in such a nice house for long. My damned woman said we need to change houses early to save money for our daughter's upbringing. YK sat to the side, watching a few Akimichi youths move things. From your tone, has your wife not been treating you well since you retired? YK thought for a moment and said. I can give you some money. I don't have any kids to support anyway. Consider this money your private stash. Practice using your feet as hands quickly, or you won't even be able to access your hidden money. YK thought to himself, if necessary, he'd just have to let Kage bear the hardship a bit and run up a tab with her. Black Gorilla said resentfully, "It's not that she's treating me badly. It's that she's been lying to me. Lying to me for over 10 years. Women are all liars, not a single good one among them." Just as YK was about to ask why, he saw Black Gorilla's wife walk out of the house. Hey? He had seen Black Gorilla's wife before at the hospital, her impressive bust even surpassed Tsunade's. Why was she flat-chested this time? Black Gorilla was almost in tears. "That woman confessed to me. When she was a child, she secretly looked through my treasured adult magazines and learned my preferences. So, from her adolescence, she had been using the partial multi-size technique to maintain a busty appearance. Isn't that being a liar? A huge liar. She deceived me for over 10 years, a full 10 plus years. Now that I've lost my arms, she says she doesn't need to maintain the partial multi-size technique anymore and reverted to her original form. To think the person lying next to me all this time deceived me for so long." YK was stunned, mouth agape. The Yamanaka clan delving into the mind-body swap hearts technique, sleeping with themselves, had already pushed the limits of YK's imagination. Who would have thought the Akimichi clan was into microplastic surgery? Are the Inoshika CH clans all perverts? YK was too curious, he wondered what peculiar hobbies the Nara clan had. YK felt great sympathy for Black Gorilla. "That's too much. You only lost both arms, you're not blind. How could she do this? Not being able to touch is one thing, but not even letting you see the large version? That's just pure bullying. But then again, being willing to maintain the partial multi-size technique for over 10 years for you, doesn't that count as a kind of true love?" Seeing Black Gorilla's wife approach, YK quickly shut his mouth. Black Gorilla looked aggrieved, his mouth puckered. Black Gorilla's wife walked over quickly, holding cut pieces of watermelon. "We've finished packing the things from the fridge. There's half a watermelon left, you should eat it." She tried to feed Black Gorilla the watermelon, but he turned his head away. His wife leaned in and whispered, "Don't be angry. I'll change it back for a little while tonight, okay? You've been using the partial multi-size technique too, I could feel it, sometimes big, sometimes small. Sometimes I even thought you were someone else using a transformation technique. Don't think I didn't know." Black Gorilla's dark face flushed red. He quickly opened his mouth, not daring to say anything more. Watching Black Gorilla's wife patiently feed him watermelon piece by piece, YK left the marinated meat and departed, feeling reassured. Black Gorilla was quite lucky. Even if he couldn't touch or see the large version, at least he still had a woman by his side. After the new year, YK waited for the next full moon night. During this time, he had been carrying out the mission of monitoring the Senju clan. Outside the Senju clan grounds late at night, Anbu were stationed everywhere. The Anbu shinobi didn't need to hide in the treetops, didn't need to use the transformation technique to become chimneys or stones. They stood on rooftops, stood on the perimeter walls, all Anbu were tense, staring intently deep into the Senju clan grounds. There was no need to hide anymore because the Nine Tails chakra had already leaked out, reaching everyone's vicinity. During the day, it was somewhat better. When Uzumaki Mito was conscious, she could suppress the Nine Tails. When night fell, as Uzumaki Mito drifted in and out of sleep or even fell unconscious, the Nine Tails became increasingly active. Sometimes, even a visibly dark red chakra could be seen. YK, carrying 3 scrolls, came to his 3 squads, Purple Cat Squad, White Sheep Squad, and Leaf Monkey Squad. YK couldn't help but take an extra look at Leaf Monkey. Since he joined the Black Gorilla Squadron, the Leaf Monkey Squad had been completely wiped out 3 times and rebuilt 4 times. He wondered how long this 4th generation Leaf Monkey would last. Purple Cat had a connection worth hundreds of millions with him, so she would naturally be taken care of. White Sheep was a Hyga clan shinobi, his sensory ability was key for the squadron. His retreat priority was even higher than Purple Cat's. Leaf Monkey, he could only wish him good luck. Leaf Monkey was an elite Chunin, appointed as squad leader right after joining the Anbu. Seeing squadron leader Fox's gaze now, he just felt a chill run down his spine. Is the pressure from the Nine Tails chakra this strong? Why does the squadron leader's look feel strange? What does the squadron leader mean by that extra glance? Could it be, the darkness of the Anbu is about to fall upon me? He didn't know when the war would end. Even Konoha couldn't withstand such severe casualties. The original work mentioned that in the battle where the third Raikage died, Iwagakure lost over 10,000 shinobi. Shinobi wars were too cruel. Every battlefield was a meat grinder, each battle led to the age of shinobi sent to the front lines dropping lower. YK distributed the scrolls, saying, "The Senju compound is over 300 meters long. Our squadron is responsible for maintaining part of the barrier on the east side of the Senju compound to prevent chakra leakage from affecting other parts of the village." The nights in Konoha had become cold and gloomy. The Hokage building explained it as an exceptionally harsh winter this year. Ordinary people believed it, the shinobi did not. This wasn't the feeling of severe cold, it was a special kind of chakra. Just as the three squad leaders received the scrolls, someone from the Senju clan jumped out from over the wall. "Anbu. The Hokage has rescinded the order. You are not to surround the Senju compound with barrier techniques. Using barriers to surround the Senju clan doesn't that announce to the village that the Senju clan has a problem?" The three squad leaders paid no attention to the Senju shinobi, proceeding to set up the barrier on their own. Even if Senju Rinoki were here, he wouldn't have the authority to command ordinary Anbu members. The Senju shinobi's face was very dark. He was, after all, a jonin, just trying to relay the order to the Anbu earlier, and the Anbu actually ignored him. About 10 seconds later, an Anbu shinobi body flickered to YK's side. Squadron Leader Fox. The barrier setup task is rescinded. Please go to Battalion Commander Yellow Dog immediately, there are new arrangements. YK secretly clicked his tongue. For the Anbu to be forced to rescind an order was quite uncommon. It seemed the dispute between the Senju clan and the higher UPS was very serious. YK went to the south side of the Senju compound and saw Konoha's higher UPS. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in the center, with Danzo on his left and Senju Rinoki on his right. The Senju clan and the higher UPS were arguing again. End of chapter. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, The Senju clan's persistence. The situation was extremely tense. Senju Rinoki's face was livid. His complexion hadn't been normal for some time now. Arriving behind Battalion Commander Yellow Dog, YK awaited orders. Danzo, standing in front of Yellow Dog, said, "The Senju clan must hand over the Uzumaki sealing secret techniques, and the Anbu will perform the nine-tail sealing. Senju Rinoki, the Senju clan's strength is greatly diminished, far from what it was during Lord Tobirama's time as clan head. If there is any mishap with the nine-tail seal, half the village will be buried along with your ambition." Senju Rinoki suddenly looked pained, let out a long breath, and then continued speaking. "Isn't the reason my Senju clan's strength has weakened precisely because we have sacrificed too much for the village? My father died, my uncles died, my brother died, and now my son has died. Which one of them did not die for the village? The nine-tail seal is the foundation of the Senju clan. Only we, the Senju, possess powerful sealing techniques, and only my niece Kushina can withstand the nine-tails chakra. The nine-tail sealing must be completed by us, the Senju clan. On this matter, I will absolutely not compromise." YK listened with great interest. It seemed neither side would compromise. As long as they possessed the nine tails, the Senju clan remained Konoha's greatest shinobi clan. Even if the Senju clan suffered countless casualties and was weakened to the extreme, they were still the village's most important shinobi clan. If they backed down now and handed the nine-tail seal over to the Anbu, the Anbu could use the pretext of maintaining the Nine-Tails seal to take away custody of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, "Do not argue here. This is not the place for arguments." Danzo remained expressionless, while Senjurinoki gritted his teeth. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Senjurinoki's stubborn, almost ferocious expression. His eyes changed several times before he finally said, "Constantly arguing like this is no solution. Teacher Mito's mind is becoming increasingly unclear. However, the Nine-Tails transfer sealing absolutely cannot be performed within the village. If an accident occurs, half the village would be buried because of it. Clan head Rinoki, you first draft a plan. Begin preparations for the Nine-Tails transfer sealing." Senjurinoki's eyes lit up. Was the village finally compromising and yielding? Danzo turned his head to look at Hiruzen, not understanding why he wasn't following the previous plan to continue pressuring Senjurinoki. "Good. Lord Hokage, I will devise a perfect sealing plan." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his expression full of worry. "Clan head Rinoki, I understand your position. But does the Senju clan truly have the capability to complete the Nine-Tails seal? How much strength are you willing to commit?" Danzo said the Senju clan's strength has declined, this is an indisputable fact. "I want you to present a feasible plan to ensure the Nine-Tails sealing proceeds without issue, not just verbally emphasize your stance." Senjurinoki declared earnestly. "Lord Hokage, the Senju clan has always researched how to unite the strength of more people. Indeed, the number of Kage-level shinobi and elite shinobi in the Senju clan has declined greatly, but we never rely solely on individuals, we prefer to depend on unity. The Senju clan possesses a combined sealing technique that can gather the power of every Senju clansman. When the time comes, I will arrange for all Senju clan shinobi, regardless of gender or age, to complete the seal together." YK, hearing snippets from afar, was inwardly horrified. Was Senjurinoki going to stake the Senju clan's entire fortune on the Nine-Tails seal? Could the Nine-Tails transfer sealing be the night of the Senju clan's extermination? YK's mind trembled. No, he absolutely could not let the Senju clan be wiped out like in the original story. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo walked towards the Hokage building. The area ahead and behind them was empty, cleared by the Anbu. Danzo asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "The Second Shinobi World War has only lasted a little over 2 years, and Konoha has lost too many people. In 2 years, Konoha lost a quarter of its shinobi. Due to the deaths of relatives, more and more people in the village are dissatisfied with me. I cannot take risks, cannot allow accidents. I must firmly control the Nine-Tails. Danzo, execute your plan. Go to the front lines and find Orochimaru." Danzo nodded, and body flickered away. The next morning after the shift change, YK followed Battalion Commander Yellow Dog back to the Anbu base. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog issued an order requiring all squadron and squad leaders to research combined sealing techniques, investigate records of such techniques, and gather intelligence. The Anbu at this time were not proficient in sealing techniques, and Root Shinobi did not have the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal either. YK, however, had mastered a few sealing techniques, the Self-Cursing Body Binding Seal and the Contracts Seal. The Self-Cursing Body Binding Seal came from the system, and the Contract Seal came from the scroll Uzumaki Yuka gave him. He pretended to discuss combined sealing techniques with the squad leaders, having no intention of contributing the techniques he knew. Days passed, and the Nine-Tails chakra grew increasingly irritable. The time came to the 12th of the second month. The Senju clan was finally about to begin the Nine-Tails sealing. Under the night sky, within the Senju compound, lights were extinguished one by one. Doors opened one after another as Senju shinobi stepped out of their homes. Husbands and wives, fathers and sons, brothers, sisters. As long as they were shinobi, as long as they had graduated from the Shinobi Academy, each one donned robes bearing the Senju clan emblem. Unlike standard shinobi flak jackets, the Senju clan's robes were like those of nobility, wide robes with large sleeves fluttering in the wind. This was a shinobi clan filled with a sense of honor, with a heritage spanning over 1,000 years. Pride was written on the face of every Senju clansman. Once the Nine Tails transfer sealing was completed, the Senju clan, centered around Uzumaki Kushina, would continue to prosper for decades. Back then, clan head Hashirama left the Nine Tails to Konoha, to the Senju clan, because he believed only the Senju and Uzumaki clans could control the Nine Tails. Who would have thought the Senju clan would now be in decline, forced to rely on the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to slowly recover their strength. Now, at the Senju clan's worst moment, with the hope of the entire clan, young clan head Nawaki, sacrificed at the front, it was also the moment for the Senju clan to rebound from the bottom. Uzumaki Kushina would become the Senju clan's next Kage-level shinobi. YK stood on a rooftop outside the Senju compound, taking one last look at the now empty grounds. Inside the compound, only children who hadn't yet graduated from the Shinobi Academy remained. These children carried swaddling clothes on their backs, containing infants even younger than themselves. At the compound entrance, there were also disabled elderly people looking on with hopeful anticipation. From what YK knew, aside from a few key individuals like Tsunade at the front lines, the remaining Senju shinobi had all returned. Deep within the compound, Uzumaki Mito moved sluggishly, needing to rest for several seconds after each step, slowly climbing into a carriage with the help of others. Uzumaki Kushina also boarded the carriage. This time, it wasn't a disguise like the Ushiga mountain battle, it was the real transfer sealing. The carriage wheels slowly began to roll, carrying the old and young Uzumaki Kunoichi outward. Surrounding the carriage were 8 Senju clan elites. Tonight might be the tragedy of the Senju clan, their final swan song. End of chapter. Chapter 78, Chapter 78, Nine Tails Transfer Seal. The choice was agonizing. It wasn't about choosing between a good option and a bad one, selecting the one that was beneficial and advantageous. Rather, it was about painfully selecting the outcome that was relatively less terrible for oneself from between a very bad one and an exceptionally bad one. The Senju clan currently had 2 choices. One was to cede guardianship of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to the village, losing their trump card. The other was to barely complete the Nine Tails seal, but face the potential risk of the Nine Tails going on a rampage due to an imperfect seal. Senju Rinoki had witnessed the glory of the Senju clan. Even bearing the risk, he would absolutely not relinquish their trump card and influence. After the Senju shinobi left the clan grounds, Sarutobi Hiruzen followed with 4 battalions of Anbu. YK found it somewhat strange, he didn't know where Danzo had gone. Logically, how could Danzo miss such an occasion? After thinking carefully, he realized he hadn't seen Danzo for quite some time. Danzo had been absent from the Anbu. Walking through Konoha village, YK noticed many Jainin standing on rooftops in the distance. The Uchiha clan, the Inoshika Ch trio clans, the Inyazuka clan, the Hyuga clan, and so on. The Jainin from these shinobi clans had sensed the Senju clan's unusual movement and came out to watch the Senju clan depart. The Senju procession carried a faint air of tragic heroism. At the main gate of Konoha, the guard shinobi opened the gates in the middle of the night, not bothering with exit permits. All the Senju shinobi passed through the gate. Far from the village, the Senju clan chose a suitable location. The Valley of the End. The statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood tall on either side of the waterfall. The Valley of the End was the pride of the Senju clan, a symbol of Senju Hashirama ending the Warring States period. Uzumaki Mito slowly stepped down from the carriage. Her once red hair was now pale as snow. She looked towards the distant waterfall, gazing up at the tall statue of Senju Hashirama, a trace of nostalgia appearing on her face. In this moment, she was no longer the Jinchuriki who had sealed the Nine Tails for decades for Konoha, no longer the highest-ranking elder in the village, no longer the matriarch of the Senju clan. It was as if she had returned to over 60 years ago, the day she first met Senju Hashirama, also looking up at him then. In her memory, Hashirama was in his youth, full of vigor and spirit, leading the young men of the Senju clan into the Uzumaki clan's lands. The entire Uzumaki clan was stirred by the arrival of the Senju young master. The village was as lively as during a festival. The Uzumaki clan was hosting the Chunin exams, and the Senju young master led a team to participate. During those Chunin exams, Senju Hashirama displayed strength so powerful it was absurd, along with a uniquely unconventional way of thinking. He stood in the center of the arena and proudly declared, "Senju clan Genin and Uzumaki clan Genin, pair up in teams of 2. You have half an hour to get used to each other and formulate tactics. Come at me together. I'm in a hurry, need to go deal with Uchiha Madara." Her father, the Uzumaki clan head, didn't think Hashirama was being unreasonable. He laughed heartily and demanded that all Senju and Uzumaki shinobi pair up in teams of 2. Uzumaki Mito remembered she was furious at the time. She teamed up with the Senju Kunoichi Senju Utami, swearing to crush Hashirama's arrogant demeanor. However, she and Tuma together didn't even last 5 seconds. That they lasted 3 or 4 seconds was only because they were both kunoichi. How could there be such a powerful shinobi? After the Chunin exams ended, Hashirama became the idol of the Uzumaki clan's youth. And she, the one he defeated, during the final announcement ceremony of the exams, became Senju Hashirama's fiancée. She remembered bowing her head, face red, not daring to look at Hashirama. Now, seeing Hashirama's statue again, Uzumaki Mito thought to herself that after a lifetime with Hashirama, for some reason, she always felt she never truly entered his heart. Before dying, let her make one more sacrifice for Hashirama. She held Kushina's hand and said, "Kushina, I hope you meet a heroic shinobi who stands firm between heaven and earth. He will fill your heart, resolve all your confusion, and soothe all your anxieties." Uzumaki Kushina said stubbornly, "Great aunt, I will become that heroic shinobi who stands firm between heaven and earth myself. I don't need another man." "Haha, good, Kushina. With the Nine Tails' help, you will certainly become a shinobi who stands firm between heaven and earth." Uzumaki Mito held Kushina's hand and walked towards the center of the Senju shinobi. Over 900 Senju shinobi formed 3 concentric circles. On the ground was a circular ceiling array made from large ceiling scrolls. The Senju shinobi stood before the unfurled scrolls, which were covered in dense ceiling formulae. The entire combined ceiling array was over 300 meters in diameter. In the very center were Senju Rinoki and his wife. They each pressed a hand on 2 large scrolls, the ceiling scrolls of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Senju Rinoki's wife was also from the Uzumaki clan. She murmured sadly, "Aunt." Uzumaki Mito grasped the hands of Senju Rinoki and his wife, saying, "From now on, I entrust the Senju clan and Kushina to your care." Senju Rinoki and his wife nodded repeatedly, promising they would definitely take good care of the Senju clan and Kushina. Releasing Kushina's hand, Uzumaki Mito and Kushina stood 3 meters apart. One old, one young, they simultaneously formed hand seals. The Nine Tails transfer seal had begun. Uzumaki Mito and Uzumaki Kushina were in the very center. Senju Rinoki and his wife were on either side. Outside them were 3 circles of over 900 Senju shinobi. On the outermost perimeter were the 4 Anbu battalions commanded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Anbu shinobi stood with their hands behind their backs, awaiting the Hokage's orders. YK saw Uzumaki Mito slowly form seals, after which phantom images of adamantine sealing chains appeared around her body. These chains were tightly wound together like a ball of yarn. As the seal loosened, the adamantine sealing chains spread outwards. The gaps in the yarn-like ball of chains grew larger. Red Nine Tails chakra leaked from the gaps. Until, in an instant, the pupils of the demon fox appeared within the gaps of the chains. YK felt a chill run through his body and a palpitation in his heart. Despite the great distance, the demon fox's pupils seemed to be staring directly at him. The Nine Tails chakra was filled with hatred, directly affecting everyone's state of mind. Chakra surged violently around Uzumaki Mito, and ripples appeared on the ground, like stones thrown into water. That was the massive amount of chakra spreading outwards. That sinister, cold feeling made everyone's faces stiffen. YK adjusted his mask slightly, letting air inside. He felt his face had gone numb. Uzumaki Mito's seal grew progressively weaker until the adamantine sealing chains were completely released, spreading out and blooming like a peacock's tail feathers. The clothes on Uzumaki Mito's back tore, and the Nine Tails chakra burst forth, coalescing in the night sky into a massive demon fox head. The demon fox immediately lowered its head and roared at Uzumaki Mito on the ground. Uzumaki Mito! You sealed me for over 30 years. Over 30 years. Chakra burst forth with the demon fox's words, crashing against the ground in waves. Uzumaki Mito's hair bun came undone, her white hair flying in the wind. Amidst the gale, Uzumaki Mito said to Kushina. Kushina, the rest is up to you. Restrain the Nine Tails, protect Konoha, pass on the Uzumaki name. All my life, everyone around me has died for Konoha. No one told me, but I suspect, has Tsunade or Nawaki already died? End of chapter. Chapter 79, Chapter 79, The End of an Era. Has Tsunade or Nawaki already died? Kushina was startled. To avoid affecting Mito's seal, the village and the clan had kept many pieces of information from her. She never expected that Mito would still have guessed something. From Kushina's expression, Uzumaki Mito deduced that she had guessed correctly. Was it Tsunade or Nawaki? It's all right, tell me. I'm about to die anyway. Great aunt, it was cousin Nawaki. Uzumaki Mito nodded and looked towards her daughter-in-law, Rinoki's wife, who had tears streaming down her face. Don't be sad. Don't be sad over my death, or anyone else's. The village was Hashirama's dream. It's a difficult and long road, I can only go this far. The village still has you all. You must continue, uphold Hashirama's dream, and make all these sacrifices worthwhile. The adamantine sealing chains behind Uzumaki Mito suddenly lashed out, grabbing at the Nine Tails in mid-air. The Nine Tails had now fully manifested its 9 tails, forming a translucent figure in the air. The adamantine sealing chains pierced through the Nine Tails, then curved in the air and flew towards Kushina. Uzumaki Mito's powerful chakra prevented the Nine Tails from going on a full rampage and from fully materializing, it remained in a translucent state. Uzumaki Mito walked towards Kushina. She used her left hand to guide Kushina's right hand as they formed seals together. Adamantine sealing chains flew out from Kushina's back, connecting with Mito's chains. The Nine Tails were pulled along the connected adamantine sealing chains into Kushina's body. Uzumaki Mito! You still won't let me go. Pierced by the adamantine sealing chains, the Nine Tails' howls echoed through the night sky. As the seal transferred, more and more Nine Tails chakra surged out from Uzumaki Mito's body, and the Nine Tails form became increasingly solid. Senju Rinoki shouted. The Nine Tails is starting to struggle. Senju Shinobi! Use the combined sealing technique. Over 900 Senju Shinobi simultaneously formed hand seals and pressed them onto the long scrolls on the ground. A script similar to that of the self-cursing body-binding seal appeared on the scrolls. The script flew out like chains towards the Nine Tails, crawling onto its body. The Nine Tails' torso and joints were all bound by the combined sealing technique, immobilizing it. YK thought to himself, this combined sealing technique of the Senju clan was truly powerful, actually able to pool the power of several hundred people to restrain the Nine Tails. With the assistance of the Senju clan, the Nine Tails chakra continued to slowly enter Kushina's body. The Nine Tails completely entered Kushina's body. The Nine Tails' two hind legs also entered Kushina's body. Just as everything was proceeding very smoothly, YK saw several people rushing over from a distance. It was Danzo and his two assistants. More crucially, Danzo's right eye was bandaged. YK suddenly remembered the corpse of the Shimura clan youth, whose eyeballs had been gouged out by Orochimaru, his eyelids stitched to his brow bones, leaving two bloody holes. Had Danzo been absent all this time to have an eye transplanted by Orochimaru? Danzo stood behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, using the Hokage's ceremonial robe and hat to conceal his figure. The Senju clan members couldn't see Danzo, but YK, positioned to the side, could see him. Danzo raised his hand and pointed a finger at the eye patch over his right eye. Sealing formulae appeared on the eye patch. It could block detection, preventing others from seeing what was beneath it. Quickly lifting the bandaged eye patch, Danzo took advantage of the cover provided by Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage hat to briefly glance at the Nine Tails. His former teammate, Uchiha Kagami, had once said he wanted to help the village resolve the threat of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails was like a sword hanging over Konoha village, ready to fall at any moment. The Sharingan was the eye that reflected the heart. The thing Uchiha Kagami desired most deeply in his heart became the ability of his Manjiki. Armored Susanoo was the core ability of Uchiha Kagami's Manjiki Sharingan. In Lord Tobirama's notes, he highly praised the Armored Susanoo as the second best method for controlling the Nine Tails, second only to wood release. Of course, such a method for controlling the Nine Tails couldn't be left in the hands of a Uchiha. Danzo had possessed Uchiha Kagami's Sharingan for many years but never dared to transplant it lightly. With Orochimaru's help, Danzo could finally use this eye with confidence. The Nine Tails, originally restrained by Uzumaki Mito's adamantine sealing chains and the Senju combined sealing technique, paused its movements. It slowly moved its eyes, looking towards the Valley of the End, at the tall stone statue of Uchiha Madara. An abnormally powerful ocular technique made the Nine Tails remember something. It was as if it were back in the battle at the Valley of the End. Uchiha Madara used his Sharingan Genjutsu to control it, clad it in the armored Susanoo, and clashed fiercely with Senju Hashirama standing atop the wood-release Buddha. The Nine Tails was originally controlled by the adamantine sealing chains and the Senju combined sealing technique. However, another chakra appeared on the Nine Tails' body. This chakra instantly transformed into the armored Susanoo, as if putting armor on the Nine Tails. Senju Rinoki cried out in despair, "No! Why is there a Uchiha clan's Susanoo?" Senju Rinoki looked around, but aside from the Anbu on the periphery, there was no one else. The armored Susanoo only appeared for a second or two before disappearing. However, the Senju combined sealing technique and Uzumaki Mito's adamantine sealing chains instantly collapsed. The Nine Tails regained its ability to move. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and began forming a tailed beast ball. "Interrupt it, quickly!" All the Senju shinobi increased their chakra extraction, desperately pouring chakra into the sealing technique. Yet, the tailed beast ball grew larger and larger. Uzumaki Mito raised her head, her cloudy eyes instantly clearing. She first glanced towards the periphery. A plume of thick white smoke was particularly noticeable in the night. It was the smoke from Sarutobi Hiruzen summoning Inma. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already discarded his Hokage robe and hat. He held the adamantine staff, smashing the surrounding forest as if some terrifying enemy had appeared there. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, "We must find the culprit who disrupted the seal." The Anbu shinobi scurried about in the woods. YK thought, "Your acting is truly superb. Isn't Danzo right there in the white smoke behind you?" Uzumaki Mito said. "I will restrain the Nine Tails. But completing the subsequent seal will be up to you." Two more adamantine sealing chains shot out from Uzumaki Mito's body. These two chains bound the Nine Tails' neck and head, forcibly turning its head. The Nine Tails struggled frantically, causing Uzumaki Mito's adamantine sealing chains to clatter loudly. Blood flowed from Uzumaki Mito's mouth. At the last possible moment, she successfully twisted the nine-tails head. The tailed beast ball shot out, not downwards, but diagonally upwards into the distance. The tailed beast ball hadn't struck the Senju shinobi. Every Senju member breathed a sigh of relief. The nine-tails struggle also tore the two adamantine sealing chains directly from Uzumaki Mito's body. A large piece of flesh was ripped clean from her body. Blood gushed out. On Uzumaki Mito's back, a terrifying, gaping wound like a bloody mouth was exposed. Uzumaki Mito spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell forward onto her knees. With great difficulty, she straightened her waist and formed one final hand seal with immense effort. Kushina, I must go now. Don't be afraid. You will find someone who fills your heart. Only the upper half of the nine tails remained suspended in mid-air, struggling. If not for the armored Susanoo, this sealing would likely have been completed successfully. However, Uzumaki Mito fell first. This eldest matriarch of Konoha village, her body withered like dry branches, collapsed to the ground, dead. An era had ended. The last of the village's founding generation, Uzumaki Mito, had sacrificed herself for the village. End of chapter. Chapter 80, Chapter 80, System, Reward Me Already. YK was terrified. If he didn't do something, he would witness the Senju clan being annihilated. In the original story, the annihilation of the Senju clan was real. Only the disabled, elderly, and young remained in the clan lands, and the Senju couldn't even protect their ancestral home. Furthermore, with the Senju clan being wiped out in this manner, the other shinobi clans couldn't say anything about it, not even Tsunade could claim the village leadership was wrong. Danzo had always insisted that the Anbu complete the nine-tails seal. It was the Senju clan themselves who insisted on sealing the nine tails independently. The annihilation of the Senju clan was something YK was unwilling to see. So, what could he do? The nine tails let out a pained roar towards the sky. Its head, shoulders, and forelimbs were still those of a normal colossal beast. But from its chest down, it rapidly narrowed, like a funnel, until it connected to Uzumaki Kushina's frail back. Forcibly stuffing the nine tails into a human-sized container filled its howls with rage. The nine tails' waist seemed constricted as if by a rope to only about 10 centimeters thick, an excruciating experience for a beast dozens of meters tall. The nine tails lowered its head, its claw swiping fiercely down at Uzumaki Kushina below. While Senju Rinoki's wife maintained the combined sealing technique, Senju Rinoki himself stood in front of Kushina. Earth release. Earth-style wall. A tall stone wall blocked the nine tails' claw. Rocks flew everywhere, some even hitting Uzumaki Kushina. YK breathed a sigh of relief, it was blocked. Senju Rinoki's earth release proficiency was very high. The Senju combined sealing technique exerted force again. All the Senju shinobi pushed their chakra to the limit. Sealing script crawled over the nine tails' body. Its movements became intermittently slow and stiff, each swing of its forelimbs requiring its full strength. The nine tails swung its claw, swatting at a row of Senju shinobi. With one swipe, over 30 Senju shinobi were crushed to death. Seeing the sealing script on its body loosen slightly after the Senju shinobi died, the nine tails continued to swipe at them. In just a minute or two, over 100 Senju shinobi died under the nine tails' claws. The nine tails howled at the moon, seemingly finding using its claws too inefficient, and began forming another tailed beast ball in its mouth. Uzumaki Kushina raised her head with difficulty, murmuring, "Must not let it use that technique." Two adamantine sealing chains shot from her back, binding the nine tails' throat. The nine tails' head tilted slightly, causing the tailed beast ball to miss the Senju shinobi below and fly into the distance, where it exploded. The nine tails had too much chakra. One failed attempt, and it immediately began forming a second tailed beast ball. Uzumaki Kushina was momentarily exhausted and could only watch as the tailed beast ball shot towards the side below. In the terrifying explosion and the rising mushroom cloud, over 300 Senju shinobi were instantly vaporized. The earth trembled. Every time the nine tails slammed its paw on the ground, it created earthquake-like shocks. Dozens more Senju shinobi were crushed into pulp. The faces of the Senju shinobi showed fear, terror, and tears, but no one retreated. Among the dead were their fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, cousins, and childhood friends. Everyone held their positions, pushing their chakra, using the combined sealing technique to restrain the nine tails. The nine tails slowly shrank, gradually being pulled into Kushina's body. After Uzumaki Mito's death, over half of the Senju shinobi had already died or were injured. The combined sealing script on the nine tails grew increasingly sparse. After Sarutobi Hiruzen had smashed the forest into a mess with his adamantine staff, he leaned on the staff and watched the sealing. Seeing the sealing becoming increasingly difficult, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally raised his hand, then slowly waved it, issuing the attack order. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen had other thoughts, he didn't dare go too far. If the nine tails went completely berserk, it would be a disaster. The 4 Anbu battalions, seeing the Hokage's signal, quickly led their teams charging towards the nine tails. Battalion Commander Yellow Dog shouted, "Suppress the nine tails. Use continuous attacks to drain the nine tails. Share the pressure of the sealing technique." YK, as a squadron leader, closely followed Yellow Dog as they charged forward. With the ANBU's entry, fire release techniques and explosive tags swarmed in. Various attacks landed on the nine tails, forcing it to swat away fireballs with its claws. Some ANBU even leaped into the air, thinking the eyes were the nine tails' weak point, and threw explosive tags at its eyes. They were met with a swipe of the nine tails' claw. Puffs of blood mist bloomed in the air, the internal organs of the ANBU. Fragments of ANBU masks splattered through the air, but there were no heads behind the masks. It was too brutal. YK thought, no wonder the Knight of the Nine Tails in the original story created psychological shadows for a generation. The Nine Tails' attack power was too strong, and its defense far exceeded the limits of shinobi attacks. Yellow Dog's fire release was astonishingly powerful, the size of his blazing shot was nearly half the size of the Nine Tails. Even the Nine Tails had to expend effort to deal with such a fire release. After successfully attracting the Nine Tails' attention, Yellow Dog accelerated forward, drawing its attention beneath it. The Nine Tails' claw chased after Yellow Dog, smashing down. Yellow Dog jumped away, but Senju Rinoki's wife was crushed to death on the spot. Just as Senju Rinoki had breathed a slight sigh of relief with the ANBU's arrival, he suddenly witnessed his wife's gruesome death. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins, his face a mask of horror and panic. The ANBU, why didn't they protect his wife? Why didn't they protect the core maintainer of the combined sealing technique? The combined sealing technique quickly collapsed. The sealing script on the Nine Tails disappeared, and its movements became more agile. Consequently, Uzumaki Kushina's adamantine sealing chains also became unstable. A large section of the Nine Tails' body was pulled out from Kushina, causing her to collapse to the ground, writhing in pain and screaming. The Nine Tails seized the opportunity, forming another tailed beast ball and blasting it at the nearby Senju shinobi. After the explosion, another 100 or so Senju shinobi were killed by the tailed beast ball. Seeing this, Senju Rinoki shouted, "The combined sealing technique has failed. All Senju shinobi, attack the Nine Tails. Weaken it." He originally wanted to add, "We must hold out until the third Hokage reinforces the seal," but he didn't say it out loud. Yellow Dog rushed to Uzumaki Kushina's side, stopped causing trouble, and stood guard nearby. YK, as a squadron leader, landed in the area around Battalion Commander Yellow Dog. The massive Nine Tails loomed overhead, its oppressive presence immense. Looking up from below, one could only see its wildly swiping, sharp claws. The Nine Tails' claws were about the same size as YK's. A claw came smashing down. YK rolled and scrambled sideways, barely avoiding it. He quickly formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth-style rising spears. The earthen spears stabbed at the Nine-Tails' claw. The Nine-Tails' skin was slightly dented, but the spears shattered. The Nine-Tails' body was too tough. His several meter-long earthen spears were like trying to clean dirt from under the Nine-Tails' claws. Another claw slammed down consecutively. YK hurriedly formed seals again. This time, the earthen spears weren't meant to pierce the Nine-Tails' claw, but rather to form a dense, thorny forest to entangle it. It only held for about a second before the Nine-Tails exerted a little force and broke free from the earthen spear thorns. Shattered stones flew everywhere. Annoyed by the meddling fox-masked shinobi wasting its time, the Nine-Tails swatted the dodging Fox Anbu member. YK's bones were shattered throughout his body, and he died mid-air. Detected host death. Mochizuki's arc system starting up. His vision shifted, and YK found himself back on the previous full moon night. He was outside the Senju clan grounds, monitoring the Senju clan. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Faced with such a natural disaster, how could he prevent the annihilation of the Senju clan? System, reward me already. What are you waiting for? End of chapter. Chapter 81, Chapter 81, Uzumaki clan Kekii Genkai. YK stood on the wall outside the Senju clan compound. Inside the Senju lands, a gloomy aura drifted everywhere. This was a cursed shinobi clan, with important members dying one after another. On the brink of certain destruction, the more the Senju clan did, the faster they fell. It was like the end of dynastic eras, where any reform only accelerated the society's collapse. Mochizuki's arc activated. Reward, 1 draw opportunity. 1. S-rank sealing technique, 4 symbol seal, beginner. 2. Special Janin level chakra reserve, stackable. 3. Uzumaki Kekii Genkai, medium high, dot. Judging by the reward content, he wasn't killed by the Nine-Tails, but by Uzumaki Kushina. Probably because Uzumaki Kushina was sealing more than half of the Nine-Tails. Among these 3 options, YK first eliminated the special Janin level chakra reserve. Even if his chakra reserve doubled, he still wouldn't survive the night of the Nine-Tails seal. The first option, S-rank sealing technique, 4 symbol seal, was extremely precious. This sealing technique was second only to the adamantine sealing chains for tailed beast sealing. With this technique, YK could later scheme to seize a tailed beast and become a Jinkriki himself. A cold wind crept up from his legs, rushing upwards along his calves, making his whole body feel icy. The Nine-Tails chakra caused waves of negative emotions to rise in his heart. YK carefully recalled the battle from his previous life. Even if he had the 4 symbol seal, could he have sealed part of the Nine-Tails chakra in that scenario? Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, the Anbu, the Senju clan, everyone was watching the Nine-Tails. He wouldn't have had a chance. This technique was extremely precious, but useless for that night. He would still be swatted to death by the Nine-Tails. Therefore, he could only choose the third option, the Uzumaki Kekii Genkai. Choosing the Uzumaki bloodline to help Uzumaki Kushina catch her breath at the critical moment might offer a sliver of a turning point. After making his choice, YK's physique changed once again. A wave of churning sensations rolled through his body. All his muscles, except his bones, twitched and convulsed. YK's mask seemed to sink slightly, not because it was loose, but because his flesh was squirming. The spasms lasted for a minute, then the pain quickly faded. He hurriedly checked his status panel. Host status. Chakra reserve, 2.5x special Janin level. Chakra affinity, earth, water, yang. Kekii Genkai, Senju of the forest, medium high, Uzumaki clan, medium high. Ninjutsu, earth release, earth style rising spears, etc. Taijutsu, body flicker technique, proficient, etc. Sealing techniques, self-cursing body binding seal, proficient, etc. Special abilities, stress reflex, second breakthrough, natural chakra growth, self-healing recovery, slow, sealing technique aptitude. The Uzumaki clan's Kekkei Genkai began slowly improving his constitution. First, his chakra reserve increased from 1.7x special Janin level to 2.5x, a significant boost. The Uzumaki clan was also famous for their large chakra reserves. Without substantial chakra, one couldn't suppress a tailed beast. Secondly, there were improvements related to sealing techniques. Among sealing techniques, the self-cursing body-binding seal progressed from beginner to proficient. The self-cursing body-binding seal originally required 3 hand seals, now it only needs 1. Originally, the sealing range was 2 meters around his feet, now the sealing script could quickly extend 4 meters, almost becoming a medium-range sealing technique. Most crucially, sealing technique aptitude appeared in his special abilities. This meant his chakra innately carried sealing power. The reason Uzumaki Kushina was chosen as the Jinkriki by 2 villages was precisely because her chakra had a naturally strong sealing capability. Her sealing techniques were far more effective than others. Contemplating his new Kekkei Genkai, YK slowly formulated a plan in his heart, hoping to survive the Night of the Nine-Tails Seal. He had to do something to preserve the Senju clan and prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo from gaining power too quickly. If the Senju clan were annihilated, Danzo would obtain the Uzumaki clan's sealing scroll, acquiring the Cursed Tongue Eradication Seal, and then Danzo would dominate the Anbu completely. The plot developed the same as in the previous life. Outside the Senju clan lands, Danzo argued with Senjurinoki. Sarutobi Hiruzen agreed to Senjurinoki's proposal, letting the Senju clan handle the Nine-Tails Seal. Danzo disappeared, only reappearing on the night of the Nine-Tails Seal. When he reappeared, his right eye was already bandaged. At the critical moment of the Nine-Tails Seal, Danzo used the Mangeki Sharingan hidden under his right eye to briefly clad the Nine Tails in the armored Susanoo. Though only for an instant, it disrupted Uzumaki Mito's seal. Uzumaki Mito died prematurely because of this, and the seal became precarious. When the Senju clan had suffered heavy casualties, the Anbu entered the fray. YK had already died once in this full moon cycle, dying again would mean true death. He followed Yellow Dog, quickly approaching Uzumaki Kushina. Senjurinoki's wife was crushed to death by the Nine Tails due to Yellow Dog drawing its attention. More of the Nine Tails chakra was pulled out from Uzumaki Kushina. This time, YK was more cautious and did not provoke the Nine Tails. He used water release, water formation wall symbolically to block, guarding Yellow Dog's back. With Senjurinoki's wife dead, the Senju clan abandoned the combined sealing technique and joined the Anbu shinobi in fiercely attacking the Nine Tails. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Senjurinoki's water release was exceptionally powerful. A water dragon over 100 meters long erupted from the ground, coiling around the Nine Tails and biting one of its forelimbs. The Nine Tails forelimb was actually immobilized by a water release technique. The Nine Tails simply stopped moving and began forming another tailed beast ball. Senjurinoki roared, and the water dragon bit down hard on the Nine Tails forelimb, yanking it sideways. The Nine Tails tailed beast ball exploded at the edge of the battlefield, killing dozens of Senju shinobi and Anbu. YK thought, this is the chance. Pretending he had to dodge because the Nine Tails tilted and used its other forelimb to support itself, he jumped. The direction of his jump was towards the adamantine sealing chains in mid-air. Dust clouds billowed skyward all around. Using the dust as cover, when his back hit the adamantine sealing chains, YK quickly gathered his chakra and channeled most of it into the chains. Uzumaki Kushina on the ground was shocked. What? Why was there such a familiar chakra? This was clearly the chakra unique to the Uzumaki clan, and specifically the sealing chakra possessed by Uzumaki clan members skilled in sealing techniques. With the support of a large amount of Uzumaki chakra, Uzumaki Kushina gained the upper hand. The Nine Tails form instantly shrank significantly. Kushina pulled more of the Nine Tails into her body. Half of the Nine-Tails' chest was also sealed. The Nine-Tails' height decreased until only its shoulders and head remained outside. Senju Rinoki was overjoyed. Kushina. Excellent. All the remaining Senju clan members were instantly elated. The over 400 surviving Senju shinobi redoubled their efforts, faces full of joy. In the distance, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were startled. Why did Uzumaki Kushina suddenly surge in power? If the Nine-Tails were sealed just like this, what use were all their plans? This was a perfect opportunity to weaken the Senju clan and obtain the sealing scrolls of both the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who nodded. Danzo lifted his eye patch again. Beneath it, the crimson Sharingan with its 3 tomos spun rapidly. In the center of the battlefield, the Nine-Tails had long been annoyed by Senju Rinoki. This Senju shinobi, relying on his high strength, jumped around like a flea. It raised its claw and swatted at Senju Rinoki. Senju Rinoki was very familiar with the Nine-Tails' attack rhythm. He pushed off with his legs, preparing to dodge. However, at that moment, his eyes suddenly froze. His gaze passed through the desperately fighting Senju shinobi, past the Anbu throwing explosive tags outside, and landed on a single Sharingan eye. His smooth dodging movement instantly faltered. Danzo had transplanted a Sharingan. Danzo wants to kill me? Before the Nine-Tails transfer seal, Senju Rinoki had proactively visited the Uchiha clan. Only the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could affect the Nine-Tails seal. The Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Kane, promised that the Nine-Tails transfer seal was a major village event, and they would absolutely not cause trouble. On the contrary, he said if help was needed, they wouldn't stand idly by. Senju Rinoki naturally didn't accept the Uchiha clan's offer. The Senju and Uchiha had many unresolved grievances. Some clansmen still said the first Hokage's death was due to Uchiha Madara's repeated provocations. Where did Danzo get a Sharingan with such powerful ocular jutsu? The Nine-Tails' claw pierced through Senju Rinoki. At that moment, Yellow Dog, seeing Fox nearby, shouted, "Fox! Check on the Senju clan head." YK's heart leaped with joy. His diligent performance within the battalion meant Battalion Commander Yellow Dog still trusted him more at critical moments. He used the body flicker technique to appear before Senju Rinoki. Getting a bit of your bloodline ability wasn't easy, was it? Now I have to be your power bank, charging up Uzumaki Kushina and now charging you up. Bet you didn't expect it, my Senju bloodline is also medium-high, with self-healing ability. End of chapter. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, My Death, Equal to My Father's Generation. YK arrived in front of Senju Rinoki, glanced at the large hole in his abdomen, then placed his fingers on Rinoki's carotid artery, pretending to check if he was dead. A large amount of chakra flowed from YK's fingers into Senju Rinoki's body. YK's chakra possessed self-healing properties, instantly clearing the haze from Senju Rinoki's eyes. Senju Rinoki lay on his back, looking up at the dark sky and the menacing dark red Nine-Tails chakra. It was a scene of utter devastation. He suddenly recalled a scene from his childhood. He was playing in his father's study when Uncle Tobirama came to see his father. Uncle Tobirama said he wanted to bind the various shinobi clans, large and small, together, increasing their bonds. Changing adult shinobi was too difficult. Adult shinobi had lived their whole lives within their clans, many recognized only their clan, not Konoha. Many clans joined Konoha because Konoha was too powerful, capable of easily sweeping away all hostile forces within the Land of Fire. Uncle Tobirama said he would establish a ninja academy, where all children, regardless of clan or civilian status, would grow up together. Uncle Tobirama also said that the first class of the Ninja Academy must be cultivated into role models for Konoha, earning the recognition of all clans. He personally taught the outstanding students of the first class, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, Akimichi Torifu, Mito Kado Homura, and others. In his memory, Uncle Tobirama's eyes were always full of pride whenever he mentioned Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and the others. Those first students carried Uncle Tobirama's hopes for the village. For the sake of those students, Uncle Tobirama did not take any younger generation senju as disciples. For the sake of those students, Uncle Tobirama even set aside his prejudices against the Uchiha clan, selected Uchiha Kagami, and devoted himself to his training. After Uncle Tobirama's sacrifice, Uchiha Kagami sought out Senju Rinoki. Uchiha Kagami said that as long as the Senju and Uchiha clans worked together wholeheartedly, Konoha would never decline. The foundation of Konoha was the great reconciliation between the Senju clan, led by the first Hokage, and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kagami firmly believed, from the bottom of his heart, that the union of the two clans could ensure Konoha's prosperity. The Sharingan is the eye that reflects the heart. Uchiha Kagami's Manjiki Sharingan ability was extremely unique, the armored Susanoo that enhanced the nine tails. If a great shinobi war broke out, the Senju clan could deploy the nine tails, and the Uchiha clan could cloak it in the armored Susanoo. No single shinobi village would be a match for Konoha. Uchiha Kagami believed that the nine tails combined with the armored Susanoo could compensate for the loss of Konoha's top-tier combat power after the passing of powerhouses like the first and second Hokages, allowing Konoha to continue dominating the shinobi world. However, Uchiha Kagami did not live to see the Great Shinobi War, dying before it began. The situation deteriorated rapidly after Uchiha Kagami's unexpected death. After Uchiha Kagami's death, clan head Uchiha Kane quickly distanced himself from the Senju clan, as if proximity to the Senju would bring catastrophic disaster. At this moment, Senju Rinoki finally confirmed that after Uchiha Kagami's accidental death, his Manjiki had been seized by Danzo and was used to heavily damage the Senju clan tonight. Uncle Tobirama entrusted the village to the first class of the Ninja Academy. Perhaps the Shimura Danzo of those early days, and the others, each upheld the will of fire, willing to sacrifice for Konoha. But after countless years, everyone had changed. Except for Uchiha Kagami, the high-ranking officials like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had all become repulsive figures. These Konoha elders were no longer the first students of the Ninja Academy filled with dreams, they had each been distorted by power into beasts. Killing him was one thing in their eyes, he was just a worthless clan second generation with only a famous surname. But how could they cause the death of their teacher's wife? Senju Rinoki thought of his father. The village was his father's life's work, Uncle Tobirama's expectation, and his mother's spiritual support for decades, she steadfastly guarded. He couldn't give up. The nine-tailed seal must not fail. The chakra appearing at his carotid artery flowed perfectly through Senju Rinoki's chakra pathways, as if it were his own, making him feel much better. Senju Rinoki had long accepted his mediocrity, he would never reach the heights of his father or uncle in this lifetime. However, his death could be equal to that of his father's generation dying for Konoha. His sister Hanaki, his daughter Tsunade, and Kushina, he could only entrust everything to them. Senju Rinoki clapped his hands together. He had always admired his father's style of clapping his hands and effortlessly performing ninjutsu. This time, he actually used ninjutsu just like his father. Ah! Ah! An exceptionally massive and thick water dragon bullet erupted from the ground, shooting straight into the sky. YK quickly retreated. He wanted Senju Rinoki to survive, so why was he still fighting with his last breath? The thick water dragon bullet rose higher than the nine tails, then descended from the sky, crashing fiercely onto the nine tails. Seal. Before dying, Senju Rinoki had to complete the nine-tail seal. Otherwise, all the Senju shinobi would die here. Either by the nine tails hand, or by Danzo's. Despite the large hole in his abdomen, Senju Rinoki could still unleash a water release of astonishing scale, his vitality was truly remarkable. The nine tails, struck by the water dragon bullet, was instantly immobilized. The waterfall created by the dispersing water dragon bullet still possessed immense force. The Anbu guarding Uzumaki Kushina had to face the thick water release waterfall. The earth roared amidst the sound of water. Yellow Dog shouted, "Protect the Uzumaki princess!" The higher UPS goal was to weaken the Senju clan, but they absolutely could not allow the Nine Tails to run wild. YK extracted his last reserves of chakra. Dodging the waterfall like dispersing water columns, he once again pretended to collide with Uzumaki Kushina's adamantine sealing chains. Uzumaki Kushina once again felt the familiar chakra, the unique chakra possessed only by the Uzumaki clan. Who was that person? Uzumaki Kushina raised her head with difficulty, only seeing that the surrounding shinobi were all Anbu. Was he hiding within the Anbu? Was there a spy from the Uzumaki clan within Konoha village? That spy had transmitted a considerable amount of chakra to her at the critical moment. The sealing power within this chakra was very strong. With the help of the massive chakra, Uzumaki Kushina once again increased the strength of her sealing technique. Above, there was Senjurinoki's final attack, a momentary recovery before death. Below, there were Uzumaki Kushina's suddenly erupting adamantine sealing chains. After a roar of unwillingness, the Nine Tails completely disappeared, sealed within Uzumaki Kushina. The battlefield fell abruptly silent. Everyone could hear their own panting, gasping breaths. A flicker of regret passed over Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. There were still over 200 Senju shinobi left. Far too many compared to the plan. Senjurinoki's sister, Senju Hanaki, first went to check on Kushina. Seeing that Kushina was unconscious but the seal was complete and very stable, Senju Hanaki breathed a sigh of relief and carried Uzumaki Kushina on her back. She then directed two Senju Jainin beside her to pick up the two large sealing scrolls of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The surviving Senju clansmen gathered slowly, dragging their heavy footsteps. Uzumaki Mito, Senjurinoki, and over 600 Senju clan shinobi lay dead on the ground. YK, still shaken, slowly climbed out of the mud created by the water release. In this battle, he had twice given most of his chakra to Uzumaki Kushina, finally sealing the Nine Tails. With over 200 Senju shinobi surviving, surely the village couldn't stage accidents to kill over 200 people, could it? The Senju clan was preserved. The sealing scrolls of the Senju and Uzumaki clans remained in the Senju clan's hands. As long as Danzo didn't obtain the sealing scrolls, then YK would have more room to maneuver within the Anbu. While the Senju clan was collecting their clansmen's bodies, YK also went to find his squadron. YK looked at Leaf Monkey, very surprised. "You're still alive." Purple Cat was a Yamanaka clansman, White Goat was a Hyga clansman, neither of them would be on the front lines, staying on the periphery, so YK wasn't surprised they survived. He hadn't expected Leaf Monkey to survive. Leaf Monkey was stunned. Why would the squadron leader say that? He looked down at himself. He wasn't a rogue ninja or a spy, his conscience was clear. YK said, 3 or 4 people wearing this mask have died in the past 6 months. You're not bad, at the very least, your luck is good. Luck is also a form of strength. The Fox Squadron had lost 4 members, casualties within an acceptable range. After the battlefield was cleared up a bit, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo also came to the center of the battlefield. The ground was littered with the bodies of Senju clansmen and Konoha Anbu. Over 70 Konoha Anbu had died. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Senju Hanaki. The muscles on Senju Hanaki's face twitched. Finally, she lowered her head and said, "Thank you to the village for sending Anbu shinobi to help us complete the seal at the critical moment. Also, thank you to the Hokage-sama and Danzo-sama for holding the rear and repelling the Uchiha shinobi who possessed the Mangeki." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, his expression softening slightly, and said, "The danger tonight was immense. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan nearly controlled the Nine Tails at the critical moment. I was constantly guarding against that enemy hiding in the shadows. Fortunately, he only dared to appear for an instant and was finally forced to retreat. Bury the sacrificed shinobi promptly. At the same time, the village will launch an investigation to find out who was secretly sabotaging the Nine Tails, causing such heavy losses to both the Senju clan and the Anbu. Senju Hanaki kept her head lowered, her eyes bloodshot. Regardless, the Nine Tails transfer seal is finally complete. End of chapter.